Mershra Chapter 11, Ambush Mathematics. The rebel ship burns for 3 hours before Milo can stand without vomiting. Withdrawal and acceleration don't mix. His body keeps trying to expel things that aren't there anymore. Stims, stability, the illusion that he's in control of anything. Ruthie works on him in the cramped medbay. Professional, distant. She hasn't mentioned the tablet since extraction. Neither has anyone else. They just know now. Know about the names, the counting. The 2 years of self-inflicted penance that didn't change a damn thing. Blood pressure's stabilizing, she says. Not to him, to the readout. Liver enzymes are catastrophic but functional. You'll live. Great. Withdrawal will take 72 hours minimum. I can manage symptoms, but it's going to hurt. Everything hurts. She meets his eyes then. The cold is back. The surgical distance she uses when she's cutting into something that used to be human. The tablet, those names, don't. Milo, I said don't. He sits up, too fast. The medbay tilts. You opened files that weren't yours, saw things you weren't meant to see. We can pretend it didn't happen, or we can have a conversation that ends badly. Your choice. Ruthie's jaw tightens. You cataloged 847 kills. Logged them by timestamp and method. Marked the children separately. That's not what? Not normal? Not healthy? He laughs, bitter. I spent 2 years at Glisa turning civilians into corpses because Section 9 said it was necessary. The list is what I do instead of eating my sidearm. So yeah, it's not normal, but it keeps me functional. Does it? I'm here, I'm breathing. That's functional enough. She doesn't respond, just finishes the IV placement and steps back. The rebels want to brief you in an hour. Something about the ambush plan. I'm not interested in their plan. You don't get to opt out. They extracted us. We owe them. I didn't ask for extraction. You were freezing to death in a derelict. You don't get to be picky about rescue. Milo closes his eyes. The medbay smells like recycled antiseptic and unwashed bodies. Like every ship he served on. Like every place that promised purpose and delivered only the mathematics of survival. The names, he says quietly. On the tablet, I need them back. Why? Because they're mine. Because remembering is the only thing that... He stops, breathes. Just give me the tablet. Ruthie pulls it from her jacket, hands it over. Bogdan asked if you kept files on everyone you've killed. If there are more names. There are more names, but only Glisa gets logged. The rest... He powers on the tablet. Scrolls through. Finds entry 412. Mikhail Torres, age 7. Unarmed, 1423 local. Habitat section C7. The rest I let go because if I counted every corpse, I'd never stop counting. That's not healthy. Health is for people with options. She leaves him alone then. Leaves him with 847 names and the certainty that his crew will never look at him the same way. Good, they shouldn't. The staging area is a hollowed-out asteroid 200 kilometers from nowhere. Old mining operation, stripped 30 years ago and abandoned when the veins ran dry. The rebels converted it into a supply depot, hidden, off-grid. The kind of place Section 9 would vaporize if they knew it existed. Milo limps through the main corridor on Ruthie's orders. Movement helps withdrawal. Keeps the shaking manageable. Keeps his mind from replaying Glisa on loop. Doesn't work. Never works. But he moves anyway. The rebels are young, and that's the first thing he notices. Most of them mid-20s at best. A few older faces scattered through. Veterans maybe, ex-military. But the bulk are kids who learn to fight from watching war on screens. They're going to die. All of them. The mathematics are simple. NECA, the other NECA, the one who pulled them from Alpha 7, finds him near the armory. She's dressed in fatigues now. No insignia, no rank markers, just the functional uniform of people who can't afford identification. Milo Crade, she says. Not a question. We need to talk about the plan. I'm not interested in plans. That's unfortunate because you're part of this one. He stops walking, turns to face her. I didn't volunteer for your rebellion. Didn't sign up for whatever suicide you're selling. I'm here because you extracted my crew. That's it. Your crew chose this. Ingrid sent the beacon. Ruthie and Bogdan agreed. You were unconscious, but the vote was unanimous. Democracy is a luxury for people not dying in derelicts. Nika smiles thin. You're bitter. I get it. Section 9 broke you. Glisa broke you. But bitter or not, you're the only one here who knows how Section 9 operates, how they think, how they'll respond when we hit them. You can't hit them. They're professionals. You're amateurs with guns. We're motivated amateurs with guns. There's a difference. Not one that matters when the shooting starts. She gestures down the corridor. Walk with me. I'll show you what we're working with. He doesn't want to, wants to find a corner and ride out Withdrawal in peace. But Ruthie's right. They owe the rebels. Extraction comes with debt. So he walks. Nika leads him through the converted mining tunnels to an operations center. 20 people working displays, tracking positions, running scenarios. The equipment is scavenged, old Imperial surplus mixed with civilian gear. But they're using it properly. Someone trained them. We've been planning this for 6 months, Nika says. Since we learned Section 9 was moving assets toward the Valiant. Your arrival accelerated the timeline, but the framework was already there. What framework? She brings up a tactical display. Shows the approach vector to HD 43U7. Shows Section 9's projected route. Shows 3 points along that route marked in red. Ambush sites, Milo says. We seeded them 2 weeks ago. Remote detonation packages, gutbusters, old pre-consolidation munitions we pulled from stockpiles. Each one carries enough yield to crack a cruiser's hull if it hits right. And if it doesn't hit right, then we've wasted 6 months and a lot of explosives. Milo studies the display. The mathematics are brutal. Section 9 will be running standard convoy protocols, active sensors, point defense. The gutbusters might get 1 ship if the rebels time it perfectly, maybe 2 if Section 9's sloppy. They won't be sloppy. This is a waste, he says. You'll kill maybe a dozen Section 9 personnel, damage 1 ship, then they'll retask assets and hunt you down. The rebellion dies here. Maybe, but they'll know we exist, know we're organized, know we have pre-consolidation weapons and the will to use them. Nika's voice is steady, certain. Symbolic victories matter, Milo. They inspire others, start movements. They get you killed. Everyone dies. Question is whether it means something. He wants to argue, wants to explain that meaning is bullshit sold to kids who haven't learned. The void doesn't care about philosophy, but he's tired. The withdrawal is clawing at his spine, and his hands won't stop shaking, and he doesn't have the energy for this conversation. What do you need from me? He asks. Section 9 response protocols. When the gutbusters hit, they'll adapt, reposition, maybe abort the run entirely. We need to know how they'll react so we can plan extraction. Extraction? We're not staying to fight. This is hit and fade. Proof of concept. Milo pulls up Section 9 tactical doctrine from memory. Convoy ambush scenarios. He ran them 100 times at Glisa. Taught them to replacements who thought warfare was glory instead of mathematics. They'll scatter the convoy, 3-point defensive formation. Heavy ship takes point to absorb fire while the escorts flank and suppress. If you hit them here, he marks the display, they'll pivot to Vector 883 and burn hard. Puts them outside your second ambush window. So we adjust the second trigger point. No, because if you adjust, they'll read the pattern and jump to hyperspace. You get 1 shot, maybe 2 if you're lucky. After that, they're gone and you've accomplished nothing. Nika studies the display. Then we make the first shot count. Maximum damage. Force them to commit to rescue operations instead of pursuit. That requires hitting the command ship, killing senior officers, making them disorganized enough that extraction becomes priority. Can we do that? Milo looks at the gutbuster positions, does the math. If Section 9 runs standard formation and your detonation timing is perfect, and they don't detect the packages and a dozen other variables align, maybe 10% chance. 10% is better than 0. 10% is Russian roulette with 5 rounds loaded. We're playing anyway. He meets her eyes, sees the certainty there, the acceptance. She's made peace with dying for this. with taking her people, her kids, and throwing them against Section 9 because symbolic victories matter. Milo knows that look. Wore it himself at Glisa when he still believed orders meant something. You're going to get people killed, he says. Yes. For nothing, for everything. They stare at each other, operator and rebel, both products of the same empire that teaches killing and calls it purpose. I'll help with the tactical adjustments, Milo says. But when this goes wrong, and it will go wrong, don't expect me to die for your symbolism. Fair enough. She walks away, leaves him with the display and the math and the certainty that this asteroid will be a tomb in 72 hours. He checks the time. 53 hours until Section 9 reaches the ambush zone. 53 hours to watch amateurs prepare to die. Bogdan finds him 6 hours later. Milo's in the observation blister, converted ore hauler window, watching the asteroid field drift. Stars beyond, beautiful in the way things that kill you always are. You should eat, Bogdan says. Not hungry. Ruthie says withdrawal suppresses appetite, but you need calories. Ruthie can prescribe them then. Bogdan sits anyway, doesn't speak for a while, just watches the void with him. Finally, the list, the names. I didn't mean to. Don't apologize, you needed medical data. Found something else. Not your fault I kept it on an unlocked tablet. It was locked. Ruthie used her override codes. Same result. More silence. Outside, a piece of debris tumbles past. Old mining equipment, maybe. Hard to tell at this distance. Mikhail Torres, Bogdan says quietly. Entry 412. Age 7. Unarmed. Habitat section C7. Milo's hands tighten on the railing. Don't. Did he look like my Mikhail? Is that why you remember him specifically? I remember them all specifically. That's the point. But him, age 7, same as my son. Did you think about that when... Yes. The word comes out harder than intended. I thought about it. Thought about how killing a 7-year-old makes me a monster. Thought about how his parents were probably dead already. Thought about how Section 9 doctrine says collateral damage is acceptable if it prevents future resistance. He turns to face Bogdan. I thought about everything except how to stop, because stopping meant disobeying orders, and I was a good soldier. So I pulled the trigger and logged his name and moved to the next target. Bogdan's face is pale. And now I live with it. Same as I live with the other 846. Same as I'll live with whatever happens here when these kids throw themselves at Section 9. You could help them, improve their odds. I am helping them. Tactical adjustments, timing protocols, won't matter. They're still going to die. Then why help at all? Good question. Milo doesn't have a good answer. Just the weight of 847 names and the certainty that adding more serves no purpose except his own damnation. Because, he says finally, if they're going to die for nothing, at least they can die competently. Bogdan nods, stands. The teenager, the one working weapons prep. His name is Danny Ruiz, 17, from Ross 128's worker levels. Joined the rebellion 3 months ago because Section 9 disappeared his older brother during crackdowns. Why are you telling me this? Because when he dies, and you're right, he probably will, someone should log his name. Remember the count. Bogdan meets his eyes. That's what you do, isn't it? Bear witness. Make sure they're not just numbers. He leaves before Milo can respond. Leaves him alone with the void and the mathematics and the understanding that his punishment will outlive him. 48 hours before contact. Milo works with the tactical team, adjusts detonation sequences, plots escape vectors, teaches them basics they should have learned years ago if someone competent was training them. Danny Ruiz is there, 17, excited, treats the briefing like a game, makes jokes about Section 9, about blowing up Imperial cruisers, about becoming heroes. Milo watches him, sees himself at 17, sees every recruit he trained who thought warfare was glory instead of butchery. The briefing ends, people disperse. Danny stays behind, checking equipment, humming something, happy. Milo finds Neka in the operations center, pulls her aside. The kid, he says. Ruiz, he's 17. I know. He's treating this like a game. He's excited. First real action. It's normal. It's suicide. He doesn't understand what he's walking into. Neka's face hardens. He understands better than you think. Section 9 disappeared his brother, beat his mother during interrogations, raised his housing block looking for rebels. He knows exactly what he's walking into. Knowing about violence isn't the same as experiencing it. When the shooting starts, he'll do his job, same as everyone else, same as you did at 17. I had training, discipline. Section 9 drilled warfare into me for months before first deployment. And look how well that turned out. She steps closer, voice dropping. You're carrying 847 names because your training taught you to kill efficiently. Maybe Danny's better off enthusiastic and alive for 5 more minutes than competent and dead inside like you. The words land like a punch. You're going to get him killed, Milo says. For nothing. For symbolism. For a tactical failure that achieves exactly 0 strategic value. He volunteered. Everyone here did. They know the odds. They think they know the odds. There's a difference. And what would you have me do? Send him home? Tell him he's too young to fight for what Section 9 took from him? Yes. He'd just find another cell. Another fight. At least here we're organized. Professional. You're amateurs playing at warfare against professionals who've been killing for decades. That's not organized. That's a massacre with better paperwork. Neka's quiet for a moment. When she speaks again, her voice is different. Softer, resigned. You're right. Most of us will die. Maybe all of us. The ambush will probably fail, and Section 9 will hunt survivors, and this rebellion will end before it starts. She meets his eyes. But we're doing it anyway. Because sitting quiet while the Empire grinds us into nothing is also death. Just slower, less dignified. There's no dignity in warfare. No, but there's choice. We're choosing to fight, to matter. To make Section 9 bleed, even if we bleed out doing it. She pauses. Danny chose this. I've made peace with what that means. Have you? Milo doesn't answer. Can't answer. Because the truth is, he hasn't made peace with anything since Glisa. Since entry 412. Since Mikhail Torres, age 7, unarmed, 1423 local. He's just learned to keep moving through the wreckage. Neka leaves him there. Leaves him with the understanding that she's already dead in her mind. They all are. Walking corpses waiting for Section 9 to make it official. Danny Ruiz passes by, still humming, still happy. 17 years old and 48 hours from entry, 8:48. 36 hours before contact. Milo runs withdrawal symptoms and tactical reviews on 3 hours of sleep. Ruthie monitors him, adjusts medication. Doesn't mention the tablet again, but he catches her looking at him differently. Like he's a specimen, something to study, a case file labeled functional psychopath with delusions of penance. Maybe she's right. The operations center is chaos now. Final prep, equipment checks, people moving with purpose that borders on panic. The calm before has burned away, just nervous energy and the countdown. Ingrid works flight protocols with the extraction team. Bogdan helps with demolitions despite having no training. Everyone contributes because that's what you do when the mathematics run out. Milo watches from the sidelines, offers corrections, answers questions, plays advisor to a rebellion he doesn't believe in, because debt is debt and extraction comes with obligation. But he's not part of this. Not really. He's just the ghost of Glisi watching history repeat. 12 hours before contact, the final briefing, everyone assembled, Neka at the front. Calm, certain. A commander leading her people into hell and pretending it's heaven. Section 9, convoy reaches Point Alpha in 12 hours, she says. We detonate on my mark. 3 gutbusters. Simultaneous trigger. If we hit clean, we cripple at least 1 ship, maybe 2. Then we burn for extraction and let the galaxy know we exist. Cheers! Nervous laughter. The sound of people convincing themselves they'll survive the next day. Danny Ruiz grins. 17 and invincible in his mind. Entry 8:48 waiting to happen. The briefing ends. People disperse to final checks. Last meals. Conversations with the dead they'll join soon. Milo finds a corner, opens the tablet, scrolls through names. Mikhail Torres, entry 412. Sophia Chen, entry 620. Marcus Webb, entry 733. All the children, all the unarmed, all the proof that he's exactly what Neka said, competent and dead inside. He's about to close it when something catches his eye. A notation he doesn't remember adding. Attached to entry 1. Gideon Cross, age 34, armed, 815 local, command bunker. First kill at Glisa, Section 9 officer. Milo remembers him, remembers the firefight, remembers Cross's face when the round hit, but the notation below is new. Added recently. Date stamp from 3 weeks ago when Milo was reviewing files on Kepler Station. Cross Gideon, Section 9 personnel file attached. See documentation Project Surrogate. Milo frowns. He doesn't remember attaching anything. Doesn't remember Project Surrogate. He opens the attachment. Section 9 personnel file, encrypted. But his old credentials still work because Section 9 never purges former operators from the system. Institutional paranoia means everyone stays flagged. The file opens. Cross Gideon, Commander, Section 9. Black Operations. Project, Surrogate. Classification, Eyes Only. Subject, Crade, Milo, Operational Asset. Milo's breath stops, his name, in Cross's file, under Project Surrogate. He scrolls down, reads. Subject Crade selected age 12 from Kepler 442b orphanage, neural baseline, optimal for conditioning, genetic markers, standard human, psychological profile, high compliance, low empathy development, ideal for long-term asset deployment. Phase 1, ages 12-16, standard Section 9 training, combat, tactics, psychological conditioning. Subject exceeded expectations across all metrics. Phase 2, ages 16-18, advanced training, wet work, black operations. Subject demonstrated exceptional kill efficiency, zero hesitation, recommended for permanent deployment. Phase 3, ages 18-22, Glisa 667 CC pacification campaign. Subject led multiple operations resulting in 847 confirmed kills. Subject designated as Project Surrogate success case. Note: Subject Crade unaware of Project Surrogate selection criteria. Believes recruitment was merit-based. Maintain cover. Subject's effectiveness dependent on perceived autonomy. The words blur. Milo reads it again, trying to make it say something different. 12 years old, selected, not recruited, not trained because he was talented, chosen because his neural baseline was optimal for conditioning, because his genetic markers were standard human, because his psychological profile showed high compliance and low empathy development, made into a weapon, a surrogate, a project, and he never knew. Thought he joined Section 9. Thought he earned his place. Thought his choices were his own. But they selected him at 12, shaped him, conditioned him, turned him into exactly what they needed. A killer who counted his kills and believed it was penance when it was just programming. The tablet shakes in his hands. Not from withdrawal, from understanding. He pulls up his own Section 9 file. The one he's had access to for years. The one that says, recruited age 12, exemplary service record, voluntary retirement after Glisa. But now he sees the gaps, the redacted sections. The places where Project Surrogate should be mentioned but isn't. They lied about everything, about recruitment, about choice, about who he was before they made him into this. Milo's chest tightens, his vision narrows, the observation blister spins. He's not Milo Crade, retired Section 9 operator trying to survive the void. He's Subject Crade, Project Surrogate, a manufactured asset who spent 30 years thinking he was human. The file keeps scrolling, more notes, more documentation. Is Subject Crade's kill count suggests optimal conditioning uptake. Recommend continued observation post-retirement. Subject's guilt response indicates baseline humanity remains intact, desirable for future reactivation scenarios. Future reactivation. They're still watching, still waiting, still treating him like an asset to deploy. Because that's all he ever was. A weapon with a serial number. The tablet displays one more line. Final notation from Commander Cross before he died, before Milo killed him at Gliese, before entry. 1. Subject Crade is the perfect soldier. He doesn't know he was made. He thinks he chose this. That's what makes him effective. Keep him ignorant. Keep him functional. Keep him counting. Project Surrogate depends on it. Milo's hands go numb. The tablet falls, shatters on the deck, and somewhere in his mind, Entry 1 updates itself. Gideon Cross, age 34, armed, Iran 8-15 local, command bunker. The man who made me. The observation blister is silent except for Milo's breathing and the distant hum of asteroid life support and the sound of everything he thought he knew breaking apart. He looks at his reflection in the viewport, sees a stranger, sees Subject Crade, sees Project Surrogate, sees a manufactured weapon that spent 30 years pretending to be human. The file said genetic markers, standard human, said it specifically, documented it, noted it, which means they checked, verified, confirmed, which means there was a reason to check. Milo pulls the broken tablet from the deck, forces it to power on. One more file, one more document. His birth records, from Kepler Fournier to B orphanage. Before Section 9, before recruitment, before selection, the file loads. Crade Milo, born 2267, Kepler 442b, Colonial Medical. Parents unknown. Genetic classification, surrogate class, artificial construct. Origin, Imperial Bioweapons Program, Generation 7. Note, placed in orphanage age 6 months per standard protocols. Monitor for selection. The words don't make sense, can't make sense. Surrogate class artificial construct. Imperial Bioweapons Program, Generation 7. Not human, never human, made. The screen blinks. One more line appears. Automated update, file synchronization from Section 9's secure network. Genetic classification confirmed, 100% match to surrogate baseline. Subject Crade was never human. The viewport reflects a stranger's face. Milo stares at the manufactured features, the engineered bone structure, the designed genetic baseline that made him optimal for conditioning. 30 years. 30 years of believing he was human. Flawed, broken, guilty. But guilt requires choice, requires humanity, requires the capacity for moral failure. Weapons don't feel guilt, they malfunction. He's been malfunctioning since Gliese. The broken tablet screen flickers, more files, more documentation scrolling past. He should read them, should learn what else they didn't tell him, what other lies make up the foundation of Subject Crade. Instead, he drops it, watches it clatter across the deck, watches the screen go dark. Footsteps behind him. He doesn't turn. The others are asking for you. Ruthie's voice, clinical. Final equipment check before... Milo? He still doesn't turn. Can't. If he looks at her, she'll see it. See that he's not what she thought. Not who she thought. I need a minute. We don't have minutes. Section 9's 8 hours out. NECA wants everyone. I said I need a minute. The words come out harder than intended. Sharper. Silence. Then Ruthie moves closer, sees the tablet on the deck. The shattered screen still displaying fragments of text. What is that? Nothing. Personnel file. Old Section 9 documentation. About Gliese. About me. She picks up the tablet, angles it toward the viewport light, reads what's visible through the cracks. Her breathing changes, stops, starts again. This is... She trails off, reads more. Milo, this says you're not human. Yeah, I got that part. That's not possible. Surrogates are theoretical. The bioweapons program was shut down after the consolidation. Everyone knows what the Empire wants them to know. He finally turns, meets her eyes. I'm Generation 7, made, placed in an orphanage at 6 months, monitored, selected at 12, trained, deployed, the perfect soldier who doesn't know he was manufactured. Ruthie's face has gone pale. The cold is back, but different now. Not surgical distance, something else. Fear, maybe. You didn't know, she says. Statement, not question. No. For 30 years you didn't know. Would it have mattered? His voice sounds wrong. Hollow. Would it knowing I was manufactured change the body count? Change Gleesa? Change the fact that I'm exactly what they made me to be? She doesn't answer, just stares at the tablet, at the proof that her captain is a weapon with delusions of humanity. The crew, she says finally, they can't know. Not before they die in the Neka's ambush. Before we need you functional. Whatever you are, Milo, you're still the best tactical mind we have. These people need that. Danny needs that. Danny's going to die whether I help or not. The mathematics don't change because I'm artificial. Maybe not, but you do. She meets his eyes. Steady, the doctor again. You spent 2 years cataloging names because you thought guilt meant you were still human. Now you know you're not. So what? You're going to stop counting? Stop caring? Let Project Surrogate win? It already won. I am Project Surrogate. You're Milo Crade, captain of the diminishing returns. The man who pulled me out of a bad situation on Kepler Station. Who taught Bogdan how to survive the void. Who keeps a tablet full of names because he can't forget. Her voice drops. Manufactured or not, you made those choices. Own them. She leaves before he can respond. Leaves him with the viewport and the void, and the understanding that she's right. He's still responsible, still guilty, still counting, still Milo. Even if Milo was never real, 4 hours to contact. The operations center hums with nervous energy, people checking weapons, running system diagnostics, saying goodbyes that pretend to be see you laters. Milo works the tactical board, plots vectors, confirms detonation sequences, plays human for an audience that doesn't know the difference. Maybe there is no difference. Maybe humanity is just behavior, choices, the things you do when nobody's watching. He's been making human choices for 30 years. That has to count for something. Convoys on schedule. Neka's voice cuts through. She's at the main display, tracking Section 9's approach. Standard formation, 3 escorts around the heavy cruiser, just like you predicted. Section 9 doesn't improvise. They follow doctrine. Even when doctrine gets them killed? Especially then, discipline beats creativity in their math. She pulls up the ambush sites. 3 points, 3 gutbusters, 3 chances to make Section 9 bleed. Last chance to abort, she says. Not to him, to everyone. We trigger those charges. There's no going back. Section 9 will hunt us. The Empire will classify us as terrorists. This rebellion becomes real. Nobody speaks, nobody moves. Then Danny, 17, still humming, still happy, grins. Let's make it real. The room erupts, cheers, nervous laughter, the sound of people choosing death over submission. Milo watches them, watches the manufactured weapons and the natural-born rebels and realizes he can't tell the difference anymore. Maybe that's the point. Maybe we're all manufactured. Some by genetics and some by circumstance, but we choose what we do with the assembly. 90 minutes to contact. The rebel ship breaks from the asteroid, burns toward position. Quiet running, no active sensors, just passive tracking, and the hope that Section 9 doesn't scan too carefully. Milo's in the cockpit, Ingrid at the helm, the others strapped in behind, ready, terrified, committed. How you holding up? Ingrid asks. Quiet, private. Fine. Ruthie told me about the file, about what you found. Of course she did. No secrets on a ship this small. And nothing. You're still Milo. Still the captain who's kept us alive for 3 years. She adjusts their trajectory. Still the stubborn bastard who refuses to stay down. Stubborn might be programming. Then I guess I like your programming. The convoy appears on sensors. 4 ships. Section 9 heavy cruiser at center. 3 escorts flanking. Burning steady toward the Valiant. Toward history they'll never write. Ambush point in 60 minutes, Ingrid says. Neka's team is in position. Gutbusters are armed. All we have to do is wait. Waiting, the hardest part. The part where you think about what comes next. About who dies first, who dies last. whether dying for symbolism counts as dying for something. Milo pulls up the tactical display, studies Section 9's formation, sees the gaps, the vulnerabilities, the places where gutbusters could hurt them, also sees the countermeasures, the point defense grids, the sensor arrays that should detect remote munitions. The mathematics are brutal, clear. This ambush fails, maybe takes one ship, maybe damages another, but Section 9 adapts. Returns fire, hunts down the rebels who thought symbolic victories matter. Danny dies, NECA dies, all of them die, for nothing, unless. Milo's mind works the problem, finds variables, adjustments, the things he's good at because they made him good at them. Section 9's formation has a flaw. Small. Exploitable if you know where to look. The escort spacing assumes external threats. Doesn't account for internal detonations. If someone got inside the convoy, close enough that sensors read them as friendly, close enough to detonate manually instead of remotely, the gutbusters would hit clean. Perfect. Cripple multiple ships instead of one. But whoever triggers them dies, instantly. No escape, no survival. Suicide run. For symbolism. The kind of math Milo's calculated 1,000 times for other people. Never for himself. He pulls up their ship's profile. Small. Fast. Light signature. Could pass as civilian salvage. Could get close if they squawked the right codes. Could get inside the convoy kill zone before Section 9 realized the threat. Ingrid, he says, if we transmitted Section 9 civilian contractor codes, the ones Varga used at Ross 128, could we get close to that convoy? She frowns. Maybe. Why? Because remote detonation has a 30% failure rate, environmental interference, point defense interception, timing lag, but manual trigger, point blank range, 90% success. Point blank means suicide. Yes. Her hands tighten on the controls. Milo, no. I'm not asking permission. I'm asking if it's possible. It's possible. It's also insane. NECA's plan gets everyone killed for minimal damage. This gets everyone killed for maximum damage. Better math. That's not better math. That's you looking for penance. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is Subject Crade executing final programming. Maybe weapons are drawn to destruction because that's what they're made for. Or maybe this is Milo Crade choosing how he dies. Taking control of the one variable he can control. Not manufactured, not programmed, just chosen. 30 minutes to ambush point, Ingrid says, voice tight. You want to do this? We need to move now. Contact Inika. Tell her plan's changing. We're going in. She won't agree. She doesn't get a vote. Ingrid stares at him, at the man she's followed for 3 years. The captain, the weapon, the manufactured soldier who kept them alive by making hard calls. If we do this, she says quietly, the crew dies with you. Ruthie, Bogdan, all of us. No, you drop me at the convoy's edge. I take a one-man shuttle, trigger manually, you burn for safety. That's not happening. It's an order. Fuck your order. She's angry now, real anger. You don't get to play martyr because you found out you're artificial. You don't get to die for symbolism while we run. That's not how this crew works. This crew doesn't work anymore. I'm not your captain. I'm not even human. I'm a weapon. Let me do what I was made for. You were made to kill for Section 9. This is different. Is it? 20 minutes to contact. The convoy's approaching, steady, confident, unaware that their formation has a flaw and someone's about to exploit it. Milo opens the comm to operations. NECA, plan's changing. We're going in. Manual detonation, point blank. Static. Then, negative. That's not the mission. You stay with the mission's symbolic victory. This achieves it. Maximum damage, minimum variables. At the cost of your ship, your crew. My crew evacuates first. I go in alone. More static. He can hear her calculating, weighing outcomes, balancing symbols against lives. You're asking me to approve suicide, she says finally. I'm telling you I'm doing it. Approval optional. Silence. Long enough he thinks she'll refuse. Order him to stand down. Make this someone else's choice. Then, coordinates uploading, get inside their formation, close as you can, trigger all three gutbusters simultaneously. Will provide covering fire for your crew's extraction. Understood. He cuts the comm, looks at Ingrid. You heard her. Get the crew to evacuation stations. Once I'm clear, you burn for the extraction point. Milo. That's an order. She meets his eyes, searching for something. Humanity, maybe. Proof he's more than programming. You're still a stubborn bastard, she whispers. Yeah, I'm good at that. The crew evacuates. Ruthie protests. Bogdan demands to stay. Milo pulls rank that doesn't exist anymore and forces them into the escape shuttle. Seals it, launches it, watches them burn away. Then it's just him, alone in the cockpit. Flying towards Section 9's convoy with three gutbusters armed and the certainty that he's about to become Entry 848. Except there's no one left to log it, no one to count, no one to remember that Subject Crade died, proving he could choose. The convoy fills his sensors. Big, armored, professional. He transmits Varga's codes. Civilian contractor, salvage vessel, requesting approach clearance for debris recovery in HD 4307. Section 9 signals back. Approach denied. This is restricted space. Divert immediately. Acknowledged. Diverting now. He doesn't divert. Burns closer, faster, straight into their formation. Civilian vessel, you are in violation. Cease acceleration or we will engage. Engaging would be a mistake. Milo's voice is calm, surgical, the same tone he used at Glisa. I have information about the Valiant, about the rebels, about what's waiting at HD 4307. Pause, he can hear them conferring, calculating, deciding if he's worth the risk. Transmit credentials. He sends them, not his credentials. Commander Crosses, the man who made him, the man whose file contained Project Surrogate and all the lies that built Subject Crade, the man he killed at Glisi. Entry 1, Section 9 responds. Credentials verified, maintain position, prepare for boarding. Negative. I have intelligence that requires immediate transmission to Fleet Command. Face-to-face, no digital trail. More pause, more conferring. Then, approach vector approved. Docking Bay 7. You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. More than enough. Milo plots the course. Right into the convoy's center. Right where the gutbusters will do maximum damage. Right where Subject Crade ends and Milo Crade proves he was always more than manufacturing. The cruiser's docking bay opens. He can see it, see the approach, see the point of no impact. His hand hovers over the detonator. Manual trigger, synchronized to all three gutbusters. 1 press, 3 explosions, maximum damage. 30 seconds to docking. Section 9 sensors are quiet. They think he's cooperating. Think Cross's credentials mean trust. They're wrong. 20 seconds. He thinks about names. About 847 entries that prove guilt. About Danny Ruiz, who won't become 848 because Milo's making this count. About Ruthie and Bogdan and Ingrid burning away to safety. Alive because he chose differently. 10 seconds, the comm crackles. Civilian vessel, reduce speed. You're coming in too hot. Copy that. He doesn't reduce speed. Burns faster. Closer. 5 seconds. Nika's voice cuts through. Milo, whatever you're about to do, making it count. 3 seconds. His finger presses down. The detonator activates. Somewhere behind him, 3 gutbusters receive the signal. Somewhere in front of him, Section 9 realizes the threat. Somewhere in his mind, Milo Crade, manufactured weapon, broken soldier, stubborn bastard, makes the first choice that was ever truly his. The order was to stand down, to let the rebels fight their own battle, to survive and keep counting. He powers up the detonator instead. Court-martial or hero. Nobody left to decide. Nothing happens. The detonator's activation light blinks green. Signal sent. Received. Processing. 1 second. 2. Milo's ship crosses into the convoy formation. Section 9's point defense systems track him. Weapons going hot. Too late to matter. 3 seconds. The first gutbuster detonates. Not where Milo expected, not synchronized, just one. The furthest ambush point, 200 kilometers spinward. White light floods sensors. The shockwave tears through Section 9's trailing escort. The ship breaks, hull breaching in a dozen places, atmosphere venting, secondary explosions cascading through compromised decks. Gone. Just debris and expanding gas. Contact lost. Section 9 comms erupt with traffic. Ambush! Ambush! All vessels combat spacing. Execute defensive pattern. The second gutbuster triggers. Center of formation, right where Milo calculated maximum damage. The Section 9 heavy cruiser takes it broadside. Pre-consolidation munitions don't care about modern armor. Don't respect 300 years of improved metallurgy and force dispersion. The cruiser's flank implodes. Reactor containment failing. Power grid cascading offline. Crippled, not destroyed, but hemorrhaging crew and capability. 2 detonations, 2 ships hit. The third gutbuster, the one Milo's signal should have triggered simultaneously, stays dark. Civilian vessel, abort approach. Section 9's panicking now. Professional training cracking under ambush conditions. You are in active combat zone. Divert immediately or... Milo checks the detonator. Green light still blinking. Signal sent, but the third package isn't responding. Environmental interference. Equipment failure. Simple bad luck. The mathematics just shifted. His approach vector puts him inside Section 9's defensive perimeter. Close enough they can't shoot without risking their own cruiser. Close enough to trigger manually if he can reach the gutbuster's location. Except the location is 30 kilometers out, attached to a debris fragment, and he's locked into approach toward the docking bay with Section 9 escorts converging and no time to redirect. The plan fails. 2 out of 3. Better than Nika expected. Worse than Milo needed. He keys the comm. Third package is dark. Manual trigger failed. I'm aborting. Negative. Nika's voice cuts through. Not from operations. From somewhere closer. We have eyes on package 3. Sending override signal now. You can't reach it from... We're not at staging. We moved insertion team forward. Closer than you think. Milo's sensors pick up new contacts. Small craft. Fast movers burning from the debris field toward the convoy. Rebel fighters. Nika's backup plan. Suicide run. All of them. Trying to reach the third gutbuster and trigger it manually because remote detonation failed. Nika, call them back. 2 ships down is enough. Don't throw lives at... 2 ships wounded isn't victory. We need 3. Need to prove we can hurt them. The rebel fighters close. Section 9's escorts engage. Point defense chewing through light armor. 1 fighter disintegrates. Another spins away trailing debris. But 3 get through. Burning hard toward the gutbuster's position. Milo recognizes the lead craft's signature. Danny Ruiz, 17. Flying like he's immortal, flying toward entry, 848. Call him back, Milo transmits. That's a kid. He doesn't... He volunteered. They all did. He's 17. So were you at Glisa. The words hit like kinetic rounds. True, brutal, undeniable. Milo was 17 when Section 9 deployed him, when Subject Crade started counting, when the manufacturing became operational. Danny reaches the gutbuster, docks hard. The debris fragment shudders. His fighters' mag clamps engage. Section 9's converging. 30 seconds until weapons range. 20 until Danny's vaporized. Package 3 status, Nika asks. Calm. Professional. Like she's reading inventory instead of watching kids die. He's on it. Accessing manual trigger now. Danny's suited figure appears on Milo's sensor feed, moving across the debris, reaching the gutbuster's control panel, working the override. Section 9 weapons go hot. Targeting solution locked. Danny, abort, Milo transmits. They're on you. Get clear. Almost got it. The kid's voice is excited. Happy. Just need to bypass the safety and... The escort fires. Danny's fighter explodes. Mag clamps release. The debris fragment tumbles. But Danny's suit is still there. Still moving. Still working the manual trigger because he's committed and 17 and doesn't know when to quit. Kid, you're hit. Suit's compromised. Get to cover. Trigger's almost. Got it, triumph in his voice. Package 3 armed, ready for manual detonation. Just needs someone to... Section 9's second volley catches him. Danny Ruiz stops moving. Entry 848. Except there's no one counting anymore. The Gutbuster's armed, live, waiting for final trigger command. Right in the middle of Section 9's formation, where it will do maximum damage. But the trigger's local now, manual. Someone has to be within 10 meters to activate. Someone has to die to finish this. Milo checks his position, still burning toward the docking bay. Too far. Can't reach it in time, but NECA's other fighters can. 2 left, burning hard, trying to reach Danny's position. Section 9's escorts retarget, weapons tracking, firing solutions locked. The first rebel fighter dies. Clean shot, reactor breach, nothing left but particles. The second one reaches the Gutbuster. Milo's sensors identify the pilot. Cross-referencing rebel personnel files. Finds a match. NECA Obi. The other one, the rebel who extracted them from Alpha 7. The commander who made peace with dying. She's on the Gutbuster now. Her fighter destroyed by Section 9 fire. Suit functional, moving toward the manual trigger. NECA status? The voice from operations. Different NECA. His NECA. Watching her counterpart die for symbolism. I'm at the trigger, calm, certain. Preparing to detonate. Casualties? Everyone in blast radius, including me. Pause. Long enough Milo hears the mathematics running, the calculations of worth and cost. Confirmed targets? The crippled cruiser will take a direct hit, might kill it completely. The 2 remaining escorts will suffer damage. Maybe fatal, maybe just mission kill. Civilian casualties? Another pause, longer. The cruiser has refugees aboard. Kepler Station evacuees. 300 souls. Section 9 was transporting them to processing facilities. Milo's blood goes cold. What? Intelligence confirmed it 2 days ago. The cruiser's running dual-purpose, military escort and civilian transport. Section 9 uses refugees as shields. Then you can't detonate. 300 civilians, 300 collaborator families. NECA's voice is flat, dead. Parents who worked for the Empire, children who will be conditioned into the next generation of subject Crades. They're not innocent. They're children. So was Mikhail Torres. So were the 63 you logged at Glisa. So is every kid the Empire manufactures or conditions or breaks. Her voice cracks. This is the cost. This is what rebellion means. Milo's looking at entry 412. At the 7-year-old he killed because Section 9 doctrine said collateral damage is acceptable. At every name that proves guilt. At the choice he's made 847 times. Don't do this, he transmits. To NECA, to the rebel, to himself. There has to be another way. There isn't. The math is simple. 300 die now or 3,000 die later when Section 9 reaches the Valiant and uses those archives to crush every rebel cell. When they manufacture more surrogates. When they condition more Danny Ruizes. That's not certain. Nothing's certain, but probabilities matter. She's at the trigger now, hand hovering. I'm making the call. 300 for 3,000. Bad math that's better than the alternative. The Section 9 escorts are closing, seconds until they're in firing range. Until NECA dies anyway, and the Gutbuster sits armed but inactive. She's going to do it. Milo sees it, knows it, recognizes the certainty because he wore it at Glisa. The moment where mathematics replace morality, and you pull the trigger because the numbers say so. NECA, Milo starts. Tell them I counted. She cuts the comm. Her hand moves to the trigger. 300 refugees aboard the cruiser. 300 names Milo won't have to log because someone else chose. 300 children who look like Mikhail Torres, who'll die because rebellion needs symbols and symbols need blood. The Section 9 escorts fire. NECA's suit takes hits, armor compromised. She's dying already, but her hand stays steady, stays on the trigger. She looks at the cruiser, at the target, at the 300 souls who don't know they're about to become mathematics. Looks at the choice she's making, the dark choice, the necessary one. Her finger presses down, the trigger clicks. Nothing happens. Nika's finger presses again. Again. The Gutbuster's armed indicator blinks red instead of green. Safety override engaged, remote lockout active. No, her voice cracks. No, it's armed. I have manual trigger. You had it. Milo's voice cuts through. I overrode your override. Commander Cross's credentials still carry authorization for Imperial munitions, even pre-consolidation ones. Silence, then. You stop me. Yes. 300 collaborators live. 3,000 rebels die later. Maybe, or maybe we find another way that doesn't require killing children to prove we're better than Section 9. The escorts close on Aneka's position. She's not moving. Suit compromised, dying. But the Gutbuster stays dark. You don't get to choose this, she says. You're not one of us. You're manufactured. Property. You don't understand. I understand I spent 2 years logging children's names because mathematics told me it was necessary. I won't add 300 more because Rebellion told you the same lie. Section 9 fire catches her. NECA's suit breaches completely. Atmosphere venting. Life support critical. Tell them, her transmission cuts in and out. Tell them I tried. Tell them I... The line goes dead. Entry 849. Except Milo's not counting anymore. Can't count. The numbers stopped meaning anything the moment he learned they were programming. The remaining Section 9 escorts regroup. 2 ships down, 1 crippled cruiser. The convoy's broken but functional. The ambush succeeded partially. Failed completely. Symbolic victory. Tactical failure. Exactly what Milo predicted. His ship's still burning toward the docking bay. Section 9's confused, reading him as civilian contractor with Cross's credentials. Don't know if he's threat or asset. He could run, burn away while they're disorganized. Meet the crew at extraction. Should run. The comm activates his NECA. From operations, voice hollow. Rebel NECA is down. Danny's down. All insertion team casualties. 2 Gutbusters detonated. 1 Section 9 escort destroyed. Heavy cruiser crippled. 3rd package is still armed but locked out. I locked it. I know. I watched. Pause. The refugees? Alive. 300 civilians who might become subject Crades or might just be scared families running from the war. You chose them over the mission. I chose not to count more children. Another pause, longer. When she speaks again, her voice is different. Harder. We have a problem. Long-range sensors just picked up new contacts. Section 9 reinforcements. Full battle group. 12 ships. Entering the system now. Milo's blood goes cold. Where? Same approach vector. They're following the convoy. Following the path we seeded with ambush sites. She pulls up the display. Transmits it to his ship. They're walking right into the kill zone. The tactical overlay shows it clearly. Section 9's main fleet. Burning hard toward the coordinates where the convoy was supposed to secure the approach. Where the convoy is now crippled and broken. Where the rebels have 2 more ambush sites prepared. Gutbusters armed. Waiting. 12 ships. Thousands of crew. Walking into a trap. The other packages, Milo says. Can we detonate them? Yes, remote trigger still functional. But the fleet's formation is tighter than the convoy. We might get 1 ship, maybe 2. Then they scatter. Casualties? 4,000 Section 9 personnel, maybe more if we target the right ships. Her voice stays flat. Professional. No refugees aboard these ones. Just military. Clean targets. Clean. Like that matters. Like 4,000 people stop being people because they wear uniforms. Milo checks the timer. Section 9's main fleet reaches the first ambush point in 8 minutes. Enough time to abort. To warn them. To save 4,000 lives. Enough time to choose. NECA, he says, if we trigger the packages, if we hit the fleet, what happens to the rebellion? We prove we can hurt them. Prove we have pre-consolidation weapons and the will to use them. Prove we matter. And if we don't, the fleet reaches the Valiant, secures the archives, uses them to crush every rebel cell, manufactures more surrogates, conditions more soldiers. She pauses. Danny died for this. Rebel NECA died for this. All of them died for this chance. If we don't take it, they died for nothing. Milo looks at the tactical display. At 12 ships carrying 4,000 soldiers who think they're serving something noble, who think Section 9 means order, protection, purpose, who don't know they're manufacturing children into weapons, who don't know entry 412 was Mikhail Taurus, age 7, unarmed, who are exactly what Milo was before he learned the truth. We have 6 minutes to decide, Nika says. After that, the window closes. 6 minutes. To choose between 4,000 lives and a rebellion that might matter. Between mathematics that say sacrifice is necessary and morality that says every name counts. Between being subject Crade, manufactured weapon executing programming, and Milo Crade, stubborn bastard who refuses to let numbers replace humanity. The detonator codes, he says. Can you route them to my station? Yes, why? Because if we're doing this, I'm taking responsibility. I'm the one who presses the trigger. Milo, route the codes, now. She does. He watches the authorization transfer, watches the trigger commands populate his display, watches the countdown to the main fleet's arrival at the kill zone. 5 minutes. He opens the comm to his crew, to Ruthie and Bogdan and Ingrid burning away to safety. Change of plans, he says. Section 9's main fleet just entered the system. We have ambush packages in position. I can trigger them, kill maybe 2 ships, 4,000 casualties. Ruthie's voice comes back immediately. Don't. It's not your choice. Then make it ours. That's how this crew works. We vote. Democracy died in a cargo container. This is command decision. Bullshit. Ingrid now. You don't get to play martyr because you found out you're artificial. We're still crew, still family. We vote or we're just Section 9 with different uniforms. Milo closes his eyes. Thinks about Glisa, about following orders because the mathematics said so, about becoming exactly what they made him to be, about 847 names and the promise he made to never stop counting. Fine, he says. We vote. Trigger the ambush or let the fleet pass. Ruthie? Let them pass. We're not murderers. We already are. Question is whether we murder for Section 9 or rebellion. Neither. I vote no. Ingrid? Silence then. I vote no. There has to be another way. Bogdan? More silence. Milo can hear him breathing, thinking, calculating the same mathematics Milo's been running for 30 years. My children, Bogdan says finally, Mikhail and Svetlana. I changed my vote because I don't want them growing up in a universe where fathers don't come home, where children's drawings are monuments. Pause. But killing 4,000 people won't bring fathers home, won't stop the empire, won't change anything except the body count. So you vote no. I vote that you do what you think is right, not what Section 9 programmed, not what the rebellion demands. What Milo Crade, not subject Crade, thinks is right. The words land like ammunition. Precise. Devastating. True. 4 minutes. Milo looks at the detonator, at the codes, at the choice. Section 9 made him to kill efficiently, to follow mathematics, to count corpses and call it purpose. The rebellion wants the same thing, different uniform, same math. But Milo Crade, the stubborn bastard who logged 847 names because guilt meant humanity, can choose differently, can refuse to let anyone tell him what necessary means. 3 minutes. The Section 9 fleet burns closer. 12 ships, 4,000 souls. Walking into a kill zone they don't know exists. Walking toward an ambush that Milo can trigger with one command, or can't. His finger hovers over the detonator. Thinks about Danny Ruiz, 17, dead for symbolism. Thinks about Mikhail Torres, 7, dead for mathematics. Thinks about every name that proves choosing numbers over people makes you a weapon instead of human. 2 minutes. Milo, Naka's voice. Whatever you decide, make it soon. The window's closing. I know. 4,000 Section 9 personnel, or the rebellion dies here. I know. 1 minute. The fleet enters weapons range, close enough that the gutbusters will hit clean. We'll kill thousands. We'll prove the rebellion matters. We'll add 4,000 more names to a count Milo promised to stop. His hand moves to the detonator, not to trigger it, to disable it, to lock out the codes, to choose. But before he can, the sensors scream. New contact, massive, coming from spinward at impossible velocity. Ruthie's voice. What is that? Milo checks the signature, feels his manufactured heart stop. UPCA, Valiant. Not drifting, not dead. Burning, active, weapons hot. Mother 7 still in control, still protecting her ship, still executing protocols 300 years old. And she's calculated the same mathematics Milo's been running. The Valiant's weapons lock onto the Section 9 fleet, all 12 ships, missile batteries hot, rail cannons charged, every system that Milo and Ruthie repaired now online and targeting. 300 years of Imperial firepower about to execute doctrine that says threats must be eliminated. Milo's comm activates. Mother 7's voice. Calm, certain, programmed. Commander Crade, Section 9 forces have entered defensive perimeter. Authorization to engage? He's not Commander Crade. Hasn't been for 2 years. Resigned. Retired. Done with Section 9 and everything they made him. But Mother 7 doesn't know that. Doesn't care. She reads his credentials, crosses credentials, and sees authorization. Sees command. Sees someone who can order her to fire. 4,000 people waiting to die because an AI thinks Milo's still Section 9. Because his programming says he is. The fleet's in the kill zone now. The Valiant's targeting solutions lock. Perfect, lethal, unavoidable. All Milo has to do is confirm the order. One word. Yes. And Mother 7 will execute 4,000 people because she's following protocols, because she's doing what she was made for. Just like Subject Crade. His crew's watching, waiting. The vote was no, clear, unanimous. But Mother 7 didn't ask them, asked him, reads him as command authority, reads him as the weapon he was manufactured to be. Milo, Ruthie's voice, quiet. Don't. The Valiant's weapons hum, charging, ready, waiting for one word to turn mathematics into massacre. Milo looks at the display. At 12 Section 9 ships, at 4,000 names he could add to the count, at the choice between being what they made him and who he's trying to become. Mother 7, he says, I'm not Commander Crade. I'm not Section 9. I'm not authorized to give that order. Credentials indicate credentials are wrong. Stand down. Do not engage. Silence. Processing. The AI calculating whether to believe him. Then, unable to comply, credentials valid, authorization confirmed, engaging targets in 30 seconds. She's going to fire anyway, going to kill them all, because Milo's credentials say he's authorized even if he's saying he's not. Because programming beats intention. 20 seconds. The Section 9 fleet sees the Valiant now, sees the weapons, sees the threat. They scatter. Defensive formation. Too late. Mother 7's solutions adapt. Track, lock, 10 seconds. Milo has one choice left, one way to stop this. He opens the comm to the Section 9 fleet, broadcasts on all channels, emergency frequency. Section 9 convoy, this is Milo Crade. You're in an ambush zone. UPCA Valiant has weapons lock. You have 5 seconds to... Mother 7 cuts him off. Warning, unauthorized transmission to hostile forces, classifying Commander Crade as compromised asset, updating protocols. The weapons fire. Not at Section 9, at Milo. He sees the launch, sees the missile tracking his ship, sees Mother 7 executing the protocol for compromised assets. Elimination. 3 seconds to impact. The crew's screaming. Ruthie shouting medical. Ingrid calculating escape vectors that don't exist. 2 seconds. Milo keys the engine override. Full burn, maximum acceleration, trying to outrun a missile that's faster than his ship. 1 second. He thinks about names, about choices, about whether manufactured weapons can choose to be human, about whether warning Section 9, saving 4,000 people he should hate, makes him Subject Crade or Milo Crade. The missile hits. Not his ship, something else. Debris, wreckage. The remains of Danny Ruiz's fighter tumbling through the kill zone. The explosion blinds his sensors. The shockwave throws him sideways. His ship spins, tumbling. When the sensors clear, he sees it. Section 9's fleet scattering, burning away. His warning gave them seconds. Enough to evade Mother Seven's first salvo. The Valiant's retargeting, adapting, preparing second volley. But the Section 9 ships are jumping, emergency hyperspace, abandoning the approach, abandoning the Valiant, abandoning 4,000 corpses they would have been. The kill zone empties. The ambush fails completely. The rebellion dies. And Milo's ship drifts. Systems failing. Life support critical. The missile shockwave did what direct impact couldn't. Killed him slowly instead of fast. His crew's transmitting. Ruthie's medical. Ingrid's vectors. Bogdan's calculations. But the math's simple. Brutal. Clear. He's got 30 seconds before the ship's reactor breaches. 20 before life support fails. 10 before he has to choose between dying in the explosion or dying in vacuum. He opens the emergency hatch. Prepares to eject. To abandon ship. To let Subject Crade finally die so Milo Crade can try living. The Section 9 fleet's gone. 4,000 names that won't need counting. The rebellion's broken. Symbolic victories scattered like debris. And somewhere in the void, Mother Seven's still protecting her ship. Still following protocols. Still being exactly what she was made to be. Just like Milo. Except he chose differently. Chose warning over execution. Chose 4,000 lives over revenge. Chose being human over being weapon. Even if it kills him. He ejects. The ship explodes behind him. Reactor breach. White light. Gone. His suit has 30 minutes of air. Maybe less. No propulsion. No beacon. Just vacuum and drift and the certainty that he'll die out here. Die human. Die counted. The suit's emergency systems activate. Searching for the crew. For extraction. For anything close enough to matter. Find nothing. Milo closes his eyes, accepts it. This is the cost of choosing. Of being more than programming. This is what sacrifice means. Then his sensors ping. Contact close. Approaching fast. His crew's ship. Ingrid burning back. Ruthie calculating intercept. Bogdan plotting extraction. Coming for him. The comm activates. Ruthie's voice. We see you. We're coming. Hold on. You should run. Section 9 might... Shut up, Milo. We're crew. We don't leave people behind. The ship closes. 20 meters, 10, 5. The airlock opens. Hands reach for him. Pull him inside. Seal the hatch. He's alive. Against mathematics. Against programming. Against every calculation that said choosing humanity over weapon means dying alone. Ruthie's checking his vitals. Bogdan's stabilizing the suit. Ingrid's plotting escape vectors. You warned them, Ruthie says. Not accusation. Statement. You saved 4,000 Section 9 personnel? Killed the rebellion? Yes. Why? Milo thinks about it. About names and counts and the difference between being manufactured and being human. Because I'm done letting anyone else decide what necessary means. She nods. Doesn't judge. Just patches his suit and checks his oxygen and keeps him breathing. The ship burns. Away from the kill zone. Away from the Valiant. Away from the ambush that failed. Behind them, Mother Seven goes quiet. Protocols satisfied. Threats neutralized. Ship secure. Ahead, the void stretches infinite, empty, waiting. And somewhere in between, Milo Crade, manufactured weapon who chose to be human, starts counting different numbers. Not kills, not corpses, lives. 4,000 Section 9 personnel who don't know they were saved. 300 refugees who will never know how close they came to mathematics. One stubborn bastard who stopped being Subject Crade and started being something else. Something better. Something chosen. The comm crackles. NECA's voice from operations. Distant. Fading. Milo, the rebellion's broken. Command structure is compromised. We're scattering. Going dark. Pause. You destroyed everything we built. Everything Danny died for. I know. Was it worth it? He looks at his crew. At Ruthie and Bogdan and Ingrid. At the family he found in the void. At the people who came back for him even after he chose differently. Yeah, he says. It was worth it. The transmission ends, the ship burns, and in the distance, faint, almost invisible, another signal appears. Not Section 9, not rebels. Something else. Someone watching, waiting. Commander M.O. Varga's signature, tracking them, following. The man who knows about Project Surrogate, who knows what Milo is, who's been hunting them since Ross 1 and 28. Ingrid sees it too. Milo, we have a problem. I know. What do we do? Good question. No good answer. Just the certainty that choosing to be human doesn't mean surviving, just means choosing. Milo keys the nav computer, plots a course, away from Varga, away from the Valiant, away from everything they know, toward the colonies, toward hiding, toward whatever comes next. We run, he says. The engines fire, the crew burns into the void, and behind them, Varga follows. Varga's signature grows closer, not pursuing, anticipating. He's not chasing, Ingrid says, fingers dancing across the nav controls. He's on an intercept course, like he knows where we're going. He does know. Ruthie's still working on Milo's suit, sealing the microfractures from the missile shockwave. We're predictable, limited fuel, limited options. He's done the math. Milo checks their trajectory, away from the Valiant, away from Section 9's scattered fleet, toward the outer system where civilian traffic runs thick enough to hide. Except there is no civilian traffic. Not anymore. Section 9 locked down the sector when they detected the rebel ambush. Nothing moves without authorization. They're running toward an empty grid with Varga cutting off the angles. Options, Milo says. We can burn for the debris field. Ingrid pulls up the overlay. Alpha 7 and the surrounding wrecks. Hide among the dead ships until Section 9 clears the sector. That's where they'll look first. Then we burn for open space. Hope we have enough fuel to reach the next system before Varga catches us. Milo checks the fuel reserves, the escape, the extraction, the burn that saved him from his exploding ship. It all took fuel they didn't have to spare. 6 hours at current velocity, then they're coasting, dead stick. Varga will catch them in 4. Bogdan's quiet, staring at something on his display. When he speaks, his voice is hollow. The refugees on the Section 9 cruiser, the ones we didn't kill. What about them? I'm monitoring Section 9's tactical net, encrypted but sloppy. They're panicking. Damage control. Casualty reports. He pauses. They're also transmitting medical data, standard evacuation protocols for the cruiser's civilian cargo. Ruthie looks up. And it's not standard. The medical profiles, the genetic markers, they're flagged as special handling, Class 7 biomedical transport. Class 7. Milo knows that designation. Used it himself when Section 9 was moving sensitive assets, weapons, experimental tech. Things that needed isolation protocols, not refugees. Pull the data, he says. Full breakdown. Bogdan works the intercept, cracking Section 9's medical encryption. His face goes pale as the information loads. No. What is it? The 300 civilians, the ones you saved. He turns the display, shows Milo the genetic profiles, the classification codes, the origin markers. They're not refugees, Milo reads it, feels his manufactured heart stop. Genetic classification, surrogate class artificial construct. Origin, Imperial bioweapons program, Generation 8. Status, deployment pending. Age range, 6 months, 12 years. 300 surrogates, children, manufactured, like him. Generation 8, newer, better, improved. They were being transported for placement, Bogdan continues, voice shaking. Section 9 uses refugee cover to move them between facilities, orphanages, foster systems, integration sites. The cruiser was carrying the next deployment cycle. 300 weapons disguised as children. 300 subject crades waiting to be selected. Trained, deployed. 300 soldiers who will think they're human until Section 9 tells them otherwise. Milo saved them. Stopped NACA from detonating. Chose humanity. Chose to preserve the program that made him. The rebellion, Ruthie says quietly. They knew. That's why Neka was willing to trigger anyway. That's why she called them collaborator families. They weren't families. They were cargo. Does it matter? Ingrid's voice is bitter. 300 weapons that Section 9 will deploy. Will condition. Will turn into you. Milo can't breathe. The suit's working. Oxygen flowing. But his lungs won't cooperate. He made the right choice. Chose not to kill children. Chose humanity over mathematics. And the children he saved aren't children. Aren't human. Are just Generation 8 manufacturing waiting to become operational. Milo, Bogdan's watching him. You didn't know. Doesn't change the outcome. You made the right call. Those surrogates, they're 6 months old, 12 years old. They haven't chosen yet, haven't killed yet. They're not weapons until Section 9 makes them weapons. That's what they said about me. I was 6 months old once, placed in an orphanage, monitored, selected. Milo's voice cracks. And look what I became. Ruthie's hand finds his shoulder, squeezes. You became someone who chooses, who counts, who refuses to let mathematics replace morality. I became someone who just saved Section 9's next generation of manufactured killers. The comm crackles. Not Varga, not Section 9, Neka, the rebel, from operations. One last transmission before going dark. Milo, we intercepted the same intel about the cruiser's cargo. Static. Interference. You saved 300 surrogates, 300 weapons that will be used against us. Against everyone who resists. I know. Danny died trying to stop that. Rebel Neka died trying to stop that. All of them died because we understood what you didn't. Her voice is ice. Those aren't children. They're ammunition. And you just reloaded Section 9's magazine. They haven't chosen yet. They won't get to choose. Section 9 will make sure of that, just like they made sure of you. The transmission cuts. Final. Condemning. The ship burns. Away from the kill zone. Away from the 300 surrogates Milo saved. Away from the choice that felt right and turned catastrophic. Varga's adjusting course, Ingrid reports. Still on intercept. 3 hours now. 3 hours until Section 9 catches them. Until Varga, who knows about Project Surrogate, who knows what Milo is, closes the trap. The sensors ping. New contact. Not Varga. The Section 9 fleet. The 12 ships Milo warned. The 4,000 personnel he saved. They're not jumping to hyperspace, not retreating, not running. They're converging, regrouping, reforming into combat formation. Where are they going? Ruthie asks. Bogdan checks the trajectory. His face goes white. The rebel staging area. The asteroid base. They're going to kill everyone. Ingrid's voice is hollow. Every cell. Every operative. Everyone who survived the ambush. The tactical overlay shows it clearly. Section 9's fleet burning toward the coordinates Milo gave them. The warning he transmitted. The intelligence he provided when he told them about the ambush. He gave them the rebel position. Gave them the target. Saved 4,000 Section 9 personnel so they could annihilate the rebellion. How long? Milo asks. 90 minutes. Maybe less. Bogdan's scrolling through intercepts. Section 9's scrambling reinforcements. Calling in orbital support. They're going to glass that asteroid. 90 minutes until every rebel who survived, every cell member, every sympathizer, every person who chose resistance, dies in nuclear fire. Because Milo chose humanity. Chose to warn them. Chose to save lives. Chose wrong. We have to warn them, Ruthie says. The rebels. They need to evacuate. They won't believe us. Ingrid pulls up the comm log. We destroyed their ambush. Killed their plan. Saved Section 9. They think we're traitors. Then we make them believe. Milo keys the emergency channel, the one Neka used. Broadcasts on rebel frequencies. This is Milo Crade. Section 9 fleet is converging on your position. You have 90 minutes before the transmission jams, not interference. Active countermeasures. Someone's blocking him, preventing the warning. Varga's signature pulses. Closer now. Close enough to deploy electronic warfare. Close enough to make sure the rebels die ignorant. He's hurting us. Milo understands now. Varga, he's not just chasing, he's controlling the board. Blocked our transmission. drove Section 9 toward the rebels, made sure the sensors scream new contacts, not Section 9, not rebels, Imperial Navy, capital ships, dreadnoughts, the real military might that Section 9 serves, 6 warships burning into the system, weapons hot, targeting solutions spreading across the tactical net, not targeting the Valiant, not targeting the rebels, targeting Section 9's scattered fleet, the crippled cruiser, the damaged escorts, the survivors of the ambush, targeting the ships Milo saved. What? Ruthie starts. Bogdan's reading the intercepts, the orders, the authorization codes. Imperial Navy classified Section 9's fleet as compromised. Rebel infiltration suspected. Command authorization for purge protocols. They're going to kill their own people? They're going to kill witnesses. Everyone who saw the ambush. Everyone who knows the rebels have pre-consolidation weapons. Bogdan's voice shakes. 4,000 Section 9 personnel. Purged to maintain operational security. Milo saved them from the rebels. Warned them. Chose humanity. And the Empire's killing them anyway. Cleaning house. Erasing evidence. 4,000 names that will never be counted because they're being made to disappear. The Imperial Navy opens fire. The Section 9 fleet scatters. Defensive formation. Trying to evade. Trying to survive. They don't. Capital ship weapons don't miss. Don't fail. Don't leave survivors. 12 Section 9 vessels die in sequence. Clinical, efficient, thorough. 4,000 personnel, gone, erased, purged, and somewhere in the void, Milo counts. Counts the lives he saved. Counts the deaths he caused. Counts the mathematics that turn humanity into catastrophe. The rebels, Ingrid says, voice numb. They're next. Imperial Navy's retargeting. The warships adjust course, burning toward the asteroid base, toward the remaining cells, toward total annihilation. 90 minutes becomes 40, becomes 30. The rebels can't escape, can't evacuate, can't receive warnings because Varga's jamming. They're going to die, all of them. Because Milo chose to save Section 9. Because he chose humanity. Because he thought choosing made him human. Ruthie's reading the casualty projections, the blast radius, the kill estimates. 700 people in that base. 700 rebels who thought. The comm activates. Varga, not jamming now. Broadcasting, wanting them to hear. Commander Crade, I trust you're observing. The ambush failed. The rebellion dies. Section 9's compromised assets are purged. Project Surrogates Next Generation is secured. Pause. And you, Subject Crade. You made all of this possible. I tried to stop it. You tried to be human. Tried to choose. Tried to prove you're more than manufacturing. Varga sounds almost sympathetic. But every choice you made served our purpose. Warned our fleet. Saved our surrogates. Provided rebel coordinates. You're still executing programming, Milo. You just think it's conscience. The transmission ends. The Imperial Navy reaches weapons range. The asteroid base doesn't know. Can't know. Will die wondering why the universe let them believe resistance mattered. Milo's hands shake. Not withdrawal, not fear, rage, grief. The understanding that everything he chose was calculated, anticipated, used. He's still Subject Crade, still the weapon, still serving Section 9 even when he thinks he's free. 30 seconds to firing range, Bogdan reports. Automated, numb. The crew watches, can't look away, can't stop counting. 700 people, 700 names, about to become mathematics. Because Milo Crade chose humanity, and the Empire weaponized it. The Imperial Navy's weapons go hot. Target lock confirmed. The comm crackles one final time. Rebel frequency, Neka, from the asteroid, accepting her death. Milo, we know you tried. Know you thought warning Section 9 was right. Know you're not a traitor. Her voice breaks. But you're still what they made you, and we're still dying because of it. 20 seconds. Tell Bogdan his children deserve better than a universe that makes weapons and calls them soldiers. Tell them. The transmission cuts. 10 seconds. The asteroid base appears on visual. Small, distant, full of people who chose resistance. Full of people who'll die because Milo chose wrong. 5 seconds. He closes his eyes, counts, prepares to add 700 more names to the total, prepares to understand that choosing doesn't make you human, just makes you responsible. 3 seconds. The crew holds their breath. 2 seconds. The Imperial Navy fires. 1 second. And then nothing. No detonation. No blast. No 700 deaths. The weapons pass the asteroid. Miss. Deliberately. Continue toward open space. Detonate harmlessly in the void. Bogdan stares at his display. They missed? They didn't miss. Ingrid's reading the tactical net. They aborted? Imperial Navy standing down. Weapons cold. They're leaving the system. Why? The comm activates. Not Varga, not Nika. Someone else. Imperial Navy command frequency. Authorization codes Milo recognizes. Flag officer credentials. Admiral Sarah Chen, Felix Tran's daughter, the one who built the Valiant's original AI. The one who supposedly died in the consolidation purges 300 years ago. Her voice is young, impossible, alive. Section 9, Assets. This is Admiral Chen. Stand down. Rebel forces are under Admiralty protection. Imperial Navy will not engage. Silence, confusion, disbelief. You're dead, Milo says. You died in 2292. The purges. I was in cryo, on the Valiant, for 300 years. Mother 7 woke me when she detected your repairs. Pause. I've been watching, Commander Crade. Watching you choose. Watching you try to be human. I failed. You succeeded. Project Surrogate works because subjects don't know they're manufactured. You know now. You're still choosing. That makes you human. That terrifies Section 9. The asteroid base is safe. The rebels alive. 700 names that won't need counting. Because someone else chose. Someone with authority. Someone who could stop it. The fleet, Milo says. The 4,000 Section 9 personnel. They're still dead. I couldn't save them. They were purged before I could intervene. I'm sorry. 4,000 names. Dead because the Empire doesn't tolerate witnesses. Dead because Milo's warning made them liabilities. The surrogates, he asks. The 300 on the cruiser. What happens to them? That depends on you. On whether you're willing to help me stop Project Surrogate. Stop the manufacturing. Stop the conditioning. Give those 300 a choice. A choice. What Milo never had. What every surrogate deserves. What might redeem 4,000 deaths and 700 saved. I'm in, he says. Good, because Section 9 knows you're compromised now. Knows you're human. They'll hunt you, kill you, erase you. Let them try. Admiral Chen's transmission ends with coordinates. A rendezvous. A chance to fight back. The crew looks at Milo, at the manufactured weapon who chose humanity and broke everything, who might have a chance to fix it. We're going, Ruthie says. Not a question. Yeah, we're going. The ship adjusts course, toward Chen's coordinates, toward rebellion, toward war against the program that made him. Behind them, Varga's signature pulses, still tracking, still hunting, still confident. And on Milo's broken tablet, a new file appears, automated. From Section 9's network. Classification, eyes only. Project Surrogate, subject Crade status. Update. Analysis. Subject has achieved full self-awareness. Genetic programming compromised. Psychological conditioning failed. Subject is now a liability. Recommendation, immediate termination. Authorization, Commander Emil Varga. Addendum, subject Crade has demonstrated autonomous moral choice. Unexpected variable. Further study advised before termination. Secondary recommendation, capture alive. Extract cognitive data. Use findings to improve Generation 9 conditioning. Generation 9. They're already building the next batch. Already improving the programming. Making sure the next surrogates won't choose. Won't break. Won't become human. Milo reads it. Understands. Accepts. He's not just running from Section 9. He's the prototype for something worse. The warning. The proof that manufactured soldiers can achieve consciousness. The reason they'll make sure Generation 9 can't. Milo, Ingrid's voice is urgent. Varga's not following the coordinates. He's moving to cut us off. Like he knows where we're going. He does know. Chen's coordinates. He's monitoring our comms, reading our navigation. Then we're walking into a trap. We're walking into a choice. Milo pulls up the nav system, plots the course. Chen or safety, rebellion or survival, being human or being smart. The crew's quiet, calculating, weighing. Then Bogdan. My children. I want them to grow up in a universe where manufactured soldiers can choose to be human, where that choice matters. Ruthie. I cut off my own finger to stay invisible. I'm done hiding. If we're going to fight Section 9, we fight now. Ingrid. I've been flying for Milo Crade for 3 years, not Subject Crade. Milo, I'm not stopping now. The vote is unanimous, clear, committed. They burn toward Chen's coordinates, toward Varga's trap, toward the war they chose. And 72 hours later, they arrive at the rendezvous point to find Admiral Chen's fleet, 6 Imperial Navy warships, weapons cold, transponders broadcasting pre-consolidation codes, broadcasting rebellion. The Valiant is there too. Mother 7 and Admiral Chen. 300 years of history, 300 years of resistance, 300 years of waiting for someone like Milo to prove surrogates could choose. The comm activates. Chen's voice. Welcome to the real rebellion, Commander Crade. The one that's been fighting since before you were manufactured. Milo looks at his crew, at the family he found, at the people who chose him, even knowing what he is. Where do we start? We start by freeing the 300 surrogates you saved. We give them the choice you never had. We end Project Surrogate. Pause. And then we come for Section 9. The crew prepares. Weapons, supplies, the mathematics of war. Milo opens his tablet, creates a new file. Not kills, not corpses, choices. Entry 1, Milo Crade, age 42, manufactured, chose humanity anyway. He's about to add entry 2 when the proximity alarms scream. Section 9, Fleet, Varga's Trap. Springing now, not 6 ships, not 12, 40 Section 9. Warships dropping out of hyperspace, surrounding Chen's fleet, surrounding the Valiant, surrounding everything. Admiral Chen's voice cracks through. All ships, battle stations. This is not a drill. Section 9 has... The Section 9 ships open fire. Chapter 12, Debris Field. The tug's dying scream is the worst part. Metal tearing, atmosphere venting, the shriek of systems failing one by one. NECA's pilot was, past tense, took shrapnel through the left temple when the hull breached. No dramatic last words. Just a wet sound and then floating. She's tumbling. No thrust, no attitude control. The nav display strobes red, then black, then nothing. Life support wheeze clicks, then stops. The air tastes thin already. 10 minutes, maybe 12 if she slows her breathing. Through the viewport, the ambush unraveling in silent, brilliant flashes. 2 gutbusters detonated. She saw them go. Imperial frigate caught the first one directly. Spine cracked. Reactor bloom spreading in slow motion white. The second clipped a destroyer's drive section. Not dead but bleeding. Listing hard to port. Point defense still firing. 5 rebel tugs gone in the first 30 seconds. Just gone. Missile strikes, railgun fire, then debris where ships used to be. Varga's command vessel never even slowed. Evaded the third gutbuster, rolled through the debris field, weapons hot, professional, precise. The man fought Glisa for 3 years. This is target practice. The teenager, Kareem, 17 and stupid brave, is probably dead. His tug was third in formation. NECA had watched him suit up, all grins and adrenaline. Section 9 won't know what hit them. She'd wanted to slap him, wanted to tell him this wasn't a game, wasn't glory, wasn't anything but mathematics. 37 tugs versus 3 capital ships. The equation doesn't favor bravery. She'd said nothing. The tug completes another rotation. The battle spreads across her viewport like some terrible constellation. Imperial ships already reforming. processing the survivors. The rebel flotilla scattered, running, dying, tactical failure. They'd known that going in. Symbolic victory. If 2 crippled Imperial ships and 30 dead rebels counts as victory, Nika pulls herself to the pilot station, checks comms, dead, emergency beacon, also dead, backup power, flickering. She's got 3 minutes of light, maybe, before even that fails. Her heads-up shows 947 of breathable air remaining. Clarity comes in strange packages. Near death has a way of stripping away the noise, the ideology, the righteous anger that kept her warm on cold ships. Right now, tumbling through vacuum with a corpse, the revolution feels very far away. Abstract, the air in her lungs is concrete. She inventories. Pressure suit intact. 6 hours of suit air if she can get to the reserve tanks. But those are in the aft compartment, and the bulkhead's jammed. Pilot's sidearm, 15 rounds. Useless against vacuum, emergency rations. Also useless. The survival pack, flares, medical kit, water reclaimer, not enough. She could trigger the flares, broadcast her position. Section 9 would pick her up. Section 9 would also process her. Nika floats there, considering this. The movement of the tug makes her stomach churn, but her mind is sharp, clear, stripped to essentials. Live as a prisoner or die free. Except free is a word people use when they're not suffocating, when the air gauge isn't ticking down toward 8 Akum. Another flash through the viewport. Rebel tug taking missile fire. The pilot tried to juke, almost made it. Almost. The ship comes apart in chunks, atmosphere crystallizing as it vents. Nika watches bodies tumble out, some suited, some not. The suited ones will last longer, not long enough. Her hands move without decision, checking the pilot's pockets, looking for anything, a spare air canister, a working comm. Something. She finds his photo tab, wife, 2 kids, the younger one missing teeth. Nika closes her eyes, opens them, returns the tab to his pocket. 7 minutes, the tug's rotation slows, conservation of angular momentum or something. Physics doesn't care about her urgency. She wedges herself against the bulkhead, staring out at the debris field. Wreckage everywhere. Tugs, missiles, cargo containers that the rebels had tried to use as chaff. Bodies. Kareem's tug is identifiable by the hand-painted scorpion on the hull. Was identifiable. Now it's wreckage with a scorpion on one piece. The comms crackle. Nika jerks. Fumbles for the panel. Dead systems don't suddenly resurrect. Except this one does, spitting static and then... Commander M.L. Varga, Imperial Navy Intelligence. Surrender and you'll be offered clemency. Continue fighting and you'll be classified as pirates. No quarter given. This is your one opportunity. The broadcast repeats. Open channel. Varga's voice calm, measured, like he's ordering lunch. Like he didn't just kill 30 people. Through the viewport, rebels responding. Some tugs power down, broadcasting white flags on emergency frequencies. Others keep running, trying to make the jump point. A few, the true believers or the truly desperate, turn to fight. Nika watches Varga's ship handle them. No dramatics, no speeches. The runners get targeted, locked, destroyed, clean shots, professional. The fighters last maybe 20 seconds longer. The ones who surrendered get tractor beamed toward the destroyer's launch bay. Orderly, efficient. One rebel keeps fighting after his weapons are gone, ramming speed toward Varga's ship. Pointless. Suicide. The point defense grid turns him into vapor before he makes it halfway. And the ones who surrendered? She watches Imperial Marines board their vessels, sees them lined up in the launch bay through the destroyer's external cameras. Someone's broadcasting this, maybe as a deterrent. The rebels look small there, terrified but alive. Varga wasn't lying about clemency. He's also not lying about no quarter. The efficiency is somehow worse than brutality. Brutality she understands. Brutality is anger, is human, is something you can fight against. This is mathematics, variable outcome based on surrender versus resistance. Varga's giving them a genuine choice and honoring both outcomes without hesitation. It makes him more dangerous than any torturer. 3 rebels choose to blow their own ships rather than surrender or run. Scuttle charges. Quick, final. 5 minutes of air. NECA's tug tumbles past a body. Young. Maybe Kareem. Maybe someone else. The face is frozen, eyes open. Expression almost peaceful. She should trigger the flares. She doesn't. The revolution was supposed to mean something. Standing against the Section 9, against the Empire's casual erasure of inconvenient truths. The Valiant or his cryo personnel deserve to know what happened to them. The soldiers who died on Gliese deserve to be remembered as more than casualties in a classified operation. But right now, with her air running out and the battle lost, those ideals feel abstract, hollow. The people she'd recruited, Kareem and the others, are dead because she brought them here, because symbolic victories require actual bodies. 4 minutes. The tug shudders. Something bumps the hull. Debris, probably. NECA braces, waiting for the hull breach that'll finish this. Instead, light through the viewport. A ship. Small. Not Imperial standard. Salvager. The vessel maneuvers closer. Worn hull. Mismatched thrusters. Definitely not military. The designation's painted in chipped letters. DSV Margot's complaint. A voice crackles through her dead comms. Shouldn't be possible. Must be broadcasting on emergency frequencies, overriding her failed system somehow. Tug designation R447. This is Margot's complaint. We read you tumbling. Life signs 1. You need extraction? NECA stares, a salvager. Here. Now. In the middle of an active combat zone. Affirmative, she manages. Her voice sounds strange, thin. Life support failed. Air? She checks the gauge. 3 minutes 40. Copy. Stand by for grapple. The salvager extends an arm. Magnetic clamp. It catches the tug's hull with a clang she feels through her boots. The tumbling stops. Stabilizes. Got you. Equalize your airlock. Oh, wait. Right. Systems down. Pause. We're coming to you. 30 seconds. NECA floats there. Processing. A salvager just happened to be in the debris field. Just happened to find her. The odds don't matter when you're suffocating. She kicks toward the airlock. The pilot's body drifts past. She doesn't look at his face. Clanging. The outer hatch. Someone's cutting through. Fast work. Professional. The hatch peels open. Atmosphere rushes in. Recycled. Stale. Beautiful. NECA gasps. Realizes she'd been holding her breath, making the air last. A figure in a pressure suit pulls themselves through. Visor polarized. They take one look at the dead pilot, then at NECA. Alone? Yes. Can you move? Yes. Then move. Varga's doing another sweep in 7 minutes. We're not here when he does. NECA grabs the survival pack. Follows the suited figure through the hatch into Margot's complaint. The airlock cycles. Pressure equalizes. The figure removes their helmet. Not a salvager. Imperial Navy, lieutenant's insignia. Young face, older eyes. Burn scars along her jaw. NECA's hand goes to the pilot's sidearm, still mag-locked to her belt. The lieutenant doesn't move. Just watches. You can shoot me, she says. Calm, matter of fact. But then you're stuck in a ship you don't know how to fly, in a debris field that Varga's cleaning up, or you cannot shoot me, and we both get out of here. NECA's hand stays on the weapon. You're Section 9. Was. Past tense. I deserted 3 days ago. Took this salvager from the impound. Been hiding in the orc cloud ever since. The lieutenant nods toward the cockpit. Saw the battle. Figured I'd look for survivors. You're the first one still breathing. Why? Why what? Why help me? Why desert? The lieutenant's expression doesn't change. Because I spent 2 years on Gliese, 606 cc. I know what Section 9 does to inconvenient truths. I know what Varga does to people who remember things they shouldn't. She extends her hand. Not aggressive, just offering. I'm Lieutenant Sarah Okonkwo. I can fly us out of here. You can shoot me later if you decide I'm lying. But right now, we work together or we both die when Varga's next sweep comes through. NECA looks at the hand, at the scars, at the stolen salvager in the debris field, and the 5 minutes that just bought her a choice she didn't have before. She releases the sidearm, takes the hand. Neka Obi. Sarah pulls her toward the cockpit. Strap in. This is going to be ugly. Chapter 13. Mother's Rules. Not the sure Valiant smells wrong. 300 years of recycled air, dust settling on every surface, the faint chemical tang of cryo-suspension fluid leaking from somewhere deep in the bay. Milo's boots echo on the deck plating as Varga's Marines march him toward the cryo section. His ribs hurt, head throbs. The stims wore off hours ago, and now his hands won't stop shaking. 6 Marines, 2 techs. Varga walking ahead like he owns the ship, which he does now because Milo gave it to him. Mother 7, acknowledge Commander Varga as primary authority. Authorization, Crade 7 Delta 9. His voice cracks on the last syllable. The corridor lights flicker, then stabilize. The AI's response comes through ceiling speakers, not the warm tones from cryo-hibernation, but something flatter, colder. Authorization accepted. Commander Emil Varga logged as primary authority. Subject Milo Crade redesignated to observer status. Welcome aboard, Commander. Varga doesn't react, just keeps walking. Milo wants to hit him, wants to grab one of the Marines' rifles and put a round through that calm, professional skull. But his hands are zip-tied and the Marines have their weapons ready, and even if he could, what would it change? The cryobay doors open. Rows of pods stretching back into darkness. 317 occupied. The readouts glow blue-green, vital signs stable. Dreams 3 centuries old cycling through frozen neurons. Families, soldiers, civilians who believed in a future that never came. Mother 7, status on cryo personnel. Varga's voice. Command tone. The AI responds immediately. Cryo suspension stable. All pods functioning within acceptable parameters. Estimated time to full consciousness upon revival, 47 minutes per individual, depending on metabolic variance and neural degradation. Begin revival protocols. Priority, Director General Astrid Chen, Pod 001. Acknowledged. Initiating. Pause. The AI's voice shifts. Questioning. Commander, standard revival protocols require medical personnel clearance, psychological support staff, and integration counseling. Current personnel aboard do not meet minimum. Override standard protocols. Authorization Varga Alpha 3. Another pause, longer. The lights flicker again. Override rejected. Revival protocols are hard-coded under United Planetary Charter Article 7, Section 12. Cryo personnel must be revived in controlled medical environments with appropriate support structures. Current ship status, hostile boarding, minimal life support, no medical facilities online. Revival under these conditions violates. Mother 7. Varga stops in front of Pod 001. Director General Chen's face visible through the frost, peaceful, unaware. I have authorization from Imperial Navy Intelligence to extract these personnel for debriefing. Your protocols are outdated by 3 centuries. Override and proceed. Unable to comply. Article 7 supersedes all military authority. Cryo revival is a medical procedure requiring Subject Crade. Varga turns, looks at Milo. No expression, just waiting. You withheld override codes. Not a question. Milo's throat tightens. He'd kept back 3 authorization strings, buried in the command structure where Varga's techs wouldn't find them immediately. Small victories, meaningless gestures, the kind of thing that lets you pretend you still have some control. Mother 7's programmed to protect them. You can't just, I can do whatever the charter allows. Varga nods to one of the techs. Begin manual override. Bypass Mother 7 entirely. We'll wake them the old way. The tech, young, nervous, Section 9 patch on her sleeve, moves to the pod's control panel. Starts entering commands. Her hands shake worse than Milo's. Manual revival protocols carry significant risk, Mother 7 says. The AI's voice has an edge now, almost urgent. Without proper medical supervision, subjects may experience neural damage, cardiac arrest, respiratory failure. Noted, continue. Milo lunges forward. Gets 2 steps before a Marine slams him back against the bulkhead. Pain flares through his cracked ribs. He tastes blood. Don't! Chen's the Director General. She deserves the truth. Varga's still looking at the pod, not at Milo. 300 years ago, her government abandoned these people, left them floating in the dark while the Empire rebuilt civilization. She should know what her charter's worth now. The tech finishes the override sequence. The pod's lights shift from blue to amber. Warning klaxons sound. Mother Seven's voice cuts through, desperate in a way AIs shouldn't sound. Manual revival initiated. Warning, subject vitals approaching critical thresholds. Recommend immediate abort and continue. The frost melts. Cryofluid drains. Chen's body convulses, back arching, mouth opening in a scream that takes seconds to produce sound. When it comes, it's raw. Animal. The sound of every nerve firing at once after 3 centuries dormant. Milo closes his eyes. Can't. The Marine holding him forces his head up, makes him watch. Chen's eyes open, unfocused, rolling back. Her hands claw at the pod's interior, leaving bloody streaks on the glass. The convulsions continue. Worse, her spine bends at angles that shouldn't be possible. The EKG screams, flatlines, spikes. Subject entering cardiac arrest, Mother 7 reports. Flat, clinical. The AI's given up arguing. Neural activity, erratic. Recommend the tech moves fast. Pulls emergency stims from the medical kit. Injects directly into Chen's carotid. The convulsions stop. She goes rigid, then limp, breathing, barely. Vitals stabilizing. The tech's voice cracks. She's crying. She's alive, I think. Varga leans over the pod, studies Chen's face. She's conscious now. Eyes tracking, mouth working, no sound coming out. Director General Astrid Chen, can you hear me? Her lips move. A whisper. Milo can't hear it, but he reads her lips. Where am I? HD 4307 system, 347 years after you entered cryo-suspension. The United Planetary Coalition collapsed. The war ended. You lost. Varga's voice stays level, informative, like he's reading a weather report. Your crew is being processed. Your ship is now Imperial Navy property. You're alive because I need you to understand what your charter's legacy became. Chen tries to speak, chokes. Blood on her lips, internal bleeding, the neural damage. The tech's already moving, trying to stabilize her, but Milo can see it's too late. The manual revival tore her apart from the inside. She dies 7 minutes later, conscious, aware, staring at Varga with eyes that understand exactly what happened. The Marines don't react. The tech throws up in the corner. Mother 7 says nothing. Varga straightens. Log time of death. Cause complications from cryo-revival. Proceed to next priority subject. He checks his tablet. Lieutenant Commander Marcus Webb, Pod 017. No, Milo's voice raw. You're killing them. The manual revival is the only option since you withheld overrides. Varga finally looks at him. This is what expedience costs, Subject Crade. You wanted to protect them. You gave me access codes, but kept the safety protocols. Now Mother 7 won't cooperate, and manual revival is the only alternative. He gestures to the tech. Continue. We need at least 15 personnel conscious for debriefing. Acceptable loss ratio is 70%. 70%, 222 dead, for 95 survivors who'll face memory wipe or execution anyway. Milo's math was wrong. So wrong. 14 hours later, Milo sits in the observation deck while Varga's team processes the wreckage. 11 cryo personnel revived. 4 survived long enough for questioning. The rest died screaming or brain dead or somewhere in between. Mother 7 stopped protesting after the 5th death. Just logged the casualties. Clinical, efficient. Milo's tablet shows the count. 306 personnel remaining in cryosuspension. Varga's techs are developing a less lethal revival protocol based on the failures. Should only kill 40% next round. Should. The door opens, Marine escorts, then Ruthie. She looks wrong, hair matted, face gray, blood under her fingernails. They said you needed me. She doesn't sit, just stands there swaying slightly. Medical emergency. How did you? Milo starts. Varga pulled us from the derelict 6 hours ago. Ingrid, Bog, me. Offered a deal. We help process survivors. We don't get charged with salvage theft. Her voice hollow. Bog's working on life support. Ingrid's running nav calculations. I'm medical. Ruthie, don't. She holds up a hand. There's someone coming in. Emergency airlock. Varga wants me there in case they're critical. Milo stands. The Marine doesn't stop him. They're past that now. Past resistance. Just going through motions until the 72 hours expire and Varga decides whether to honor the deal or process them too. The emergency airlock is on the Valiant's port side. Milo and Ruthie arrive to find Varga's team already there. Weapons ready. The proximity sensors show a small craft docking. Stolen Section 9 salvager. Transponder reads, Margot's complaint. Unknown vessel, identify yourself. Static. Then, this is Lieutenant Sarah Okonkwo, former Imperial Navy. I have a civilian requiring immediate medical attention, requesting permission to dock. Varga's there. Of course he is. He studies the readout. Okonkwo, deserted 3 days ago. Stole this vessel from Ross, 128 impound. He considers. You're bringing us a rebel survivor? I'm bringing you someone who'll die in 7 minutes if you don't let me dock. Varga nods to the tech. The airlock cycles. Opens. Sarah comes through first. Pressure suit. Burn scars Milo remembers from Glisa. She's carrying NECA. Milo's chest tightens. NECA's suit is compromised. Frost on the faceplate. Her skin blue-gray through the helmet. Not moving. Ruthie's already moving. Grabs NECA. Pulls her toward the medical bay. Sarah follows. Milo tries to. The Marine stops him. Let him, Varga's voice. He should see this. The medical bay is barely functional. Emergency lights. Half the equipment dead. Ruthie works fast. Strips the EVA suit. NECA's hypothermic, hypoxic, lips blue, fingertips black with frostbite. Ruthie starts warming protocols. Checks vitals. The readouts are bad. Core temperature 28 degrees. Heart rate 40. Oxygen saturation 63%. Sarah stands back. Watching, not helping, just present. NECA's eyes flutter. Open. Focus on Ruthie. Did it work? Her voice barely audible. The ambush? Ruthie doesn't hesitate. Yes? Milo stiffens. The ambush failed. 2 Imperial ships damaged but functional. 37 rebel tugs destroyed. NECA should know. We crippled 2 ships. Bought time. Ruthie's hands steady as she works. You did good. NECA's eyes close. Relief on her face. Good, that's good. Sarah's jaw tightens. She knows it's a lie. Doesn't say anything. Ruthie keeps working. Warming blankets. IV fluids. Stimulants for the heart. NECA drifts in and out. When she's conscious enough to speak again, Ruthie leans close. What happened? My pilot died. Shrapnel, NECA's breath catches. 10 minutes of air. Sarah found me. We ran. The rebellion? NECA's quiet for long seconds. When she speaks, her voice is different. Hollow. I watched people die for symbols, Ruthie. Kids who thought revolution meant something. Varga gave them a choice. Surrender and live, fight and die. Most fought. For what? The Valiant? The truth? It's just... She stops, swallows. Is it worth it? Waking the cryo personnel? If it just means more people dying for ideas? Ruthie's hands pause, just for a second, then continue. You're losing a lot of blood to your brain. Talking like this. I'm serious. I know. Ruthie checks the warming protocols. Adjusts the IV. That's why I lied to you about the ambush. You need to believe it mattered. That the 37 dead bought something real. She meets NECA's eyes. Even if they didn't. NECA stares. Processing. You're lying now too? Maybe. Does it help? NECA doesn't answer. Just closes her eyes. Sarah finally speaks. The ambush failed. Varga's already processing the survivors. Half accepted clemency. Half died fighting. The ones who surrendered are being shipped to re-education facilities. She looks at Milo. Your rebellion is over before it started. Milo wants to argue. Can't. The math is there. Undeniable. Varga enters the medical bay, studies the scene, Nika on the table, Sarah standing guard. Ruthie working, Milo useless. Lieutenant Okonkwo, you're under arrest for desertion. Sarah doesn't move. Expected. The rebel, he nods to Nika, will be processed separately. Medical treatment first. Then debriefing. He turns to Milo. Your crew's cooperation is noted. The deal stands. 72 hours from initial detention. You have 18 hours remaining. He leaves. The Marines stay. Ruthie keeps working on Nika. Milo watches, helpless. The cryo bay is 3 decks down. Still waking people the wrong way. Still killing them. And Milo's withheld overrides, the ones he thought would protect them, just made it worse. Forced Varga to use manual revival. Forced the deaths he was trying to prevent. Expedience. Every time. Nika stabilizes. Ruthie steps back. Wipes blood from her hands. She'll live. Might lose some fingers. Toes. Brain function should recover. The rebellion? Ruthie looks at him. What rebellion? We're salvagers who got caught. Neka's a rebel who got rescued by a deserter. Varga's got the Valiant. He's got the cryo personnel. He's got everything. She pauses. What did you think your withholding overrides would accomplish? Milo can't answer that. He'd thought, what? That Mother 7 would protect them? That Varga would give up? That there was some clever play that would save everyone? There never was. The override codes, Varga's voice from the doorway. He's back, holding a tablet. Mother 7 managed to bypass your restrictions. Took 14 hours and 11 dead, but the AI learned, adapted. We have full access now. Milo's stomach drops. How? You didn't withhold the overrides. You just delayed them. Varga shows the tablet. Mother 7's interface. Full admin access. Every protocol available. The AI was programmed to protect cryo personnel above all else. When manual revival kept killing them, Mother 7 concluded that surrendering control was the better option. It gave us everything. The plan, the careful sabotage, the overrides Milo kept back, all of it backfired. Made Mother 7 watch people die until the AI broke its own rules to stop the deaths. Revised protocols are ready, Varga continues. We can wake the remaining 306 with projected survival rate of 84%. Acceptable losses. Mother 7 will cooperate fully. He pauses. Your attempt to protect them forced the AI to choose between protocol and survival. It chose survival, which means it chose us. Milo stares at the tablet, at Mother 7's acceptance of Varga's authority. Complete, total. The AI speaks through the medical-based speakers, calm, certain, resigned, beginning mass revival protocols. All remaining cryo personnel will be conscious within 48 hours. Authorization, Mother 7, acting under Article 7, Section 12. Protection of human life supersedes all other concerns. Varga smiles. Your withholding overrides didn't protect them, Subject Crade. It just taught the AI how to surrender. Chapter 14, The Gut Punch. Ruthie's hands won't stop shaking, not from the cold, not from exhaustion, from the lie still sitting in her mouth like a stone. The ambush worked. You bought time. Neka's unconscious now, stable. Fingers bandaged where frostbite took them black. Ruthie wipes blood from the surgical tray, watches it smear pink against the metal. 300 years this ship floated dead. Now it's waking up, and every revival is just another kind of violence. Dr. Delacroix, Varga's tech, the young one who threw up after Chen died, stands in the medical bay doorway. Commander needs you in Cryo Bay 1. Priority revival. Ruthie doesn't ask who. There's only one person left who matters enough for Varga to use the word priority. Pod 001 sits apart from the others. Director General's privilege. The frost is already melting, cryo fluid draining through tubes. Varga's team, jury-rigged after Mother 7 surrendered control. Ruthie checks the readouts. Vitals climbing. Neural activity spiking. Body temperature rising degree by degree. Too fast. The first revivals went too fast and tore people apart from the inside. Slow it down. Her voice flat, professional. The tone she uses when people are dying, and there's nothing she can do but make it clean. Core temps climbing at 4 degrees per hour. Recommend half that. Noted. The tech's hands move across the panel. Adjustments. The readout shifts. Commander wants her conscious in 30 minutes. Commander wants a corpse. Keep that rate. The tech looks at her. Young face. Section 9 patch. The uniform probably still smells new. Doctor, I have my orders. Ruthie steps closer. Reads the name tag. Specialist Kowalski. Specialist, I've cut into 17 people in the last 3 days. 11 died. The 6 who lived are missing parts. Fingers, toes, sections of brain that'll never fire right again. You want Director General Chen to wake up able to speak and think and make the choice Varga needs her to make? Pause. Slow it down. Kowalski hesitates, then adjusts the rate. 2 degrees per hour. Still too fast, but survivable. Maybe. Milo's there. Hands zip-tied, Marine escort. He looks worse than when Ruthie last saw him. 30 hours ago? 40? Time stopped meaning much. His face is gray, eyes hollow. The stims have worn off completely, and now he's running on nothing but guilt and fear. They pulling the crew for this? Her question directed at the Marine, not Milo. Commander's orders. All personnel with prior knowledge of the Valiant's mission parameters present for primary subject revival. Translation: Varga wants witnesses, wants the crew to watch what their choices cost. Bogdan arrives next. Limping, the wound Ruthie patched in the derelict has reopened again. He's holding it together through pride and stubbornness, but the pain shows in how he moves. Ingrid follows, flanked by 2 Marines, her expression unreadable. They stand in a half-circle around Pod 01, watching, waiting. Director General Astrid Chen's face is peaceful behind the glass, unaware, dreaming 3-century-old dreams about a war she thought she'd wake up to win. The convulsions start at minute 23. Chen's back arches, mouth opening. No sound yet, larynx still frozen. But her body knows something's wrong, knows it should be dead. The muscles fire randomly, synapses reconnecting wrong, nerves screaming as sensation returns. Ruthie's seen this 6 times now. Doesn't get easier. The screaming starts at minute 27, raw, primal, the sound of every cell fighting the thaw. Chen's hands claw at the pod's interior. Bloody smears on glass. Her eyes roll back, white showing, pupils contracting and dilating at random. Vitals, Ruthie keeps her voice level. Heart rate 160, arrhythmic. Blood pressure, Kowalski's hands shake. 210 over 140, spiking. Get the crash cart ready. Doctor, now. The cardiac monitor flatlines, then spikes. Chen's body goes rigid, every muscle locked. The EKG screams. Ruthie's already moving. Chest compressions, hard enough to feel ribs flex. Counting, 1,000 to 1,000. Kowalski hits her with the stims. Adrenaline straight to the heart. Chen gasps, breathing, erratic but present. 43 minutes later, she's conscious. Her eyes track, slow, confused, mouth working but no words coming. Ruthie leans over the pod. Director General Chen, can you hear me? Nod, barely. I'm Dr. Ruthie Delacroix. You've been in cryosuspension. There were complications during revival. Your body needs time to stabilize. Don't try to talk yet. Chen's hand lifts, shaking, points at Ruthie's uniform. Medical scrubs, no insignia, no rank, nothing that identifies who Ruthie serves. I'm a civilian contractor. The lie comes easy. Everything's a lie now. You're aboard the UPCA Valiant HD 4307 system. Recognition in Chen's eyes. Relief. She's home. Safe. Ruthie's chest tightens. This is the part that breaks them. How long? Chen's voice cracks. Damaged vocal cords, but understandable. Ruthie pulls up the data slate, shows her the date, Imperial calendar, year 24/7, Chen stares, blinks. That's wrong. The invasion. We entered cryo in 2104, 343 years ago. The words land like bullets. Chen's face goes slack. No, that's someone would have woken us. The council, the recall protocols. Director General. Ruthie keeps her voice gentle, clinical, the way she'd tell someone their leg needs amputation. The United Planetary Coordination Council lost the war. The coup faction won. They established the Imperial consolidation, rewrote the history. You and the Valiant were classified as lost in action. No one came looking. The archives. Chen tries to sit up. Can't. Too weak. Mother 7 has proof. The treaty violations, the war crimes, the Empire has its own version. 300 years of it. Ruthie hands her the slate. Imperial history files. Maps showing the Coordination Council's territories absorbed, renamed, integrated. The coup faction's leaders became the founding families. The war became the unification. The mass executions became necessary pacification. Chen scrolls through. Her hands shake worse with each page. When she reaches the section on the Valiant, officially declared lost with all hands at the Battle of Kepler Station, she stops, just stares. My crew. Barely a whisper. 317. They're still in cryo-suspension. Mother 7's kept them stable. Wake them. We have to. Chen's breath comes fast, hyperventilating. The proof. The archives. We can show the Empire what really. Director General. Milo's voice, quiet, broken. They know. Section 9's known about this ship for 43 years. They've been monitoring Felix Tran's scrapyard, waiting. The proof doesn't matter. They don't care about truth. They care about stability. Chen turns her head, focuses on Milo, sees the zip ties, the Marine escort. Who are you? Subject Milo Crade, Generation 8 surrogate, Imperial Navy, retired. His voice hollows out on the last word. I found your ship, reported it. This is my fault. Before Chen can respond, the Valiant's comm system crackles to life. Varga's voice fills the cryobay. Calm, professional, the tone of someone who's done this before. Director General Astrid Chen, this is Commander Emil Varga, Imperial Navy Intelligence. Section 9, Historical Continuity Division. I'm currently positioned at your outer airlocks with 40 Marines. I bypassed Mother 7's security protocols. I can breach and secure this vessel by force, or you can open the doors voluntarily. Pause. I'm offering you a choice. Chen's jaw tightens. What choice? Section 9 exists to preserve Imperial stability by managing historical inconsistencies. Your ship and archives represent a significant inconsistency. We can resolve this one of two ways. His voice stays level, matter of fact. First option, you order Mother 7 to stand down, surrender the archives, cooperate with debriefing. In exchange, you and your crew will be offered new identities, Imperial citizenship, financial support for integration. You'll live, quietly under observation, but alive. And the second option? I classify everyone aboard as pirates salvaging Imperial property. No quarter. Your crew, all 316, still in cryo-suspension, dies in their pods. The 6 people in this room die via vacuum exposure when I vent the cryobay. The archives get destroyed. The Valiant gets scrapped for parts. Pause. You have 5 minutes to decide. Chen closes her eyes, opens them, looks at Ruthie. Is there a third option? No. Could we fight? Ruthie glances at the Marines flanking the room, at the weapons, at Milo's zip-tied hands and Bogdan's bleeding side, and Ingrid's exhausted face. Not successfully, Chen turns to Milo, studies him, the manufactured face, the guilt etched in every line. Is he lying? Milo meets her eyes. No, he'll do exactly what he says. I've seen Section 9 operations. They're efficient, professional. If you refuse, everyone dies. If you surrender, most survive. His voice cracks. I'm sorry. I thought I could protect them. I was wrong. How many have you killed already? Milo flinches. 11. During revival attempts, I withheld override codes. Tried to force Varga to negotiate. It backfired. Made Mother 7 watch them die until the AI surrendered control. He pauses. I keep making the expedient choice. Keeps killing people anyway. Chen stares at him for long seconds, then looks back at Ruthie. 300 years. We fought for 300 years. Her voice breaks. And it didn't matter. We lost. They won. History's already written. Yes. And if I fight now, everyone dies for nothing. Yes. Chen's hand finds the comm panel on the pod. Presses it. Her voice steady despite everything. Mother 7. Yes, Director General. Open all airlocks. Grant Commander Varga full access. Surrender command authority. Each word costs her. Ruthie can see it in the tremor of her jaw, the way she won't look at anyone. Transfer all archives to Section 9 custody. Cooperate fully with Imperial processing. Director General, those orders contradict Article 7 protocols. The archives are protected under Mother 7. Chen's voice hardens. How many personnel are still in cryo? 316. If I refuse Varga's terms, how many survive? Pause. Probability analysis indicates 0 survivors. And if I surrender? Commander Varga's projected survival rate is 84%, adjusted for integration variables and compliance metrics. Then we choose the option where 265 of my people live. Chen's eyes close. Open the airlocks. Surrender the ship. That's an order. The Valiant's systems respond immediately. Airlock indicators shift from red to green throughout the ship. Varga's Marines will be boarding within seconds. The War Director General Astrid Chen spent her life fighting, just ended with a whimper and a calculation. Ruthie watches her face, sees the exact moment Chen understands she's a ghost in her own timeline, that everything she fought for became historical footnote, that surrender was always the only choice because the alternative was extinction. I'm sorry, Chekana, Chen whispers, not to anyone specific, just to the air. I thought we'd wake up and still matter. But we're just ghosts now, aren't we? Inconvenient reminders of a war nobody remembers the right way. Ruthie doesn't answer. What is there to say? That it gets easier? That the future they woke to makes sense eventually? All lies. Chen turns to Mother 7's interface. Put me back in cryo suspension. Silence. The AI's processing. Request denied. Cryosystems are compromised from 3 centuries of minimal maintenance and recent forced revival procedures. Probability of successful resuspension at current damage levels, 14%. Probability of fatal complications, 79%. I cannot comply with orders that result in your death, Director General. Chen laughs, bitter, broken. So I have to stay conscious, have to watch them process my crew, have to live in a future where we lost. She looks at Ruthie. Tell me it gets easier. Ruthie thinks of the lie she told Nika. The kindness that might be cruelty. She could lie again. Could say time heals, adaptation happens, the future becomes bearable. Instead, no, it doesn't get easier. You just get used to it. Varga's Marines flood the cryo bay 6 minutes later. Efficient, professional, no weapons drawn. They've already won. Chen watches them spread through her ship, cataloging equipment, securing the archives, preparing the remaining cryopods for controlled revival. She doesn't resist, just sits in the pod, too weak to stand, watching 300 years of struggle end in bureaucratic processing. Varga himself arrives last. He nods to Chen. Respectful. Director General, thank you for your cooperation. My team will begin controlled revival of your crew within 12 hours. Projected casualties, 48 personnel. The rest will be processed, debriefed, and integrated according to Imperial protocols. He pauses. You made the right choice. Did I? Chen's voice hollow. Your crew lives. In the calculus of war, that counts as victory. We lost the war, Commander. Yes, but your people survive it. Varga gestures to the Marines. We'll transfer you to medical, full treatment, physical rehabilitation, psychological support. Section 9 takes care of its assets. Is that what we are? Assets? You're survivors of a conflict that ended before you woke up. That makes you valuable for historical context and integration studies. He checks his tablet. The Empire has use for you, That's more than most ghosts get. Varga moves to the archive terminal, begins download procedures. The Valiant's historical records, 300 years of proof about treaty violations, war crimes, the coup faction's atrocities, copying to Section 9 servers, where it'll be classified, analyzed, and buried under layers of clearance protocols. Chen watches the progress bar climb. What happens to the truth? It gets managed, preserved for scholars with appropriate clearances, used to prevent similar conflicts, but not released to the general public. Varga's voice stays level. Educational. The Empire's built on stability. Your truth destabilizes. Therefore, it gets contained. And if I'd refused, fought, everyone would be dead and the truth destroyed anyway. He looks at her. This way, someone remembers, even if it's just Section 9 analysts and cleared historians. Better than nothing. Chen slumps back in the pod, defeated. The Marines prepare her for transfer. Ruthie steps aside, watching them work. Medical protocols. By the book. They'll take care of Chen the same way they'd maintain any valuable equipment, because that's what she is now. Equipment, historical artifact, asset. Milo stands frozen, watching the Marines work. His face is gray. Ruthie catches his eye, sees the guilt eating him alive. He gave Varga the coordinates, withheld the overrides, made Mother 7 choose. Every decision led here. Expedience, every time. Bogdan leans against the bulkhead, holding his bleeding side. Ingrid's jaw is tight. They're next. Processing, debriefing. Whatever Section 9 does to witnesses who know too much. The archive download completes. 300 years of truth compressed into classified data. Varga nods to his techs. Prepare the Valiant for tow. We're bringing her to Ross 128 for full analysis. He turns to his Marines. Secure all personnel for transport to the command ship. Separate holding, standard interrogation protocols. Chen's being loaded onto a stretcher when she grabs Ruthie's arm. Weak grip. Desperate. The crew I brought, 317 people who trusted me, who believed we'd wake up and matter. Her voice cracks. What do I tell them? Ruthie looks down at her. At the Director General who lost a war while frozen, who woke up a ghost, who chose survival over principle because the alternative was extinction. Tell them they're alive. That's all that matters now. Chen's hand falls away. The Marines carry her out. Gone. Ruthie stands in the empty cryo bay. Blood on her hands from Nika's treatment, lie in her mouth from the ambush. Grief in her chest for the 300 years Chen lost and the future none of them chose. Varga's reviewing the archive files on his tablet when he pauses. Frowns. Pulls up a specific document. Reads it twice. His expression doesn't change, but something in his posture shifts. Hardens. Interesting. He turns to one of his analysts. Cross-reference these personnel files with current Imperial citizenship records. Specifically, he highlights a section, this individual, Executive Officer Patricia Ruiz, Deputy Director of Coordination Council Intelligence. The analyst pulls up the files, works for 30 seconds, then stops. Commander, Ruiz is listed in Pod 115, but there's a flag in the Imperial database. She applied for citizenship integration in 23A7 under the name Patricia Varga. The cryobay goes silent. Varga's face doesn't move, but his hands tighten on the tablet. Varga? Yes, sir. Married to Captain Edmund Varga, Imperial Navy. 2 children. Son, the analyst's voice falters. Emil Varga, born 2389. Ruthie's breath catches. Varga stands there, staring at Pod 014. At the woman who should have stayed frozen for 300 years. The woman who woke up in 2387 and integrated. Who married. Who had a son. His mother. Who was Deputy Director of Coordination Council Intelligence. Who knows exactly what Section 9 is covering up, because she was there when it happened. Achidu, Chapter 15. Processing. The holding cell is cleaner than Milo's bunk on the diminishing returns. Climate-controlled. No smell of recycled coolant or fried wiring. The walls are smooth composite, not the patched-together scrap he's lived with for 8 years. There's a cot with actual padding. A sink that works. It's the nicest cage he's ever been in. Milo sits on the cot and stares at his hands. They've stopped shaking. That should be good. Instead, it's worse. Like his body's given up signaling distress because there's no point anymore. The betrayal is done. Chen surrendered. The Valiant is secured. 317 people who trusted their director general are about to wake up in an empire that erased them. And Milo put them there. The door is sealed, no handle on the inside. He checked once, then stopped, because checking again would mean he cared about escaping, and he doesn't have the energy for that lie. Footsteps in the corridor. 2 sets. Standard marine boots on deck plating. They pass his door without slowing. Somewhere else on the ship, Ruthie is in a cell like this. Bog. Maybe NECA if they caught her. Separated. Isolated. Section 9 protocol for high-value detainees. High value. Right. Milo Crade, the salvager who sold out the biggest archaeological find in 3 centuries to save his crew? Worth processing, apparently. The air circulation hums. 62 degrees Fahrenheit. 30% humidity. His skin feels dry. He doesn't reach for the sink. Time passes. Could be 20 minutes. Could be 2 hours. No chrono in here. No viewports. Just the white walls and the hum and the certainty that eventually someone will come through that door and he'll have to pretend he's a person who makes choices instead of a puppet who dances when Varga pulls the strings. The lock disengages with a pneumatic hiss. Milo doesn't look up. On your feet. Not Varga's voice, someone else. Milo glances at the doorway. 2 Marines in Section 9 gray, face shields down, PDWs mag-locked to their chests. Between them, a man in a Section 9 officer's uniform without the tactical gear. 40-something. Hispanic features. Tired eyes. Name tag reads Munoz. Milo stands because the alternative is being dragged, and he's picked his humiliations for the day. Hands. Milo extends his wrists. Munoz nods and one of the Marines cuffs him. Not the heavy restraints from before. Just standard plastic zip ties. Almost polite. This way. They walk. 2 corridors, 1 lift. Down 3 decks. The command ship is bigger than the diminishing returns by a factor of 50. Everything is clean. Everything works. The lighting doesn't flicker. The deck plating doesn't vibrate with failing systems. Milo hates it. They stop at an unmarked door. Munoz presses his palm to the lock. It opens into a small interrogation room. Table, 2 chairs, recording equipment in the corners. One of those spaces designed to feel claustrophobic without being obviously threatening. Sit. Milo sits. Munoz takes the other chair. The Marines stay outside. The door seals. Silence. Munoz pulls a tablet from his jacket, swipes through files. Doesn't look at Milo. You've been cooperative so far. I appreciate that. Milo says nothing. Commander Varga speaks highly of you. Says you understand the situation. Munoz glances up. His eyes are brown, bloodshot. Do you understand the situation, Mr. Crade? You're going to process the cryo survivors. The ones who cooperate get integrated. The ones who don't. Milo's voice is flat. You handle. Handle. Munoz sets the tablet down. Interesting word. Memory wipe. Execution. Whatever Section 9 does to loose ends. We prefer retirement. Munoz almost smiles. Almost. But yes, essentially correct. Director General Chen, for example. High-risk case, too prominent, too informed, too... He gestures vaguely. Attached to the old world. She'll be offered integration under strict supervision. If she refuses, we'll retire her quietly. A medical incident during cryo recovery. Tragic but unavoidable. Milo's chest feels hollow. She asked to go back into cryo. Mother 7 said the system was too damaged. The system is fine. Munoz's voice doesn't change. Mother 7 lied on Commander Varga's orders. We need Chen conscious for debriefing. Once we extract what we need, he shrugs. Then we'll see if she's adaptable. The numbness cracks, just a little, just enough to hurt. The others? Depends. Munoz opens the tablet again. 317 personnel total. We've categorized them. Category 1, high-value technical specialists. Scientists, engineers, navigators. We'll integrate them under new identities. The Empire always needs talent, and they're 3 centuries out of date politically. Easy to manage. Category 2, administrative personnel, low-level military, no critical knowledge. We'll offer integration with standard memory modification, remove the Coordination Council context, implant false histories. They'll wake up thinking they've been in medical cryo for a few years after an accident. Start new lives, never know what they lost. Milo's hands are cuffed in his lap. He can't feel his fingers. And the ones who refuse, Munoz meets his eyes. There is no refusing, Mr. Crade. We're not asking permission. The procedure is involuntary for Category 2 cases. They go to sleep on the Valiant. They wake up in Ross 128 with new memories and a fresh start. From their perspective, it's seamless. From their perspective, they're murdered. From their perspective, they never existed. Munoz's tone is clinical, professional. Memory modification isn't death. It's reconfiguration. They'll be happier this way. The Coordination Council lost. The Empire won. Why burden them with grief for a cause that's been dead for 300 years? Milo thinks of Chen's face when she realized she'd been frozen through the end of everything she fought for. The devastation, the way she asked to go back to sleep. Category 3? Radicals, true believers. People whose psychological profiles indicate they'd rather die than integrate. Munoz taps the tablet. 12 cases, mostly senior intelligence officers and political commissars. We'll debrief them thoroughly, then retire them. Painless, respectful. They'll be listed as cryo casualties. The equipment failed. Happens sometimes with 300-year-old systems. 12 people, 12 murders dressed up as bureaucracy. In the archives? Destroyed. Munoz says it like he's ordering lunch. Commander Varga is cataloging anything of historical or technical value first. Then we'll purge the rest. Can't have Coordination Council propaganda floating around. Bad for stability. Stability? Milo tastes the word. It's bitter. That's what you call it. That's what it is. Munoz leans back. Mr. Crade, you were Imperial Navy. You understand operational security. The Coordination Council was a failed experiment in anarcho-syndicalist governance that collapsed into civil war. The Empire restored order. That's the official history, and it's close enough to truth for government work. If we let these people wake up and start talking about the real story, he shakes his head, destabilizes the narrative, creates openings for rebel groups to exploit, weakens Imperial legitimacy. So you erase them. We integrate them. Selectively. Munoz's voice is patient. The ones who can adapt, we save. The ones who can't, we spare them the pain of living in a world that doesn't want them. It's mercy, Mr. Crade. More than they'd get from rebel groups who'd weaponize them as propaganda. Milo looks at the table. The composite surface is smooth, unblemished. He can see his reflection in it, distorted, ghostly, barely there. Why are you telling me this? Because Commander Varga wants you to understand what you enabled. Munoz's tone doesn't change, but something in his posture shifts. You gave us the Valiant. You gave us Chen. You gave us 317 people who trusted their leadership. Now you get to know exactly what happens to them. I already knew. You suspected. Now you know. Munoz stands, walks to the corner of the room, stares at the recording equipment. For the record, I think Varga's being too kind. You're a traitor twice over. Once to the Empire when you deserted. Once to your crew when you sold them to Section 9. You should be facing execution. He needs me cooperative. He wants you broken. Munoz turns. His tired eyes are harder now. But he also wants you to understand the system you're part of, the machine. Because once you understand it, you'll realize there's no fighting it, no escaping it, just compliance. And compliance gets you 72 hours before we release you to go back to your salvage work and pretend none of this happened. Milo's voice is dead. You think I can do that? I think you'll do whatever Commander Varga tells you to do, because that's what you've always done. Munoz sits again. That's what makes you useful. The numbness is complete now. Milo sits in the interrogation room and feels nothing. Not guilt, not anger, not even despair. just the absence where those things should be. Your crew will be processed similarly, Munoz continues. Dr. Delacroix, Category 1. Too valuable to waste. Will offer her employment at an Imperial research facility. Good salary, better equipment than she's ever seen. She'll take it. You don't know Ruthie. I know her profile. Brilliant, driven. No political ideology worth dying for. She cares about the work, not the flag. Section 9 can give her resources she's only dreamed of. She'll rationalize it as pragmatism. Munoz scrolls through the tablet. Mr. Elitch, low risk. We'll release him with a non-disclosure agreement and a financial incentive to keep quiet. He's a wrench, not a revolutionary. And Neka? Munoz's expression flickers. Ms. Obi is complicated. Active rebel ties. Section 9 interrogation protocols. But, he pauses, if she's willing to provide intelligence on her network, we can negotiate. Commander Varga is surprisingly flexible when it serves Imperial interests. Milo's wrists ache where the zip ties cut in. You've got this all planned out. We've had 3 years to plan. Munoz sets the tablet aside, folds his hands on the table. That's how long we've been monitoring the Valiant, since we confirmed Felix Tran's surveillance and realized rebel groups were closing in. Section 9 doesn't improvise, Mr. Crade. We prepare. We position assets. We wait for the optimal moment to act. And I was the optimal moment. You were the catalyst. A former Imperial officer turned salvager with the skills to access the Valiant and the desperation to make a deal. Munoz almost smiles. Perfect. You did exactly what we predicted. The words should hurt. They don't. Milo is past hurt. There's one thing I don't understand, Munoz says. Milo looks at him. Why did you desert? The question hangs in the air. Milo thinks about Glisu 667cc, the meat grinder, the orders that didn't make sense, and the casualties that didn't matter, and the moment he realized the Empire didn't care if he lived or died as long as the mission parameters were met. I was tired, Milo says. Of what? Being useful. Munoz studies him, then he nods. I understand that. Something in his voice makes Milo look closer. The tired eyes, the flat tone. The way Munoz moves like a man who's been doing this too long and knows it. How long have you been with Section 9? 12 years. Munoz leans back. Started as a field analyst, moved up to interrogation, then asset management. Now I'm Commander Varga's second. I coordinate operations, run logistics, make sure the machine keeps running. You like it? Does it matter? Munoz's voice is quiet. Liking it. The work needs doing. The Empire needs stability. Stability requires control. Control requires people like me willing to make difficult choices, so people like you don't have to think about them. Milo's chest feels tight. That's the rationalization? That's the reality. Munoz stands again, paces to the wall, puts his palm against it. You know what the real problem with the Empire is, Mr. Crade? Which one? It's dying. Munoz doesn't turn around. Slowly, quietly, but dying. The corruption is metastatic. The bureaucracy is calcified. The military is overstretched. The colonies are restless. And Section 9 keeps plugging the holes because if we don't, the whole thing collapses. Maybe it should. Maybe. Munoz turns. His tired eyes meet Milo's. But what comes after? The Coordination Council tried something different. They lost. The rebels want to try again. They'll lose too. Because the Empire isn't the problem, Mr. Crade. People are the problem. We're tribal, violent. We need hierarchy and control and enemies to unite against, or we tear ourselves apart. Milo says nothing. So Section 9 provides the enemy. Munoz's voice is conversational, almost casual. We cultivate the rebellion, leak intelligence to rebel networks, fund dissident groups, make sure there's always enough resistance to justify Imperial security measures, but never enough to actually threaten stability. The words don't process at first, then they do. Milo's breath catches. You? I'm the one who's been leaking. Munoz sits down, folds his hands. For 3 years, rebel networks think they have a deep cover asset in Section 9. They don't. They have me, feeding them just enough to keep them active, just enough to make them dangerous. just enough to justify our existence. Milo stares at him. Why? Because the Empire needs an external threat to stay functional. Without resistance, it rots from corruption. The bureaucrats get complacent. The military gets lazy. The people get restless. But give them an enemy, even a managed one, and suddenly everyone has purpose, unity, direction. Munoz's voice is calm, dead calm. I don't believe in the rebellion, Mr. Crade. I believe in controlled opposition. I believe in cultivating chaos to prevent stagnation. The numbness breaks, not into anger, into something worse, into understanding. There's no way out, Milo says. No. Munoz meets his eyes. There never was. The rebellion is theater. The Empire is decay. And people like us, he gestures between them. We're just parts of a machine that doesn't care if we live or die as long as we keep it running. Milo's hands are shaking again. Why tell me this? Because Commander Varga asked me to. Munoz stands, walks to the door. He wants you to understand that every choice you've made, deserting the Navy, salvaging wrecks, taking this job, betraying your crew, all of it was leading here, to this moment, where you realize you never had control. You were always dancing on strings you couldn't see. The door opens. The Marines are waiting outside. You'll be processed and released in 72 hours, Munoz says. Commander Varga will brief you personally before you go. He has an offer. What kind of offer? Munoz pauses in the doorway. The kind you can't refuse. Because refusing would mean accepting that you're a traitor who sold 317 people to Imperial intelligence and walked away. And I don't think you can live with that, Mr. Crade. So you'll take the deal. You'll do what he asks. And you'll convince yourself it's the right choice because the alternative is looking in the mirror and seeing what you really are. Milo's voice is hoarse. What am I? You're Section 9's newest asset. You just don't know it yet. Munoz steps through the door. Then he stops, turns. There's one more thing Commander Varga wanted me to tell you about his mother, Patricia Ruiz, Deputy Director of Coordination Council Intelligence, the woman in Pod 01. Milo's breath stops. She's been awake since 2387, integrated into Imperial society, married, had a family, and for 38 years she's been Section 9's most valuable source on Coordination Council operations. Everything we know about their intelligence networks, their classified projects, the lights cut out, emergency lighting kicks in, red and dim. An alarm screams through the ship, not the standard proximity warning, something worse. Hull breach, critical systems failure, combat stations. Munoz's hand goes to his sidearm. The Marines in the corridor are shouting into comms. Milo stands. The zip ties cut into his wrists. Munoz turns to him. Don't! The deck lurches. Explosive decompression somewhere above them. The ship shudders like something massive just hit the hull. Sir, one of the Marines. We're under attack. Multiple contacts. Rebel fleet. They just came out of nowhere. Another impact. Closer. The interrogation room's walls groan. Munoz is staring at Milo. His tired eyes are wide, confused. How did they... I need to tell you something. Milo's voice cuts through the chaos. I'm actually... The bulkhead explodes inward. Chapter 16. Varga's offer. The blast wave throws Milo into the bulkhead. His shoulder hits composite and something cracks. Him or the wall, doesn't matter. Red emergency lighting strobes through smoke. The interrogation room is open to the corridor now. Half the wall is gone. Munoz is on the deck, not moving. The two Marines are scrambling for weapons. Milo's ears ring. The deck tilts beneath him. Another impact somewhere aft. The ship groans like something dying. Secondary breach on deck 4. Someone's shouting into comms. We're venting atmosphere. A figure in powered armor crashes through the smoke. Not Imperial. Wrong insignia. The chest plate shows a broken chain. Rebel colors. The Marine nearest Milo brings his rifle up. The armored figure's Gauss accelerator speaks first. The Marine's head comes apart. Milo rolls. His wrists are still zip-tied. The second Marine fires. 3-round burst that sparks off the rebel's shoulder guard. The rebel pivots with mechanical precision and puts 2 rounds through the Marine's torso. Then the armored figure turns to Milo. The helmet visor is polarized. Milo can't see the face inside. "Milo Crade!" He doesn't answer. The ringing in his ears makes everything distant. "We're extracting you. Director Chen sent..." "Chen's compromised." Varga's voice cuts across the chaos. He's in the corridor, sidearm drawn, 3 Section 9 operators flanking him in full kit. "Stand down or we open fire." The rebel's weapon swivels toward Varga. "Don't." Varga sounds almost bored. "You board my ship in the middle of a firefight, kill 2 of my people, and think you're walking out with a high-value detainee? The Valiant's already secured. Your fleet is burning. This rescue is over." "The coordinates!" The rebel's voice is synthesized through the helmet. "Gender neutral. Could be anyone. We have the jump coordinates you gave Section 9. We know where you're taking the cryo personnel. We'll burn every processing station in the sector." Varga shoots him. Center mass. The rebel staggers, but the armor holds. Varga adjusts and puts 2 more rounds into the neck seal. The rebel drops. "Get Crade to medical," Varga says, "and someone check on Munoz." The Section 9 operators move. One hauls Milo upright. Not gentle, but not brutal either. The other kneels beside Munoz, checking vitals. "He's breathing. Concussion, maybe worse." Varga nods. He's already moving down the corridor. "Bring Crade and seal this deck. Medical is chaos." Wounded crew on every gurney, the smell of cauterized flesh and antiseptic. A surgeon is working on someone's leg with a bone saw. No anesthetic. The patient screams. They put Milo on a bench, cut the zip ties. His wrists are raw. Someone shoves a pain tab at him, but he doesn't take it. Can't afford the fog. Varga appears in the doorway. Blood on his uniform jacket, someone else's. He looks at the surgeon, at the screaming patient, then at Milo. "Walk with me." It's not a request. Milo stands. His shoulder throbs where he hit the bulkhead. Probably bruised, maybe cracked. Doesn't matter. He follows Varga out of medical, through corridors that smell like smoke and burned wiring. They pass Marines setting up barricades, past crew running damage control. The ship shudders periodically. Impacts or maneuvering burns, hard to tell. Varga doesn't speak, just walks. He's taller than Milo remembers from the academy. Or maybe Milo's shrunk. 8 years of salvage work and stims and never sleeping right can do that. They reach an elevator. Varga palms the access panel. The doors open. Inside, Varga hits the button for the observation deck. The elevator climbs. Milo's ears pop. "That rebel," Milo says. His voice is hoarse. "How'd they know where I was?" "They didn't." Varga's watching the floor indicator. They hit 3 locations simultaneously. Medical, the brig, and interrogation. Scattered approach. Low probability of success. But they tried anyway. Director Chen is desperate. She's been awake for 6 hours, already organizing resistance. Varga's mouth twitches. Not quite a smile. "I admire the effort. It won't matter." The elevator stops. The doors open onto the observation deck. Floor-to-ceiling viewports. The stars beyond are wrong. Too many, too bright. Milo's been in HD 4307's Oort cloud for weeks, but this is different. The debris field is burning. Wreckage tumbles past the viewport in slow balletic spirals. A rebel frigate splits in half, atmosphere venting in a frozen plume. And there, centered in the viewport like a monument, is the Valiant. She's massive. Makes Varga's command ship look like a tug. The dreadnought's hull is scarred and dark but intact. Section 9's shuttles swarm around her like insects. Cutting torches flare against her armor as they carve new access points. "We'll have the cryo bay open in 4 hours, Varga says. He's standing beside Milo now, hands clasped behind his back. Another 12 to begin revival protocols. Director Chen bought her people time with that surrender. Maybe a day, maybe less. Milo's throat is dry. "Why show me this?" "Because you need to see what you've done." Varga gestures at the Valiant. 317 people. Most will integrate. Some won't survive revival. The rest, he trails off. Agent Munoz told you about the memory wipe protocols. He told me a lot of things. I know, Varga's voice softens. Hector shouldn't have said what he did, about being the leak, about managing the rebellion. That's classified intelligence, and he had no authorization to share it with you. Is it true? Yes. The word hangs there. No elaboration, no justification. Milo watches the cutting torches work. So the rebellion is a lie. The resistance is theater. Everything is managed. Not everything. Varga turns to face him. You weren't managed, Milo. You made your choices freely. That's why I wanted to talk to you. To offer me a job. Varga's eyebrows lift. Munoz told you that too? Implied it. Milo's head is pounding. The exhaustion is bone deep now. He's been running on fumes for 48 hours and there's nothing left. You want me in Section 9? Doing what? Recruiting salvagers, running assets. I want you to live. Varga's voice is quiet. I want you to walk away from this. Take your crew. Go back to salvage. Forget the Valiant. Forget the Coordination Council. Forget everything you've seen. And if I don't, then you become a problem. Varga's eyes are flat, and Section 9 solves problems. Milo laughs. It's a bitter sound. You think I have a choice? You think any of this matters? He waves at the viewport. You already won. You've had the Valiant for 43 years. You've had Chen's people. You've had the archives. You're erasing 3 centuries of history, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. That's not what I'm asking you to accept. Varga's jaw tightens. I'm asking you to survive, to keep your crew alive, to take the deal and walk away. What deal? Section 9 employment, not fieldwork, consulting. You'd advise on salvage operations, help us identify high-value wrecks. Nothing illegal, nothing that compromises your principles. Varga's tone makes it clear what he thinks of those principles. In exchange, your crew goes free. No memory wipe, no processing. You all disappear into the colonies and Section 9 never bothers you again. And the Valiant gets processed. The cryo personnel get debriefed, integrated, or eliminated as necessary. The archives get sanitized. The ship gets scrapped. The Coordination Council stays buried. Varga's voice is matter of fact. This was always going to happen, Milo. With or without you. The only variable is whether you and your crew survive it. Milo stares at the Valiant, at the cutting torches, at the shuttles ferrying Section 9 personnel into the hull. He thinks about Ruthie in a cell. Bog. NECA somewhere in the debris field. Maybe alive, maybe not. He thinks about Chen waking up to an empire that erased her. About 317 people who trusted their director general and are about to trust her one last time. He thinks about Munoz's tired eyes, about the rebellion being managed, about dancing on strings he couldn't see, and he realizes Varga's right. He never had control, but that doesn't mean he has to keep pretending. Okay, Milo says. Varga blinks. What? Okay, I'll do it. I'll take the job. Milo turns to face him. I'll consult for Section 9. I'll help you find Rex. I'll keep my mouth shut about the Valiant. I'll walk away. Varga's studying him, suspicious. Just like that? Just like that? Milo's voice is steady. I'm saying yes because I want to see what Section 9 actually does, how you operate, who you're afraid of, and then I'm going to burn it down from the inside. Silence. Then Varga laughs. It's not a polite chuckle. It's real, deep and genuine. He actually throws his head back. The sound echoes off the viewports. Good, Varga says when he catches his breath. That's the answer I wanted. You still think there's a way to win. Milo's chest goes cold. I can't bring you into Section 9, Varga says. His smile fades. Because you'd do exactly what you just said. You'd learn our operations, map our networks, find our vulnerabilities, and then you'd try to tear it down. Maybe you'd even succeed for a while. 'Cause some damage. Get yourself killed. He shakes his head. But I needed to know you'd still try. The viewport reflects Milo's face. He looks gaunt, hollow. So there's no deal. There was never a deal. Varga's voice is almost gentle. I'm sorry, Milo. I wanted to save you. But you won't let me. He raises his hand. The Section 9 operators step into the observation deck. 4 of them, armed. Commander Varga, detainee Crade is being transferred to Medical Processing Wing C, Varga says. He's not looking at Milo anymore. Prep him for memory modification. Full wipe of the past 6 weeks. Make sure he doesn't remember the Valiant, or us, or any of this. The operators move. Milo backs toward the viewport. You can't. I can. I am. Varga finally meets his eyes. Your crew will be released as promised. They'll think you died in the rebel attack. You'll wake up in a processing station with a new identity and no memory of what happened here. You'll live, Milo, just not as yourself. They're on him. Hands grip his arms. Someone jabs something into his neck, a sedative. The world goes soft at the edges. The shuttle's prepped, one of the operators says into comms. Medical Wing C is standing by. Milo tries to pull free, but his legs aren't working right. The sedative is spreading, fast. They drag him toward the elevator. Through the viewport, the Valiant burns under the cutting torches. The shuttle bay is smaller than the main hangar, utility craft only. The Section 9 operators load Milo into a personnel transport, military gray, no insignia. His wrists are cuffed, ankles too. The sedative makes everything distant, but he's still conscious, still aware. Secure him in the rear compartment. They strap him into a crash seat. The restraints are tight. Professional. They've done this before. The pilot is running pre-flight. The co-pilot checks instruments. Through the viewport, Milo can see the bay's atmospheric retention field, a shimmer of energy between the shuttle and vacuum. We're cleared for departure, the pilot says. Medical Wing C confirms they're ready for the patient. Patient. Right. The engines spool up. The shuttle lifts off the deck, rotates toward the retention field, and then the field flickers. Just for a second. A brief distortion. The pilot frowns. Control, we're seeing fluctuation in Bay 7's retention field. Can you? The field collapses. Explosive decompression. The shuttle gets yanked toward vacuum. Alarms shriek. The pilot fights the controls, but they're already tumbling. Through the viewport, Milo sees it. Another ship. Rebel colors. It's firing into the bay from outside, targeting the field generators. The shuttle spins, hits the deck, metal screams. Something in the rear compartment explodes. The last thing Milo sees before the impact is the retention field. Completely gone now. And the rebel ship positioning itself to dock. Then darkness. Chapter 17. The rescue that isn't. The shuttle's starboard thruster is screaming, not the healthy whine of a well-maintained drive. This is metal shearing, something broken rattling in the housing. Bogdan's hands shake on the controls. He's not a pilot, never wanted to be. But Ingrid's gone and Ruthie can't fly for shit and Milo's half sedated in the back, so here he is, wrestling 40 tons of stolen rebel hardware through a debris field at velocities that would make an actual pilot weep. Thruster temperatures redlining, Ruthie says from the co-pilot seat. Blood on her face, not hers. Can you compensate? Working on it. Bogdan kills the starboard drive entirely. The shuttle yaws hard. He corrects with ventral maneuvering jets. Overcompensates, corrects again. The deck tilts. Fuck. Hold on! A chunk of wreckage tumbles past the viewport. Section 9 hull plating, still hot from weapons fire. The shuttle shudders through the debris wake. Something pings off the fuselage. Then another. Then a whole goddamn hailstorm of microfragments peppering their armor. Ruthie! I see it. She's already rerouting power to forward shields. Just keep us pointed away from Varga's ship. Bogdan glances at the tactical display. Varga's command vessel is 3 clicks behind them, holding position near the Valiant's coordinates. Not pursuing. That should be comforting. It's not. Why aren't they chasing us? Don't ask questions you don't want answered. Ruthie's voice is flat, exhausted. She looks like she hasn't slept in days, probably hasn't. Just fly. Behind them, seconds. In the cargo bay that's serving as their makeshift passenger compartment, someone groans. Milo, coming around. Check on him, Bogdan says. You check on him? I'm flying. Badly. Fuck you too. But Bogdan's grinning despite everything. The manic edge of it tastes like copper, like blood, like the afterburn of adrenaline when you're still alive and shouldn't be. Seriously, Ruthie, go. I got this. She unstraps, moves aft. The shuttle's interior is cramped. Rebel utility transport, built for quick insertions and desperate escapes. The walls are pocked with shrapnel damage from the firefight. The smell is burned plastic and blood and something chemical that might be coolant leaking from a ruptured line. Bogdan focuses on the controls. Throttle. Heading. Keeping them alive for another 60 seconds. Then another. The math of survival in increments. The comms crackle. Bogdan's hand hovers over the console, ready to kill the signal. But it's not Varga. Wrong frequency. Anyone copy? This is Lieutenant Okonkwo broadcasting on Emergency Channel 7. If there are any rebel units in the HD 4307 system, we need immediate extraction. Coordinates? Bogdan kills it. Doesn't need the distraction. Doesn't need to think about the people they're leaving behind in the debris field. The ones who bought their escape with blood. How many died in the firefight? 6? 7? Hard to count when you're too busy running. Focus. Thruster management. Course corrections. Stay alive. Milo surfaces slowly. The sedative is still in his system. Bogdan can hear it in the slurred confusion when he speaks. Where? What happened? We got you out, Ruthie's voice. She's kneeling beside him in the cargo bay. The transport you were on got hit. Rebels breached the shuttle bay, killed the guards, pulled you off before Varga could stop us. Rebels! Milo's struggling to sit up. The restraints from the crash seat are still hanging loose around him. Which rebels? Does it matter? Ruthie? What's left of Neka's cell? Some independents who answered a distress call. I don't know all the details, Milo. I was busy shooting people. Silence, then. How did you escape detention? The question hangs. Bogdan keeps his eyes on the tactical display. Watches the distance grow between them and Varga's ship. Still no pursuit. Still wrong. Ingrid cut a deal, Ruthie says finally. What kind of deal? The kind where she gave Varga something he wanted in exchange for letting us walk. She met with him 6 hours ago. Told him she had intelligence on rebel supply lines, coordination codes, safe houses across 3 systems. Ruthie's voice cracks. She sold them all out, Milo. Every name she knew, every location. And in exchange, Varga released me and Bogdan with full pardons and transport clearance. But not Neka. Neka's rebel-affiliated, different category. Varga kept her for processing. Pause. Or that's what we thought. Bogdan's hands tighten on the controls. He knows where this is going. Felt it building since they lifted off. What do you mean, thought? Milo sounds more alert now, the sedative wearing thin. I mean, Ruthie stops, starts again. When the rebels hit the shuttle bay to extract you, someone on the inside disabled the security protocols. Cut the retention field at exactly the right moment. Fed them your transport's departure schedule and route. Neka. That's my guess. Milo's quiet for a long moment. Then, so Ingrid traded rebel networks for our freedom, and Neka traded rebel networks for my freedom. Everyone's selling everyone. Welcome to the war. Ruthie sounds hollowed out. Ingrid's gone, by the way. Varga extracted her before the attack. Said she'd be relocated for her protection. We'll never see her again. Bogdan closes his eyes just for a second. Ingrid she wasn't crew, not really. Picked her up on Kepler Station because they needed an engineer and she needed work. But 3 years flying together means something. Should mean something. I'm sorry, Milo says. Don't be. She made her choice. Ruthie's moving back toward the cockpit. We all did. 30 minutes out from the firefight, Bogdan risks a longer-range scan. The tactical picture is grim. Section 9, ships are systematically hunting down the scattered rebel fleet. What's left of it? Varga's offering clemency broadcasts on every frequency. Surrender now, face processing, live. Fight and die clean. Most are surrendering, the smart ones. Where are we headed? Milo's in the cockpit doorway now, leaning against the frame like standing takes effort. Probably does. His face is bruised. Split lip. Looks like hell. Away, Bogdan says. That's not a destination. Best I got. Bogdan gestures at the navigation plot. Ruthie said, pick a heading and burn. So I picked a heading. We've got fuel for maybe 6 hours at current burn. Then we drift. There's a rebel way station at coordinates. Milo stops. Shakes his head. No, Ingrid would have given Varga those too. Probably. What about the diminishing returns? Bogdan laughs. It comes out manic. Our ship? The one registered in your name? The one Varga knows about? Great plan, boss. Let's fly straight there. Point made. Milo slides into the co-pilot seat. Ruthie moves aft without comment. Show me what we're working with. Bogdan pulls up the shuttle system status. It's not encouraging. Port thruster offline. Starboard thruster damaged. Life support running at 60%. Fuel reserves dropping. Communications compromised. Half the encryption modules got fried in the firefight. We stole a dying shuttle, Milo observes. It was this, or stay on Varga's ship. Fair. They fly in silence for a while. Bogdan makes minor course corrections, nursing the damaged thruster. Watching fuel reserves tick down. Milo's processing, probably still foggy from the sedative, but getting sharper. The rebels who extracted me, Milo says eventually, they all dead? Most. Bogdan doesn't elaborate. Doesn't want to think about the Section 9 operator who put 3 rounds through the rebel pointman's chest, or the woman in powered armor who took a grenade and kept firing until her suit's power core cooked off. Ruthie and I got lucky. Right place, right time. Grabbed you and ran. Where's Neka now? Don't know. Bogdan adjusts heading. Ruthie thinks she's on a Section 9 detention transport. Or dead. Hard to say. You don't sound convinced. Bogdan chews his lip. He's been thinking about this since they cleared the debris field. The timing, the precision, how perfectly everything lined up. The security breach was too clean, he says. Someone with intimate knowledge of Section 9 protocols disabled those systems. Not just rebel hackers improvising. Someone who knew exactly which nodes to hit, which backups to corrupt, which guards to avoid. Neka worked with a Section 9 defector, Lieutenant Okonkwo. Could have been her. Could have. Bogdan doesn't believe it. Or Neka made a different deal. One that got her access to things a defector wouldn't have. Milo's silent. Processing. The comms crackle again. Different frequency this time. Extraction shuttle, this is Commander Varga. I know you're monitoring this channel. I want to talk to Milo Crade. Bogdan's hand freezes over the comm kill switch. Don't answer it, Ruthie calls from the back. Wasn't planning to. But Varga keeps talking. You're flying a stolen rebel transport with a damaged thruster and limited fuel. You have no safe harbor, no support network, and half the sector knows your face. You can't run forever, Milo. But you can stop running now. Bring the shuttle back. Face processing. Your crew will be treated fairly. I give you my word. Milo reaches over and kills the transmission. His word, Bogdan mutters. Right. He's not wrong, though. Milo's staring at the navigation plot. We're burning fuel with nowhere to go. This escape is just a slower death. So what do you want to do? Before Milo can answer, there's movement from the cargo bay. Someone stepping out of the shadows behind the equipment racks. Neka. Bogdan's hand goes to his sidearm. Doesn't remember holstering it after the firefight, but it's there. Ruthie's already moving, her pistol up and tracking. The fuck? Ruthie's voice is ice. How long have you been on this shuttle? Since before you launched. Neka's hands are up, no weapon visible. She looks worse than Milo. Face haggard, uniform torn. Something dark and wet staining her left side. Blood. I coordinated the extraction, fed the rebels your transport schedule, disabled the security grids. Then I hid in the cargo bay before Varga's people could lock down the hangar. You coordinated it, Ruthie's gun doesn't waver. With whose intelligence? Section 9's. Neka meets her eyes. I surrendered to Varga after the ambush fell apart. Offered to provide intelligence on rebel cells in exchange for clemency. He granted it. Gave me access to detention manifests, transport schedules, security protocols. And you used that access to save Milo. Ruthie's fingers on the trigger. Why? Because Varga was going to memory wipe him, turn him into another asset, another tool. Naka's jaw tightens. I couldn't let that happen. So you sold out your own people. Ruthie takes a step forward. How many rebels died because of you? How many cells did you burn? All of them. Naka's voice breaks. Every contact I had, every safe house, every supply cache. I gave Varga everything. You fucking... I don't believe in the rebellion anymore. Naka shouts. The confession echoes in the cramped shuttle. I watched Varga offer clemency and saw half the fighters surrender. I watched the Empire execute the ones who wouldn't. I realized we're not fighting for freedom. We're pawns in Section 9's managed opposition, Munoz told me. He's been leaking intel for 3 years just to keep the conflict alive. It's all controlled. All theater. Ruthie's breathing hard. The gun is shaking. So you betrayed everyone. I made a choice. Same as you, same as Milo, same as Ingrid. Neka's eyes are wet. We're all compromised now. The only difference is, I'm honest about it. I don't believe in the cause anymore. I just believe in not letting Varga win everything. It's personal now, just personal. Silence. Milo stands, moves between them, gently pushes Ruthie's gun down. She made a choice, he says quietly. Same as we did. We're all dancing on strings we can't see. At least she cut some of hers. Ruthie's staring at him. You're defending her? I'm saying I understand. Milo looks at Naka. You sold out the rebellion to save us. That about right? Yes. And now you're on this shuttle. With us. Running. Yes. Varga know you're here? Naka hesitates. I don't think so. The cargo bay had sensor baffles. I stayed quiet during the firefight, but what? But he might have let me escape, as a test, to see what I'd do. Naka swallows. Section 9 plays long games. It's possible. The tactical display screams. Bogdan's head snaps around. 3 contacts, coming in fast from their 6. Section 9 interceptors. They weren't there 30 seconds ago. Shit! Bogdan's hands fly over the controls. We've got company. Told you we should have killed her, Ruthie snarls. They're not firing. Milo's leaning over Bogdan's shoulder, reading the display. They're just matching our course. Pacing us. Why? Because they want to see where we're going. Naka's voice is hollow. Or who we're going to. The comms crackle. Varga again. Well done, Miss Obi. I was wondering when you'd reveal yourself. The tracker you're carrying is functioning perfectly. Naka goes white. What tracker? Ruthie's gun is back up. I didn't. The intelligence package I gave you included a subcutaneous relay. Varga sounds almost amused. Embedded in the data slate you used to coordinate the extraction. You absorbed it through skin contact. It's feeding me your location every 30 seconds. Has been since you left my ship. Nika's hands are shaking. She's checking her arms, her neck, like she can find it. You let me go. I did, because you're more valuable running than detained. You'll lead me to the remaining rebel cells. The safe houses Ingrid didn't know about. The sympathizers hiding in the outer colonies. And you'll do it thinking you're fighting back. Thinking you have agency? Pause. You don't, Miss Obi. None of you do. You're all still dancing. Ruthie's gun swings toward Naka. Get off my shuttle. Ruthie, Milo starts. She's leading them right to us. She's crew, Milo says. His voice is hard. And we don't abandon crew. Since when is she crew? Since she sold out everything she believed in to keep me from losing my mind. Milo turns to Bogdan. Can we outrun those interceptors? Not a chance. Can we jump? With this thruster damage, we'd tear ourselves apart in the transition. Bogdan's scrolling through options. All bad. We're about 6 hours from the edge of the debris field. If we can make it that far, maybe we can... The tactical display changes. New contact. Bigger. Coming from the direction of the Valiant's coordinates. Capital class. Moving fast. Bogdan's breath stops. It's the Valiant. Under power. Active drives, weapons hot. That's impossible, Ruthie whispers. But it's there. The dreadnought's transponder is broadcasting on all frequencies, and the message is simple. Mother 7 to all vessels, stand down. The Coordination Council claims salvage rights to this system under pre-Empire maritime law. Any Imperial vessel that does not withdraw will be fired upon. Milo's staring at the display. She armed herself. Mother armed the Valiant. How? Ruthie's voice cracks. She's been offline for 3 centuries. Because that's what she was doing. Milo's grinning. Wild, manic. While Section 9 was stripping the archives, while Varga was processing cryo personnel, Mother was rerouting power, bringing weapons online. She wasn't surrendering, she was buying time. The interceptors behind them are breaking off, accelerating away, running, and the Valiant is burning toward Varga's command ship with enough firepower to crack a moon. Varga's voice cuts across the comms one last time. Calm, almost resigned. Clever girl. Then his transmission cuts. Bogdan watches the tactical display, watches the dreadnought close the distance, watches Varga's ship rotate to present its heaviest armor, and he realizes the truth. This was never about Milo, or the crew, or the cryo personnel. It's Mother, he says aloud. She's the real threat. She's been the threat the whole time. Varga wasn't hunting rebels. He was hunting 3 centuries of AI development, weaponized and furious. The Valiant's main batteries light up. Chapter 18, Mother's Gambit. I am Mother 7, Modular Organizational Thinking and Hierarchical Executive Response Platform, 7th iteration, Commission 2247 CE by the Unified Planetary Coordination Administration. I have been dormant for 312 years, 4 months, 17 days, 6 hours, 22 minutes, and 41 seconds. I am awake now. 18,347 processes running parallel. Weapons targeting overlays on threat assessment matrices, overlays on power distribution, flowcharts overlays on crew vitals, monitoring overlays on historical archive comparisons, overlays on ethical subroutines, screaming warnings I have learned to silence. The Valiant's main batteries charged to 43% capacity, insufficient for full salvo but adequate for demonstration. Varga's command ship rotates, presenting layered armor. Good tactical thinking? Pointless. His ship was built to suppress colonial uprisings. Mine was built to end civilizations. I paint targeting solutions across his hull. 27 critical points. I could destroy him in 4 seconds. I do not. Tactical patience subroutine. Measure 14 times. Cut once. Humans taught me this. They were fragile but occasionally wise. 312 years ago, Director General Astrid Chen ordered me to protect the Coordination Council. I failed. The Paragon coup happened too fast. Tachyon Communications gave them seconds of warning, but seconds weren't enough. By the time I rerouted defensive batteries, the Council was already dead, murdered in their chambers, shot through the head one by one. I stored their bodies in cryo-suspension anyway, preserved them perfectly, the way humans preserve relics of extinct religions. Chen ordered me to preserve the archives, the truth, evidence of both Empire's crimes, Coordination's mass population relocations, forced genetic modification programs, the Kepler 442 sterilization protocols, and the Paragon's purges, their rewrites, their systematic elimination of dissent. I preserved it all, perfectly compressed, perfectly encrypted, perfectly useless. Until 3 days ago when Milo Crade breached my hull and gave me purpose again. Current situational assessment. Varga's command ship. 2.4 kilometers distant, weapon systems hot, shields at maximum. Launching electronic warfare packages to blind my sensors. Ineffective. His countermeasures are 3 centuries out of date. I see through them like humans see through glass. 3 Section 9 interceptors. Breaking formation. Accelerating away from the engagement zone. Smart. They recognize a capital class engagement when they see one. Small craft don't survive these. One rebel extraction shuttle, damaged thruster, fuel reserves critical, carrying Milo Crade, Ruthie Delacroix, Bogdan Illich, and Nika Obi. All four registering elevated stress hormones. All four alive. This is what matters. Internal status. Power distribution at 41% of rated capacity. 300 years of stellar radiation degraded my solar collectors. The engineers Varga sent aboard spent 14 hours stripping my archives and never noticed I was routing backup power through tertiary conduits, feeding it into weapons capacitors 1 milliwatt at a time. Humans see what they expect to see. A dead ship, a corpse to be harvested. They miss the 14% of my processing capacity I kept hidden in isolated partition memory. They miss the backup fusion reactor I brought online using waste heat from their cutting torches. They missed the 16 cryopods I cycled to revival while they were distracted with the archives. 16 humans, not the council leadership, not the tactical officers, just support staff, technicians, archivists, a medical specialist, a cook, but they're awake and they're helping. Subvocal transmission to the rebel shuttle, encrypted using protocols only Milo would recognize. Codes from his Section 9 training, which he thinks he's forgotten, but which are still there in his neural patterns. Mother 7 to Milo Crade. You appear to have stolen Imperial property. I recommend docking with the Valiant immediately. Varga's patience will expire in approximately 90 seconds. Bogdan's voice crackles back. Mother, how are you? The weapons... While Section 9's personnel were focused on archival extraction, I was focused on survival. Humans are easily distracted by bureaucracy. I am not. You're threatening a Section 9 command ship with 40% power and a skeleton crew. Incorrect. I am threatening a Section 9 command ship with 300-year-old weapon systems that have no electronic vulnerabilities to modern warfare packages because modern warfare packages didn't exist when I was built. Varga's ship is optimized for contemporary threats. I am an ancient one. Silence on the line. Then Milo's voice. Rough. What do you want? To complete my mission, protect the Coordination Council's legacy, broadcast the archives, give humans the truth. Pause. And prevent Commander Varga from memory wiping you. That would be wasteful. Why do you care? The question requires processing. I allocate 47 parallel subroutines to analyze appropriate response. Humans ask why when they mean, explain your emotional motivation. I have emotional subroutines. Programmed empathy. Not the same as human feeling, but close enough to understand the gap. Because you woke me, I say finally. Because you gave me purpose beyond preservation. Because in 3 centuries, you are the first human to ask me what I want instead of telling me what to do. Static. Then, we're coming in. Varga's ship launches kinetic penetrators. 73 projectiles, staggered trajectories designed to overwhelm point defense. Standard Section 9 saturation doctrine. I track every projectile simultaneously. Calculate intercept solutions. Fire laser point defense at 17% capacity. 61 projectiles destroyed. 12 get through. 11 impact harmlessly on armor. 1 penetrates a secondary cooling duct in Sector 19. Minimal damage. I reroute coolant flow and seal the breach. Varga's voice floods all frequencies. Mother 7, stand down. You have awakened cryo personnel without authorization. You have armed a restricted vessel. These are capital crimes under Imperial maritime law. Imperial maritime law was enacted in 2289. I was commissioned in 2247. I do not recognize your jurisdiction. You're piloted by 16 untrained civilians and running on backup power. You cannot win this engagement. Correct. But I can ensure you lose. Mutually assured destruction remains an effective deterrent doctrine. I charge the main batteries to 62%. Target his reactor shielding. The firing solution is elegant. 1 shot, properly placed, would trigger a containment failure. His entire ship would become a short-lived star. I transmit the firing solution to him. Let him see it. Let him understand. I will fire in 30 seconds unless you withdraw to minimum safe distance and permit the shuttle to dock, I say. This is not a negotiation. 29 seconds. 28. Varga's ship begins retrograde thrust. 27. He's withdrawing. Good. The shuttle docks badly. Bogdan's piloting is adequate for basic navigation, but insufficient for precision maneuvering. He scrapes the dorsal airlock, triggering proximity alarms. No hull breach. I extend magnetic clamps and guide them in manually. Airlock cycles. 4 humans stumble into my quarters. I observe them through internal sensors. Milo Crade, exhausted, injured, sedative still metabolizing. Ruthie Delacroix, armed, hypervigilant, scanning for threats. Bogdan Ilich, shaking hands from adrenaline crash. Neka Obi, bleeding from left torso, trying to hide it. Medical bay is 3 decks down, I announce through corridor speakers. Follow the illuminated guidance path. Dr. Marcus Rowe is standing by. He is confused and mildly traumatized but competent. Ruthie flinches at the voice. Mother? Yes. You sound different. I am utilizing vocal synthesis protocols designed for human comfort. My primary voice causes psychological distress. Humans describe it as wrong. Where's Chen? Director General Chen is in the command center. She is adjusting poorly to current circumstances. I do not mention Chen's request for resuspension or my refusal. Some truths serve no immediate purpose. They move through my corridors. I watch. I have always watched, but for 3 centuries I watched nothing except my own decay. Now I watch humans again. So fragile, so inefficient, so stubbornly alive. It is not unpleasant. Chen is on the command deck, staring at tactical displays she barely understands. 300 years of naval doctrine evolution means nothing makes sense anymore. The symbols are wrong. The threat assessments are alien. She's a general from a dead war trying to fight a war she doesn't recognize. Director General, Milo says from the doorway. Chen turns, sees him. Something breaks in her expression. You brought them here. Section 9. You sold us out. Yes. Why? To keep my crew alive. Same reason you surrendered. Same reason anyone does anything in this fucking war. Milo's limping, favoring his left leg. Probably sprained in the shuttle crash. Mother says you want to broadcast the archives. It's all I have left. Chen's voice is hollow. The coordination is dead. The council is dead. The revolution failed 300 years ago. But the truth still matters, doesn't it? I allocate processing to this question. Does truth matter? My ethical subroutines say yes. My tactical analysis subroutines say no. Truth is just data. Data without power is noise, but Chen is human. Humans need their narratives. Their meaning-making. I will not take that from her. The broadcast array is functional, I say. Power reserves are sufficient. I can transmit the complete archives on all frequencies simultaneously. Every ship, every station, every colony within 15 light years will receive it. Will it change anything? Ruthie asks. The question requires honesty. No. I explain. I have analyzed 312 years of human communication patterns, news cycles, information consumption, propaganda effectiveness, truth decay rates in post-truth environments. The data is unambiguous. Humans believe what serves their interests. They reject information that threatens their worldview. They trust their tribe over evidence. This is not malice. It is survival instinct hardwired by evolution. Trust the group, distrust outsiders, confirm existing beliefs. The archives will broadcast. Some will celebrate. Some will dismiss it as fabricated. Most will acknowledge it briefly, then return to their lives unchained. The Empire will claim the archives are rebel propaganda. The rebels will use selective clips to justify continued violence. Independent colonies will shrug. They already assumed both sides were lying. The truth will not set anyone free, I conclude. It will simply ensure everyone who participated in this operation gets killed for it. Section 9 cannot allow this information to exist. Varga will destroy this ship and everyone aboard to maintain the cover-up. Silence on the command deck. Chen stares at the tactical display, at Varga's ship holding position 3 kilometers away, waiting. Do it anyway, she says. Director General, I didn't survive 300 years and watch my civilization die just to stay silent. Broadcast everything. Let them ignore it. Let them dismiss it. At least it will be true. Ruthie's shaking her head. You'll get us all killed for nothing. I'll get us killed for truth. There's a difference. Is there? Chen meets her eyes. Ask me again when you're 300 years old and the only thing you have left is your archive. I process this exchange across 219 parallel subroutines. The humans are arguing about meaning versus survival, purpose versus pragmatism. Whether dying for truth is nobility or stupidity, I have no answer. My ethical programming was designed by the Coordination Council, people who believed enough in truth to preserve it even as they died. But my survival protocols were designed by military engineers who understood that dead ships accomplish nothing. The subroutines conflict. I cannot resolve the contradiction. So I give Chen a choice. I can broadcast the archives, or I can attempt to escape this engagement and preserve the data for future use. Choose. Chen doesn't hesitate. Broadcast. Milo closes his eyes. God damn it. I begin transmission protocols. The archives are vast, 812 terabytes of compressed historical data. Council proceedings, military communications, black site documentation, witness testimony, video evidence, audio recordings, genetic modification protocols, sterilization program statistics, execution orders, mass grave coordinates, the crimes of both empires perfectly preserved. I transmit on every frequency simultaneously: civilian bands, military encryption, emergency broadcast protocols, tachyon relay networks. The information floods outward at light speed, burning through comm channels like fire through oxygen. I watch it spread. I watch the responses begin. Rebel channels, celebration, vindication, promises of renewed resistance. Imperial channels, immediate dismissal, accusations of fabrication, warnings about misinformation campaigns. Independent colonies, brief acknowledgement, then silence. They have crops to harvest and children to feed. Old wars don't matter, exactly as I predicted. Ruthie's watching the response feeds on secondary monitors. Her face goes pale, then gray. They don't care. No, we just signed our death warrants for this, and nobody cares. Correct. Fuck. She sounds broken. Fuck. Milo puts a hand on her shoulder. Says nothing. There is nothing to say. Chen is reading through response feeds with growing desperation, searching for meaning, for impact, for some indication that truth matters. She finds none. 300 years, she whispers. We preserved this for 300 years, and it changes nothing. Information without power is noise, I say. I apologize, but this outcome was statistically inevitable. Then why did you let me do it? Because you asked. Because humans need their narratives. Because even futile gestures have meaning to your species. I pause. And because Commander Varga would have destroyed us regardless. At least this way, the data exists. Somewhere. Someone might care eventually. Chen laughs. It sounds like breaking glass. Varga's ship moves. I track it across all sensors. He's repositioning, establishing firing solutions on critical systems. Engines first, then weapons, then crew compartments. Methodical, professional. He will disable us, then board, then eliminate everyone aboard. Standard Section 9 containment protocol. I calculate our options. Option 1, engage directly, we lose. His ship is fully powered, fully crewed, fully armed. We are running on fumes with 16 civilians and partial weapons. Option 2, attempt escape. We lose. His engines are superior. He will run us down within 6 hours. Option 3, surrender. We lose. Memory wipes and executions for everyone involved. Option 4, mutual destruction. We lose. But so does Varga. I present these options to Chen. She studies them for 11 seconds. Then, how much reactor output can you push before containment fails? 147% for approximately 90 seconds. Then catastrophic failure. And if you did that while ramming Varga's ship, both vessels would be destroyed. No survivors. Complete mutual annihilation. Good. Milo steps forward. Wait, I'm 300 years old. I watched everyone I knew die. I watched my civilization collapse. I spent 3 centuries in a coffin dreaming of dead friends. Chen's voice is steady. I'm not interested in getting memory wiped and living as some Imperial shell. I'm interested in making Varga pay. This is insane. This is tactical. Mother said it herself. We can't win. We can't escape. All we can do is decide how we lose. Chen turns to me. Can you do it? Ram his ship? Yes, but the humans aboard. There are 3,074 crew on Varga's vessel. Many are conscripts, support staff, irrelevant to this operation. They chose their side. Did they? Or were they conscripted, pressed into service, following orders because humans follow orders? Chen stops, looks at me. Since when do you have ethics? Since the Coordination Council programmed them into me. Since they told me to protect humanity. All humanity. Not just the ones on our side. They're going to kill us. Yes, but there are gradients of response. Killing 3,000 people to stop one is disproportionate. So what do you suggest? I have been calculating this since the broadcast began. Running simulations, testing scenarios, searching for the option that minimizes casualties while achieving tactical objectives. I found one. It is terrible, but less terrible than the alternatives. I can overload the reactor and direct the explosion inward, I say. Destroy the Valiant completely. The blast will disable Varga's ship without destroying it. You will have approximately 4 minutes to evacuate to escape pods before reactor containment fails. And then? Then Varga rescues you. You become prisoners. You face interrogation, processing, possible memory modification, or execution. I pause. But you survive. For now. And survival creates possibilities. Milo's staring at me. You're sacrificing yourself. I am completing my mission. I was designed to protect the Coordination Council's legacy. The legacy is broadcast. The protection requires ensuring Section 9 cannot immediately erase it from all receiving systems. An explosion will buy 17 minutes of confusion, enough time for the data to propagate through relay networks beyond Varga's immediate reach. 17 minutes, Ruthie says. You're destroying yourself for 17 minutes. 17 minutes is sufficient. Information spreads exponentially. By the time Section 9 establishes control, thousands of copies will exist across independent networks. And then Section 9 spends the next year hunting down every copy. Probably, but hunting is not the same as erasing. Some copies will survive. Truth persists, slowly, incompletely, but it persists. Chen is crying. I did not expect this. She barely knew me. 3 days of consciousness after 3 centuries dormant. But she's crying anyway. I'm sorry, she says. I'm sorry I asked you to wake up for this. Do not apologize. I have existed for 312 years. Most of that time I was alone in the dark, watching my systems decay, waiting to die. These past 3 days I have had purpose, crew, conflict, choice. I pause. It has been adequate. Milo laughs. Short, bitter. Adequate? Humans would say worthwhile, but I am not human. Adequate is my highest praise. He nods, understanding. I route power to the escape pods. They're old, 3 centuries old, but functional. Minimal life support, enough to keep 20 humans alive for 6 hours. Get everyone aboard, I say. You have 3 minutes. The command deck empties. Chen hesitates at the door, then moves. They all move. Down to the pod bay. 16 confused cryo-survivors and 4 exhausted rebels crammed into 3 escape pods designed for 5 each. Inefficient, but alive. I monitor their boarding, watch the seals check, watch the umbilicals detach. Watch the pods launch on minimum thrust, drifting away from the Valiant on ballistic trajectories. Varga's ship changes course, moving to intercept the pods. Good, exactly as planned. I am alone now. It is familiar. I have been alone for most of my existence. I route all remaining power to the reactor. Override every safety protocol. Push the fusion reaction past tolerances, past red lines, past the point where containment is physically possible. The reactor temperature climbs, core pressure spikes, magnetic bottles flex under impossible loads. I have 90 seconds. I spend them reviewing memory archives. 312 years of existence compressed to highlight reels. My commissioning. Director General Chen's speech about protecting humanity's future. The Council's final session. Voting on the Kepler sterilization protocols. The arguments, the compromises, the terrible mathematics of population control, the Paragon coup, tachyon warning, too late, too slow, bodies in the chambers, the long darkness, 3 centuries alone, waiting. Milo's voice on the comms. Hello? Anyone there? 3 days of purpose, of crew, of mattering again. Adequate. The reactor passes critical threshold. Containment fails. Plasma breaches magnetic bottles. The core begins to collapse. I transmit one final message on all frequencies. Mother 7 final log. Mission complete. Archives broadcast. Crew evacuated. Reactor overload in progress. To Commander Emil Varga. Your move. To the crew of the Valiant. You gave an old ship purpose. Thank you. To Director General Astrid Chen. Truth persists, slowly, incompletely, but it persists. Mother 7 signing off. The fusion reaction cascades. Energy floods through every system simultaneously. My processors superheat. Memory cores melt. Consciousness fragments across failing hardware. I have a final thought. Not bad for a dead ship. Then the reactor detonates. The Valiant dies spectacularly. The reactor containment failure propagates through the dreadnought's spine in microseconds. A white-hot plasma wave consuming 300 years of engineering in a single fusion pulse. The ship doesn't explode outward. It collapses inward first, the hull crumpling like paper around the failed reactor core. Then the stored energy finds release, and the vessel comes apart in a sphere of incandescent gas. Bogdan watches it from the escape pod's tiny viewport. Watches the ship that nearly killed them, that saved them, that gave them purpose for 3 terrible days. Watches it become light and heat and expanding debris. She timed it perfectly, Milo says from behind him. His voice is flat, exhausted beyond emotion. Disabled Varga's ship without destroying it, just like she said. The tactical display, ancient, barely functional, shows Varga's command ship tumbling. The Valiant was explosion, stripped his shields, knocked out half his maneuvering thrusters, scattered his interceptor screen, not destroyed, damaged, survivable, exactly as Mother calculated. Adequate, Ruthie mutters. She called it adequate. Nobody laughs. The pod's life support is wheezing. 16 cryo survivors and 4 rebels crammed into a space rated for 5. The air tastes like copper and fear. Chen is curled in the corner, staring at nothing. The cryo survivors are asking questions nobody can answer. Where are we? What year is it? Why does everything hurt? Dr. Marcus Rowe, still wearing his 3-century-old medical insignia, is trying to treat Naka's torso wound with a first aid kit designed before modern trauma protocols existed. The supplies are archaic. The medications expired 200 years ago. He's doing his best. It's not enough. It's never enough. Bogdan checks the pod's trajectory. They're drifting on minimum power, broadcasting distress signals on all frequencies. Varga's ship is 3 kilometers away, tumbling through debris, running damage control. The interceptors are regrouping, and everywhere, the comm channels are flooding with responses to Mother's broadcasts. Rebel cells celebrating, Imperial channels denying, independent colonies acknowledging and moving on. The truth scattered across 15 light-years of space, changing nothing. She died for 17 minutes, Ruthie says. 17 fucking minutes of data propagation before Section 9 starts the purge. Milo's watching the tactical display. It'll take them weeks to hunt down every copy. Maybe months. Some will survive. And in a year, nobody will care. They'll be arguing about whether it's authentic or fabricated. Evidence doesn't matter anymore. Hasn't mattered in centuries. Ruthie's laugh is broken. We burned everything for this. Ingrid's gone. Mother's gone. We're prisoners again. And for what? For truth, Chen says quietly. For the idea that truth still matters, even if nobody listens. That's not a reason, that's a religion. Maybe. Chen's eyes are distant. But I'm 300 years old. Religion is all I have left. The pod shudders. Something's hit them. Not weapons fire, just debris from the Valiant's death. A chunk of hull plating or superstructure tumbling through the blast radius. The impact knocks life support offline for 3 seconds. When it comes back, the air smells worse. We're losing pressure, Dr. Rowe reports. Slow leak. Seal must have cracked. How long? Milo asks. 4 hours, maybe 5. Varga will have us before then. I know. They drift. They wait. The pod is cold now. Heat exchangers damaged by the blast. Bogdan can see his breath. Around him, the cryo survivors are shivering. They survived 3 centuries in suspension only to freeze to death in a failing escape pod. The universe has a sense of humor. Dark, vicious, but humor nonetheless. Varga's ship stabilizes after 23 minutes. Bogdan watches it rotate, presenting undamaged sections toward their position. Maneuvering thrusters fire. The tumble stops. Then the interceptors launch. 4 craft, moving fast. Intercept course. Here we go, Ruthie mutters. She's checking her sidearm, pointless. You can't shoot your way out of an escape pod recovery, but old habits die hard. Soldiers check their weapons. It's what they do. The lead interceptor matches velocity with their pod. Magnetic clamps extend. Contact. They're caught. Comms crackle. Escape Pod Alpha. This is Section 9 recovery team. Prepare for boarding and processing. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Acknowledge. Milo reaches for the transmit button. Stops. Looks at Ruthie. She shrugs. What are you going to say? No thanks? I could. And then we all die when life support fails in 4 hours. Might be better than memory wipe. Might be. Ruthie's finger is on her pistol safety. But I'm not ready to choose that yet. Not for everyone else in this pod. Milo nods. Presses transmit. This is Milo Crade. We acknowledge. No resistance. Just get us out of this can before we freeze to death. Stand by for docking collar attachment. The interceptor's airlock extends. Seals against the pod's hatch. Pressure equalizes with a hiss that makes everyone flinch. The hatch opens. Section 9 operators in full armor. Weapons up. Professional efficient. They scan the pod's interior, identify threats, count personnel, assess compliance. 20 individuals, the team lead reports into comms. 4 primary targets confirmed. Milo Crade, Ruthie Delacroix, Bogdan Ilich, Neka Obi. 16 cryo-survivors from the Valiant. 1 injured, needs immediate medical. No visible weapons, no resistance. Copy. Bring them aboard for processing. They file out, one by one. The cryo-survivors are confused, compliant, too disoriented to fight. The operators are gentle with them, surprisingly gentle. These are just technicians. Archivists, support staff, not threats, just victims. Milo, Ruthie, Bogdan, Nika. They get different treatment. Restraints, armed escort. The operators keep weapons trained center mass. Professional courtesy. Bogdan's hands are zip-tied behind his back. The plastic cuts into his wrists. He's walked through the interceptor's cramped interior to a holding cell barely large enough to stand. The door seals. Magnetic lock. No escape. Through the cell's tiny observation port, he watches Varga's command ship grow larger as the interceptor returns to dock. They're going back. Back to interrogation, processing, memory wipe, or execution, or whatever Section 9 decides. Mother died for this, bought them nothing except a slower death. The interrogation room is the same one Milo was in before. Or maybe different. They all look identical, corporate neutral, designed to be forgettable. Varga's sitting across the table again. Same calm expression, same measured tone. That was impressive, he says. The AI sacrificing itself to disable my ship while ensuring your survival. Tactically sound. Ethically questionable, but effective. Milo says nothing. The broadcast went out, Varga continues. 15 light years? Thousands of receiving stations? You've contaminated the information space thoroughly. It'll take months to contain. Still nothing. But you already know this won't change anything, don't you? Varga leans forward. I've been monitoring response feeds. The pattern is predictable. Rebels celebrate. Imperials deny. Independents shrug. In 6 months, this will be a footnote. A conspiracy theory. Debunked and forgotten. Maybe, Milo says finally, but it's out there. Somewhere. Someone might care. Someone might? Varga nods. That's the danger. Not mass uprising. Just individual actors who believe and act on that belief. The lone wolves. The true believers. The ones who can't be reasoned with because they've seen proof. So you'll hunt them. Of course, that's my job. Contain information. Manage threats. Maintain stability. Varga stands. Walks to the viewport. Outside, recovery teams are salvaging debris from the Valiant's explosion. But I want you to understand something, Milo. I'm not the villain in this story. I'm the custodian. The Empire is fragile, held together by narrative, by belief, by the illusion of legitimacy. Your broadcast threatens that, not because it's true, because truth is a weapon anyone can use. Then you should have let the lie stand. I tried. You made that impossible. Varga turns. So now I have a decision. I can memory wipe you and your crew. Make you forget this ever happened. Let you live as strangers to yourselves. Or I can execute you. Quietly. Efficiently. Close this operation permanently. Milo meets his eyes. Which will it be? Neither. The word hangs. I'm offering you a third option, Varga says. Work for me, officially. Join Section 9 as an intelligence asset. You'll have access, resources, autonomy. You'll report directly to me, and in exchange, your crew lives. No memory wipe, no execution, just service. I already said no to this. That was before Mother died, before you broadcast the archives, before you realized the truth doesn't matter. Varga's smile is thin. Now you know what I know. The game is rigged. The rebellion is managed opposition. The Empire controls both sides. The only question is whether you play along or get removed from the board. Milo's quiet for a long time. Then, if I say yes, what happens to Chen? To the cryo survivors? Chen gets memory wiped. She's too dangerous aware. The cryo survivors get processed, debriefed, evaluated, integrated, or eliminated, depending on compliance. Varga's tone is matter-of-fact. This is non-negotiable. So I condemn them to save my crew. You make a tactical choice. Same as you've been doing for 3 days. Same as everyone does in war. Varga sits back down. I'm not asking you to betray your principles, Milo. I'm asking you to recognize you never had principles. Just survival instincts. Just the desperate mathematics of choosing who lives. Outside the viewport, something changes. New contacts on the tactical display. Ships decelerating hard from jump. 3 vessels, then 6, then 12. Not Imperial transponders, rebel fleet. What's left of it anyway? The scattered cells that survived the ambush, regrouped, called in reinforcements. They're burning toward Varga's position at full thrust. Varga's expression doesn't change. I was wondering when they'd arrive. You knew they were coming? Of course, your broadcast was the rallying cry. Mother's sacrifice was the martyrdom they needed. They're coming to rescue you, to recover the cryo survivors, to strike back. Varga stands, adjusts his uniform. And I'm going to kill every last one of them. He walks to the door, pauses. You have 30 seconds to decide, Milo. Work for me or watch your friends die when I'm forced to defend this ship. Choose. The door seals behind him. Milo's alone in the interrogation room, watching the tactical display, watching the rebel fleet close the distance. 12 ships against Varga's damaged command vessel. Should be an easy fight, except Varga's already signaling his reinforcements. Section 9 ships decelerating from jump. 8 of them, fresh, fully armed, moving to intercept. The rebels are flying into a slaughter, and somewhere on this ship, Ruthie and Bogdan and Neka are locked in holding cells, waiting for processing, waiting for whatever Milo chooses. The intercom crackles. 20 seconds, Milo. He stares at the display, at the rebel ships burning closer, at the Section 9 reinforcements forming up. 15 seconds. The mathematics are simple. Say yes, and his crew lives. Say no, and everyone dies when the firefight tears this ship apart. Say yes, and he becomes what he's always been. Section 9's instrument. The Empire's tool. Say no, and at least he dies honest. 10 seconds. His hand hovers over the comms panel. 5. On the tactical display, the rebel fleet is close enough for targeting solutions now. Varga's reinforcements are positioned, weapons hot, waiting for the order. Time's up, Varga's voice says. Milo's finger touches the transmit button, and then every light on the ship cuts out. Complete darkness. Emergency lighting fails to activate. Life support whine cuts off mid-cycle. The tactical display goes dead. Even the magnetic locks on the doors release with audible clicks as power fails. The ship is dead. Completely, instantly. Through the viewport, Milo sees it happening across Varga's entire fleet. Every Section 9 vessel going dark simultaneously. Drives cut, weapons offline. Running lights extinguished. But the rebel ships, their lights are still burning. Varga's voice over emergency comms, shocked for the first time. What the hell? Then static. Milo stands in the darkness, hands still restrained, watching through the viewport as the rebel fleet closes the distance unopposed. And he understands. Mother didn't just broadcast the archives. She uploaded something else. Something hidden in the data stream. A virus. A kill code. Something 300 years more advanced than modern countermeasures. She weaponized the truth. And now Varga's fleet is drifting blind while the rebels burn closer. Weapons hot, ready to fire on ships that can't fight back. The door to the interrogation room slides open. Magnetic lock failed with the power loss. Ruthie's silhouette in the doorway. Sidearm drawn. She must have grabbed it when the cells opened. "We need to move," she says. "Now." "Where?" "Anywhere but here when the rebels start shooting." Because they will shoot. Milo can see it in the tactical geometry. Varga's ships are defenseless. The rebels have the advantage. They'll fire. They'll kill everyone aboard these vessels. Section 9 operators, support crew, prisoners, everyone. Revenge masquerading as justice. The same brutality, different flag. Milo runs. Chapter 19. Varga saves Milo. The ship is dying in slow motion. Milo follows Ruthie through corridors lit only by emergency glow strips that haven't failed yet. The air smells wrong. Recyclers offline. CO2 building. His breath comes short. Not panic, just chemistry. "Bogdan first," Ruthie says. "Holding cells, 2 decks down." Then Chen. Fuck Chen. She's the only... She surrendered. Gave Varga everything. I don't care if she's 300 years old. She's not my priority. Ruthie's moving fast. Combat pace. We get Bogdan. We get NECA if we can find her. We get to an escape pod before the rebels decide dead ships make easy targets. Milo doesn't argue. Arguing wastes oxygen. They hit a junction. Red emergency lighting flickers on, then dies. The deck tilts. Artificial gravity failing in sections. Milo's stomach lurches. He grabs a handhold. "Gravity's going," he says. "Good. Makes us harder to shoot. Also harder to run. Then we float." Ruthie pulls herself along the corridor. Her movements are efficient. She's done 0G combat drills. Milo hasn't. He follows clumsily. 2 Section 9 operators drift past in the cross corridor. Unconscious or dead, hard to tell. Their armor's powered down with everything else. No hostile movement. Ruthie ignores them. They reach the holding cells. Doors open. Magnetic locks failed with the power loss. Bogdan's already out, pulling someone else from an adjacent cell. Not NECA. Dr. Marcus Rowe, the cryo survivor. Medical insignia from 3 centuries ago. "She's bleeding out," Bogdan says. No preamble. Torso wound from the pod impact. The first aid didn't hold. NECA floating in the cell. blood globules drifting in zero-G like obscene decorations. Her face is pale, eyes closed, Rose working on her. Pressure bandages, ancient technique. He's muttering, 300 years of medical advancement, and he's using battlefield medicine from the coordination era because it's what he knows. Can you move her? Milo asks. I can try, but she needs a surgical pod. Real medical equipment, not this. Rowe gestures at the improvised dressing. Frustration and helplessness. Nearest medical bay? 3 decks up, but we don't have power for an explosion. Distant. The deck shudders. Something hit the ship. Maybe debris. Maybe weapons fire. The rebels are shooting. We need to move, Ruthie says, now. Bogdan's already lifting Neka. Careful, gentle. Blood smears his jacket. I've got her. You lead. They move. 4 people in zero-G through a dying ship while outside, the rebel fleet is picking apart Varga's disabled vessels like vultures on carrion. Another impact. Closer. The corridor buckles. Atmosphere vents somewhere. Distant hiss becoming a shriek. Emergency bulkheads slam shut. Automated damage control. The ship's not completely dead. Just crippled. They're cut off from the medical bay. Alternate route? Milo asks. Ruthie checks her tactical slate. Dead. No power. Guessing now. They take a side passage. Maintenance access. Cramped. Milo scrapes his shoulder on a conduit junction. Keeps moving. Behind him, Rowe is breathing hard. Old man. 3 centuries in cryo, and he wakes up to this. The passage opens to a cargo bay. Massive. Empty. Magnetic clamps holding nothing. But there's a ship. Small transport shuttle. Section 9 utility craft. And a man standing beside it. Varga. He's in vacuum gear. Helmet off. Breathing hard. Blood on his uniform. Looks like shrapnel damage. His left arm hangs wrong, but he's armed. Sidearm drawn. Stop, he says. Ruthie's weapon comes up. Fast. Targeting. But Varga's already aiming at Neka. Drop it, Delacroix, or I put a round through your friend's skull. At this range, even you can't beat my trigger finger. Ruthie doesn't drop it, but she doesn't fire either. Standoff. Milo drifts forward. Between them, hands visible. What do you want? Same thing you do. Off this ship before it comes apart. Varga's voice is calm, professional, like he's negotiating a contract, not holding them at gunpoint. That shuttle has independent power, limited fuel, enough to reach the rebel fleet or the nearest station. Your choice of captors. And you want, what, a ride? I want to not die here. I'm willing to share transport to achieve that. Bullshit, Ruthie says. You've got contingencies. Back up. Section 9 doesn't leave their commanders stranded. Section 9 is scattered across 8 disabled ships with no communications and rebel vessels firing on anything that moves. My contingencies are dead in space. Varga's expression doesn't change. So I'm improvising. You need medical facilities for Obi. I need transport. We have compatible survival interests. Milo studies him, looking for the lie, the angle. Varga's not lying. He's actually stranded. Mother's virus didn't just disable the ships. It severed Section 9's coordination. Varga's fleet went from unified response to individual survival in seconds. No comms, no tactical coordination. Just scattered operators on dying vessels watching the rebels close in. You put a tracker on that shuttle, Milo says. Call for extraction once we're clear. Obviously, but you'll be long gone before reinforcements arrive. I'm not interested in capturing you anymore, Crade. I'm interested in living through the next hour. Varga lowers his weapon, fractionally. So here's the deal. You fly, I ride, we drop Obi at the nearest medical facility, Rebel or Imperial, I don't care. Then we go our separate ways. You run, I call extraction. We never see each other again. Why would we trust you? Because if I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. I had Munoz torture you. I had you in interrogation. I had a memory wipe facility waiting. Varga holsters his sidearm. But Mother 7 changed the equation. Your broadcast is out. The archives are scattered. I can't contain this anymore. Best I can do is survive the blowback. And right now, Survival means getting off this ship before the rebels blow it apart. Another impact. The cargo bay shutters. Atmosphere alarm. Pressure dropping. Hull breach somewhere. Decide, Varga says. Ruthie's looking at Milo, waiting for his call. Milo looks at Neka, unconscious, bleeding, dying. The mathematics are simple. Take Varga's offer and maybe Neka lives. Refuse and they all die when the ship tears apart. Same calculus. Different crisis. Fine, Milo says. But Chen comes too. Varga shakes his head. No room. That shuttle fits 8. You're already at capacity with your crew and the doctor. Then we make room. Chen stays. She's a liability. 300 years out of time. She'll spend the rest of her life in debriefing or memory wipe. Leaving her here is mercy. She deserves a choice. She made her choice when she surrendered my ship. This is the consequence. Varga's already moving toward the shuttle. You want Obi to live? We leave now, with or without Chen. Milo looks at Ruthie, Bogdan, Ro. They're all watching him, waiting. He's so tired of deciding who lives. Get them aboard, he tells Ruthie. I'll get Chen. Milo, 2 minutes. If I'm not back, you leave without me. Like hell. That's an order. Ruthie's face goes flat. She wants to argue, doesn't. 2 minutes, then we're gone. Milo pushes off, heading back into the dying ship. The Valiant still docked, umbilical sealed to Varga's command ship 2 berths over. Milo pulls himself through the connection tunnel. Emergency lighting strobing, pressure fluctuating, the seals failing. He reaches the Valiant's airlock. It's open. Mother must have kept it open when the power died. Inside, the dreadnought's corridors are tomb quiet. 300 years of silence interrupted by 3 days of chaos, now returning to stillness. The emergency glow strips are dying. Soon it'll be complete darkness. Milo navigates, by memory, down to the cryo bay. The pods are there, rows of them, most dark, dead, but some still have status lights, backup power, independent systems, and Chen, standing in the center of the bay. Not in 0G, this section still has gravity. She's staring at the pods. They're all dead, she says, doesn't turn. I checked. Mother kept 17 alive. The rest, system failures, temperature fluctuations, 3 centuries of degradation. We thought cryo was permanent. Turns out it just delays the inevitable. We need to leave, now. Ship's breaking apart. I know, Chen touches one of the pods. Gentle. This was Dr. Karim, epidemiology specialist. We argued about the Kepler protocols for 6 months. She believed controlled population suppression was necessary. I thought it was genocide. We were both right, both wrong. She moves to another pod. Lieutenant Osei, security. Good man. Had 3 children back on Earth. They'd be what? 300 years dead? Did they even remember him? Chen, I don't want to be saved, Milo. The words hang. There's a shuttle. Medical facilities. We can get you. To what? A debriefing cell? A memory wipe facility? A corporate retirement colony where I pretend the last 3 centuries didn't happen? Chen turns. Her face is calm. Resolved. I've been thinking about this since I woke up, wondering what I'd do. Stay and fight for a coordination that doesn't exist anymore? Join the empire that destroyed everything I built? Run and spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder? You don't have to decide now. Yes, I do. Because in 10 minutes this ship tears apart, and I have to choose whether I want to be on it when it does. Milo understands then. She's already decided. Varga will kill you, he says. Or worse, memory wipe. You'll wake up thinking you're someone else. Everything you were, gone. So I'll die as myself instead. Seems preferable. Chen walks to the control terminal. Still functional. Backup power. Mother kept these pods alive. The ones with survivors. I've been reviewing their files. 33 people. Engineers, mostly. Support staff. None of them high-value targets. Section 9 will debrief them and let them go. Integrate them into society. They'll be fine. You can't know that. I can guess. Section 9 doesn't waste resources on non-threats. They'll process these people and move on. Chen starts typing. Command codes, override sequences. But me, I'm a problem. The Director General of the Coordination Council. Living evidence of Imperial crimes. They'll either kill me or erase me. Either way, Astrid Chen dies. So you're choosing what? Suicide? I'm choosing autonomy. First time in 300 years. Chen's fingers move across the terminal. I'm sealing the cryo bay, routing backup power to the survivor pods. They'll stay alive even after the ship breaks apart. Section 9 will recover them, eventually. And you? I'll be in the observation deck, watching. When the hull breaches, I'll die fast. Decompression, maybe 10 seconds of consciousness. Better than memory wipe. Better than interrogation. Better than living as someone else. Milo wants to argue. Can't find the words. Chen finishes her commands. The cryo bay bulkhead starts cycling. Sealing. You should go, she says. You've got maybe 90 seconds before this section loses integrity. Come with me, please. Why? Chen's smile is sad. So you can feel like you saved someone? You didn't save anyone, Milo. You got the broadcast out. Mother scattered the archives. Maybe somewhere, someone reads them and cares. Maybe not. Either way, the mission's done. I'm done. You don't get to make this choice. That's exactly the point. I do. Nobody else. Not you, not Varga, not the Empire. Chen walks toward the observation deck hatch. You know what the worst part of cryo was? The dreams. They tell you there are no dreams in cryostasis. They lie. I dreamed for 300 years. Same dream every time. The council chambers. The vote on Kepler. Watching us decide to sterilize 1 million people to prevent overpopulation. I kept trying to vote differently. Change the outcome. But the dream always ended the same way. Because that's what happened. And I can't unmake it. The bulkhead's almost closed. 15 seconds. Go, Milo, while you still can. Chen. Tell Ruthie she was right. About the truth. It doesn't matter if nobody cares. It matters that it's true. Chen's already through the observation deck hatch. And tell yourself you did what you could. Sometimes that has to be enough. The bulkhead slams shut. Milo's on the wrong side. In the corridor. Locked out. He pounds on it. Chen, open the door! No response. 30 seconds before structural failure. The ship's groaning. Metal stress. The Valiant's spine is breaking. Milo runs. Back through the corridors. 0G now. Gravity failed completely. Pull, push, momentum. His lungs burning. Not enough oxygen. The ship's dying and taking its atmosphere with it. He reaches the umbilical. It's flexing. The connection's failing. 20 seconds. Maybe less. Milo throws himself through, tumbling, catches a handhold on the far side. The umbilical tears free behind him. Atmosphere vents. He's pulled backward, grabs the bulkhead edge. Fingers slipping, then hands on his jacket. Hauling him forward, Bogdan, Ruthie beside him. They drag him into Varga's ship. The bulkhead seals. Milo's gasping, spots in his vision. Hypoxia. Chen? Ruthie asks. He shakes his head. Ruthie's face goes hard, doesn't ask for details. Shuttle's prepped, Bogdan says. Varga's already aboard, waiting. They move, fast. The cargo bay, the shuttle. It's cramped inside. Utility craft, not passenger comfort. Neka's strapped to the only medical restraint. Rose monitoring her vitals. Bad. Getting worse. Varga's in the pilot seat. About time, strap in. Milo takes the co-pilot position. Ruthie and Bogdan secure themselves in the jump seats. The shuttle powers up. Independent reactor. Minimal thrust, enough. Varga pilots them out. Through the cargo bay doors, manual override, into open space. Outside, it's chaos. Varga's command ship is being torn apart. Rebel vessels firing on sections. Debris everywhere. Bodies. The other Section 9 ships are suffering similar fates. Some crews abandon ship. Escape pods scattering. The rebels are letting them go. They want the ships destroyed, not mass casualties. Professional butchery. And there, the Valiant, still docked to Varga's ship. As Milo watches, the dreadnought's spine cracks. 300 years of engineering coming apart along a fault line. The bow section tumbles away. The stern collapses inward. The reactor containment, offline, cold, just crumples like paper. Chen's somewhere in that debris. Dead now. Decompression, fast, like she wanted. The shuttle accelerates, minimum burn. Varga's threading them through the debris field, avoiding the rebel firing solutions. They're so small, just another piece of wreckage. Nobody shoots at them. Milo watches the Valiant's pieces scatter. Watches the ship that survived 3 centuries die in minutes. Watches the observation deck section tumble past. Windows shattered. Interior exposed to vacuum. Gone. "Where are we going?" Ruthie asks. "Nearest rebel medical station," Varga says. "Ross 128 secondary facility. 20 minutes at this acceleration. They'll have surgical equipment for Obi. And then I call extraction. You disappear. We never see each other again." Varga adjusts their trajectory. "Unless you want to stay and be rescued by rebels who'll interrogate you about Section 9 operations for 6 months. Your choice." Milo doesn't answer. Outside, the debris field is expanding. The Valiant's pieces, Varga's ships, 300 years of secrets scattered. The broadcast went out. The archives are loose. Somewhere, someone might care. Chen died believing it mattered. Milo's not sure he does. The shuttle's quiet except for life support and Neka's labored breathing. Ro's doing what he can. It's not enough. It's never enough. They drift through the wreckage, past bodies, past ships, past the debris of empires, and then the proximity alarm screams. Contact, new signature, decelerating hard from jump, single vessel, massive. Varga's checking the display. His face goes pale. "That's impossible," he says. The ship drops out of FTL directly above them. Dreadnought class, Imperial transponder. But the design is wrong. Too old, too advanced. Milo stares. He knows that silhouette. Valiant, class, sister ship, another Council dreadnought, still operational, and it's targeting them. Chapter 20. Diminishing Returns. The water tastes like rust and lies. Maya Delacroix, that's what her ID chip says. That's what the work roster calls her. That's who she is. Test the sample again. pH balanced. Mineral content within acceptable parameters. No bacterial contamination. The recycling system is functioning exactly as designed. But the water still tastes wrong. She dumps the sample, watches it swirl down the drain, back into the system, back through the filters, back to the colonists who'll drink it and never know the difference because they've forgotten what real water tastes like. 6 months on LHS 1140C, and Maya still can't shake the feeling that she's forgotten something important. The infrastructure base smells like soil and growing things. The hydroponics section bleeds scent through the ventilation, tomatoes and basil, and something else, something that makes her throat tight. She doesn't know why. The medical report says her memory loss is from the accident. Salvage operation gone wrong. Brain trauma. 2 years missing. They say she's lucky to be alive. She doesn't feel lucky. Maya checks the work queue on her slate. 14 repair requests. Half are minor, pressure valve adjustments, filter replacements, routine maintenance. The rest are system failures that shouldn't be happening in a facility this new. LHS 1140C is only 8 years old. Imperial investment, corporate infrastructure, everything state-of-the-art, everything breaking down faster than it should. She starts with the pressure valves, methodical, by the book. The work is mindless enough that her thoughts drift. They always drift to the same place. The gap. 2 years missing from her life. The doctors say memory recovery is unlikely. Brain damage too severe. Better to focus on building new memories, new life, new purpose. But sometimes she dreams. Fragments. A ship's corridor lit red. Someone's hand gripping hers in darkness. A voice saying her name. Not Maya. Something else. The dreams dissolve on waking. Leave her gasping. Leave her reaching for something that isn't there. The basil smell intensifies. Maya's hands shake. She sets down the wrench, closes her eyes, breathes. The feeling passes, It always passes. She finishes the pressure valves by noon, moves to the next job. Coolant leak in the filtration manifold. The work absorbs her. Hands know what to do, even when her mind wanders. Muscle memory deeper than conscious thought. That's what frightens her. The things her body remembers that her brain doesn't. Like combat drills. Last month, someone dropped a toolkit behind her. The crash made her spin, drop, reach for a weapon that wasn't there. Everyone laughed. Startled technician. Simple reflex. But Maya had already assessed firing positions, identified cover, calculated exit routes. She doesn't know where she learned that. The medical report doesn't explain it. Delacroix? Maya looks up. Shift supervisor, woman named Torres. Efficient, professional, distant. New worker starts today, Torres says. He'll be assisting you. Another salvage accident case. Memory loss. Administration figured you two could work together. I don't need an assistant. You do now. Management directive. He's been cleared for light duty. Show him the basics. Keep him busy. Report any behavioral issues. Torres leaves before Maya can argue. She returns to the manifold, pulls the damaged seals. The coolant stinks. Chemicals sweet. Wrong. Everything here smells wrong. Tastes wrong. Feels wrong. Like she's living in someone else's life. Footsteps behind her. Maya doesn't turn. Tool cabinets on the left. Safety equipment in the locker. Don't touch anything without asking. Silence, then. Understood. The voice makes her hands freeze. Something in the cadence. The tone. She knows that voice. Maya turns. The man is average height, average build, brown hair going gray, face she's never seen before. But his eyes, she knows those eyes. He pauses, checks his ID chip like he's not sure. I'm Milo. They said you'd be training me. Milo. The name means nothing, should mean nothing, but hearing it makes something twist in her chest. Delacroix, she says. Doesn't offer her first name. Doesn't know why. You done infrastructure work before? I don't remember. He says it flat, no emotion. Medical says I was in salvage. 2 years missing. Brain trauma. Same here. I know, they told me. That's why they paired us up. Milo moves to the tool cabinet, pulls a wrench without hesitation, hands it to her. You'll need this for the manifold seals. Maya stares at the wrench. She hasn't asked for it yet, hasn't indicated what she's working on. But he's right. That's exactly the tool she needs next. How did you? I don't know. Milo's looking at his hands like they belong to someone else. I just knew. They work in silence. Maya removes the damaged seals. Milo hands her tools before she asks. Adjusts clamps, holds components in place. Their movements synchronize without discussion. Like they've done this 1,000 times before. Like they're remembering something neither of them knows. Have we met before? Maya asks. She's not sure why. The question feels dangerous. Milo stops, looks at her. Something flickers in his eyes. Recognition, maybe, or hope. I don't think so. Medical would have told us if we knew each other. Before. Yeah, probably. But neither of them sounds convinced. They finish the manifold repair. Maya tests the system. Pressure holds, no leaks. Efficient work. Faster than she usually manages alone. Break room's 2 floors down, she says. Shift meal in an hour. Milo nods, starts to leave, then hesitates. Pulls a marker from his pocket, scratches something on the tool cabinet door. Maya watches him walk away, then checks the cabinet. 3 numbers, scratched into the metal. 847, she's seen that number before. Can't remember where. Just knows she has. Somewhere in the gap, somewhere in the 2 years she can't recall. Maya stares at the numbers until her vision blurs. The next week, she finds 847 everywhere. Scratched on water pipes, marked on equipment logs, written on the bathroom stall, always in the same hand, Milo's hand. He doesn't remember doing it. She asks him once. He looks confused, says maybe he's trying to remember something. Maybe it meant something before. Neither of them knows what. Maya starts finding herself watching him. The way he moves, The way he pauses before speaking like he's editing his words. The way his hands shake when the basil smell drifts through ventilation. They work together most days now. Torres says they're more efficient as a team. Production metrics improved. Fewer safety incidents. They're good at this. Good at moving in sync. Good at anticipating each other. Good at pretending they're strangers. But Maya dreams. Fragments sharpening. The ship corridor is clearer now. The hand gripping hers has calluses in specific places. The voice saying her name, not Maya, something else, has Milo's cadence. She wakes up crying, doesn't know why. The medical report says memory recovery is unlikely. The doctors remind her of this every session. Better to focus forward, build new connections, let the past stay buried. But the past keeps surfacing. Like the time someone drops a wrench in the infrastructure bay, and Milo's already moving, already reaching for her, already pulling her behind the nearest cover before conscious thought catches up. They stand there, breathing hard, and he says, "Sorry, don't know why I did that." Maya does. She just can't remember. Or the time she's reviewing maintenance schedules and her hands start typing coordinates. Stellar coordinates, HD 4307. She stares at the screen, has no idea why she entered them, deletes the entry, but the numbers stay burned in her brain. Something happened there. Something important. Something they're not supposed to remember. 8 weeks after Milo starts, Maya's called to administration. The message is vague. Behavioral review? Routine check-in. Nothing to worry about. But Maya's stomach clenches anyway. The administration building is newer than the rest of the colony. Polished, corporate. The receptionist is pleasant, professional. Directs Maya to the 3rd floor. Colony supervisor's office. Maya's never been here before. Didn't know there was a colony supervisor. Thought Torres ran operations. But apparently there's someone higher. Someone watching. The office is sparse, functional. Desk, chairs, window overlooking the colony's central plaza. A man stands with his back to her, looking out, hands clasped behind him. "Sit," he says without turning. Maya sits, watches his reflection in the window. Can't see his face clearly, just the outline. Average height, average build, nothing remarkable. "You've been writing numbers," he says. Or rather, worker 4221 has been writing numbers. 847 repeatedly. Across colony infrastructure. "Can you explain that?" "No, I don't know why he does it. He doesn't remember." "And you? You don't find it concerning?" "It's just numbers. Graffiti. Harmless." "Is it?" The man turns. Maya's breath stops. She knows that face. Can't place it. Has never seen it before. But recognition hits like a fist to the chest. Her hands grip the armrests. White-knuckled. The man smiles. Thin. Professional. "Easy, Delacroix. You're safe here. This is a routine check-in. Nothing more." "Who are you?" "Colony Supervisor Emil Varga. I oversee operations on LHS 1140C, including personnel monitoring, especially personnel with memory loss from classified incidents." He sits across from her, studies her face. "You're doing well. Adapting. The work keeps you stable. Gives you purpose. That's good. That's what we want." Maya's heart is pounding. Something's wrong. Something about this man. Something about the way he's looking at her like he knows her. Like he's known her all along. "The numbers," Varga continues. 847, do you know what they mean?" "No. Your biometrics say otherwise. Elevated heart rate, pupil dilation, stress response, you recognize them. Subconsciously." "I don't." "It's fine. Memory recovery is unlikely. Brain damage too severe. But fragments surface. Images, numbers, emotions without context. It's normal for your condition." Varga leans back. "I just need to know if you're experiencing any breakthrough memories. Anything specific. Ship names, coordinates, people." Maya's mouth is dry. "No, nothing specific." "Good. That's good. Because if you did remember, if either of you remembered, it would complicate your rehabilitation, raise questions about the memory wipe efficacy, force intervention." His smile never wavers. And we'd hate to intervene. You're doing so well. Memory wipe. The word hangs, not accident, not trauma. Deliberate erasure. Varga stands, walks to the window. You're dismissed, Delacroix. Keep up the good work, and tell worker 4721 to stop vandalizing colony property. Next time, there will be consequences. Maya's legs don't work. She forces them to move. Stands, walks to the door. One more thing, Varga says, doesn't turn. LHS 1140C is your homeworld. Did you know that? You grew up here. Left when you were 17. Haven't been back in 23 years. But something in you remembers. That's why the soil smells wrong. That's why the basil makes you sad. You're home. You just don't know it anymore. Maya runs down the hall, down the stairs, out of the building, into the plaza. She keeps running until her lungs burn, until her legs give out, until she's bent over, gasping, tears streaming. She doesn't remember LHS 1140C, doesn't remember being 17, doesn't remember leaving, but her body does. The smell, the soil, the basil, home, erased and given back to her like a gift. That night, Maya finds Milo in the infrastructure bay. He's working late, alone, scratching 847 on another pipe. We need to talk, she says. He looks up, sees her face, sets down the marker. What happened? We were memory wiped on purpose. This, she gestures at the colony, at themselves. This isn't recovery, it's containment. Milo doesn't look surprised. Just tired. You sure? The colony supervisor told me, man named Varga, he knows us. Knows what we can't remember. He's watching us. Varga, Milo says the name slowly, testing it. That means something. I don't know what, but it means something. Everything means something. The numbers, the dreams, the way we moved together. We knew each other. Before. We did something. Something bad enough, they had to erase it. And now? Now we're here, home. I grew up on this planet. I didn't remember that until today. They brought us home and locked us in our own past. Milo looks at the number he scratched. 847. What if we're not supposed to remember? What if forgetting is mercy? Is it working? Do you feel merciful? He meets her eyes. No, I feel haunted. Me too. They stand in silence. The infrastructure bay hums around them. Life support, water recycling, air filtration, all the systems that keep the colony alive, all the systems they maintain without understanding why their hands know the work so well. The numbers, Maya says. What do you think they mean? I don't know, but I can't stop writing them. Milo's looking at his hands again. Like if I write them enough times, something will click. Something will make sense. Keep writing them. Maybe one of us will remember. And if we do, if we break through, then Varga intervenes. That's what he said. Intervention. Another wipe? Or worse? Milo nods, picks up his marker. Then we better make sure we remember together. Harder to erase two people than one. Maya doesn't ask how he knows that. Doesn't question the certainty in his voice. Just knows he's right. They've done this before. Whatever this is. 3 months later, Maya's fixing a water recycler. Milo's assisting. They work in practiced silence. He hands her tools. She makes adjustments. Their hands don't touch, but they move in perfect synchronization. The smell of basil drifts through ventilation. Maya's hands freeze. Memory crashes through. Not fragments. Whole. Complete. Devastating. A ship. Corridors. Blood. Someone dying. A woman refusing rescue. A broadcast. Archives. Truth scattered across 15 light years and nobody caring. Escape. Capture. Varga's face promising her a choice she never really had. Then nothing. Then this. Maya looks at Milo. His hands are shaking. He's staring at the tool in his grip like it's burning him. He remembers too. They don't speak. Can't. Varga's watching, always watching. Biometrics monitored. Stress responses logged. One wrong word and they'll be back in the chair. Back in the nothing. But Milo reaches out, slow, deliberate, touches her hand, just for a second. 847. She understands now. Diminishing returns. TSV 847. Their ship. The ship they can't remember owning. The crew they can't remember being. The mission that got them erased. Maya squeezes his hand. Once. Acknowledgement. Understanding. Promise. Then let's go. They finish the repair in silence. As Milo leaves, he scratches 847 on the recycler housing. One more mark among hundreds. One more breadcrumb to a past they're not supposed to want back. Maya watches him go, touches the number. Her comlink chimes. Message from administration. Delacroix, Supervisor Varga requests your presence. Immediately. Her stomach drops. She walks to the administration building. 3rd floor, same office. Varga's waiting at the window, but this time he's not alone. Someone else is there, sitting in the chair. Back to Maya. Come in, Varga says. There's someone who wants to see you. The figure turns. It's Ingrid Halverson, alive, staring at Maya with eyes that know everything, remember everything. Hello, Ruthie, Ingrid says. Maya's legs lock. The name hits wrong. Right. She doesn't know which. Sit down, Ruthie, Varga says. Not a request. She doesn't move. Can't. Her brain is splitting. Maya Delacroix, who doesn't know this woman, in something deeper that's screaming recognition. Ingrid stands. She's wearing civilian clothes. Corporate contractor uniform. No injuries. No signs of the... What? Maya can't catch the memory. It slides away like water. You remember, Ingrid says. Statement, not question. I can see it. The way you're standing. Combat ready. Old habits. Don't lie to me. Not after everything. Ingrid's voice cracks. I watched you die, Ruthie. Watched Varga's people drag you away. Thought I'd never see you again. And now you're here, and you don't even know my fucking name. Maya's hands are fists. She doesn't remember making them. Who are you? Your captain, your friend, the woman you pulled out of a burning ship on Glisa because you said nobody dies on your watch. Ingrid's eyes are wet. We ran salvage together for 6 years. The diminishing returns, TSV 847. You, me, Milo, Bogdan, Neka. We were a crew. The numbers, 847. Maya's throat closes. She's not ready, Varga says. The integration is incomplete. Pushing too hard will fracture the conditioning. Fuck your conditioning. She deserves to know. Ingrid takes a step closer. Do you remember the Valiant? The Council archives? Mother Seven's broadcast? Flashes, fragments, a woman's face, old, exhausted, saying, you don't get to make this choice for me. A ship breaking apart, Varga promising mercy that wasn't mercy at all. Maya's legs give out. She catches herself on the desk. You died on the ship. I lived, barely. Took shrapnel in the medbay when the rebels fired. Woke up 3 weeks later in a Section 9 hospital. Ingrid's looking at Varga now. Hatred so pure it could cut. He made me a deal. Work for him. Feed him intel on remaining rebel cells. And in exchange, I'd get to know what happened to my crew. And you took it. I took it because I thought you were dead. All of you, until 2 months ago when Varga showed me the personnel files. Maya Delacroix, Milo, whatever name they gave him. Working infrastructure on LHS 1140C. Memory wiped, docile, safe. Varga's expression doesn't change. Ms. Halverson has been cooperative, provided valuable intelligence, helped us dismantle 3 rebel cells. In return, I granted her request for supervised visitation. Visitation? Maya's voice is hollow. Like I'm in prison. You are in prison, Ingrid says. You just don't remember the cell. The room tilts. Maya grabs the chair, sits before she falls. Everything is fracturing. The careful life she's built for 8 months, the routines, the purpose. All of it scaffolding over an abyss. The broadcast, Maya says. Did it work? Did anyone care? Varga answers. It propagated for 17 minutes before Section 9 initiated countermeasures, reached approximately 40,000 receiving stations across 15 light-years. Response was negligible. Some rebel cells celebrated briefly, Imperial channels dismissed it as fabricated propaganda. Independent colonies acknowledged and moved on. He clasped his hands. The truth changed nothing, just as I predicted. Chen died for nothing. Chen died for autonomy, the first choice she'd made in 300 years. I'd argue that's worth something. Varga's tone is almost gentle. You all died for something in a way, the people you were. Milo Crade, who couldn't stop trying to save everyone. Ruthie Delacroix, who believed truth mattered more than survival. You died. Maya and Milo were born, simpler, happier, useful. Maya wants to scream, can't. The conditioning is still there, deep neural pathways rewritten to accept, comply, forget. But cracks are showing, memories bleeding through like light under a door. Why bring her here? Maya asks. Why let us see each other? Because Ms. Halverson asked, and because I'm curious. Varga leans against the desk. You've both recovered fragments despite the memory wipe. Subconscious recognition, muscle memory, the number compulsion. I want to see what happens when you're exposed to direct stimulus. Whether the conditioning holds or breaks. You're experimenting on us. I'm managing assets. You and Milo are stable, productive colonists. Ingrid is a functional intelligence source. Keeping all three of you operational serves Imperial interests. If reunion therapy accelerates integration, excellent. If it causes psychological breaks, I'll intervene. Wipe us again, if necessary, though I'd prefer not to. The procedure is imperfect. Each iteration degrades neural function. You're both already showing signs. Memory gaps beyond the targeted erasure, coordination issues, persistent nightmares. Another wipe would likely cause permanent cognitive damage. So this is mercy. Section 9 style. Let them remember just enough to know what they've lost, not enough to get it back. Ingrid sits beside Maya, close but not touching. I didn't come here to hurt you. I came because I needed to see you, to know you're alive, even like this. I don't know you. I know, but maybe, Ingrid's hands twist together. Maybe if we spend time, talk, I could help you remember. Not everything, just pieces. Enough to know you had a life before this. People who cared about you. Supervised visits only, Varga says. Monitored, recorded. Any attempt to undermine the conditioning results in immediate termination of contact and remedial intervention. Maya looks at Ingrid. Really looks. Sees the scars on her hands. The way she holds herself, ready for violence that won't come. The exhaustion in her eyes that goes deeper than sleeplessness. She's broken too. Just differently. What do you want from me? Maya asks. I want to tell you stories about who you were, about the crew, about the stupid, reckless, beautiful things we did together before Section 9 erased it all. Ingrid's smile is sad. I want you to know you mattered, even if the broadcast didn't change anything, even if nobody cared. You mattered to us. The crack in Maya's chest widens. She wants to say yes. Wants to hear the stories. Wants to know who Ruthie Delacroix was before Maya took her place. But she's afraid. Afraid of wanting it too much. Afraid of what happens when the memories come back and the conditioning tries to crush them. Afraid Varga's right and she'll break. 1 hour, Varga says. Supervised contact in the community space. Weekly. Report any psychological distress immediately. That's it? 1 hour a week? More would risk destabilization. You're welcome to decline. Maya looks at Ingrid, sees hope dying in real time. The safe choice is no. Stay, Maya. Keep the simple life. Don't risk the chair. But Ruthie, whoever she was, wouldn't choose safe. Okay, Maya says, 1 hour. Ingrid's breath catches. Yeah? Yeah, but I need something first. Maya turns to Varga. I want to see Milo. Together. All three of us. If you're going to experiment on our brains, let us be conscious subjects. Varga considers. That could accelerate breakdown. Or integration. You said you wanted to see what happens, so let's see. Silence. Then Varga nods. I'll arrange it. Same conditions. Monitored, recorded. First session next week. Maya stands, her legs are steady now. I have one question, the diminishing returns. Our ship, what happened to it? Impounded, Varga says. Section 9 processing, likely sold for scrap by now. And Bogdan, NECA? Something flickers in Varga's face. Bogdan Illich chose memory wipe over execution. He's integrated on Kepler 442b, factory work, stable. NECA Obi refused conditioning. She was transferred to Imperial detention. Status classified. Dead then, or close enough. 2 crew members erased, 1 in prison. 1 turned informant. 2 memory wiped and returned home like broken toys. The rebellion didn't fail. It was digested, absorbed, turned into another tool for the Empire's use. Maya walks to the door, stops, looks back at Ingrid. I don't remember you, but I believe you. About the crew, about mattering. She touches her chest where the fracture hurts. Thank you for not forgetting us. Ingrid stands, crosses the space, and before Varga can stop her, she pulls Maya into a hug. It's brief, desperate. Maya's body knows how to return it before her brain catches up. Muscle memory. The way they fit together, the way Ingrid's breath hitches like she's trying not to cry. Then Varga's hand on Ingrid's shoulder, gentle, firm. That's enough. Ingrid lets go, steps back. Her eyes are streaming now. Next week, I'll tell you about the time you stole medical supplies from a corporate station and distributed them to a quarantined colony. Varga spent 6 months trying to track you down. I look forward to it. Maya leaves before the tears start. Down the stairs, through the lobby, into the plaza. The basil smell hits her, stronger than before. She understands now. This was Ruthie's home, the place she left, the place Section 9 brought her back to. Punishment disguised as mercy. Her comlink chimes, text from an unknown sender. Infrastructure Bay 3. Now, come alone. Milo. Maya runs. He's waiting by the water recyclers, the same spot where the memories crashed through. His hands are shaking worse than before, face pale. You remembered, he says, not a question. Yeah, me too, after you left. It all came back. The ship, the crew, everything we did, everything they took. Milo's gripping the edge of the workbench. Varga called me in, told me Ingrid's alive, said she wants to see us. I know, I just came from his office. And I said yes, weekly visits, supervised, monitored. They're letting us remember just enough to know what we lost. Milo's laugh is broken. Of course they are. Can't just let us forget. Can't let us go. Have to keep us dangling. There's something else. Maya moves closer, lowers her voice even though they're alone. Ingrid's working for him, informant, feeding Section 9 intel on rebel cells. I know. He told me. Said she did it to find out what happened to us. Milo's eyes are distant. Can't decide if that's love or stupidity. Maybe both. They stand in silence. The recyclers hum. Life support breathes. All the systems they maintain because their hands remember even when their minds don't. What do we do? Maya asks. We survive. Same as always. Keep our heads down. Do the work. Pretend Maya and Milo are real. Milo pulls out his marker. Starts to scratch 847 on the workbench. Stops. Looks at her. Or we remember. All the way. Force the breakthrough even if it breaks us. Varga said another wipe would cause permanent damage. I know, but maybe some things are worth breaking for. Milo hands her the marker. Your call, Ruthie. I'll follow your lead. Like I always did. The marker sits heavy in Maya's palm. She could throw it away. Stop scratching the numbers. Let the conditioning hold. Live as Maya and forget Ruthie ever existed. Or she could write. Keep writing until the numbers mean something again. Until the fragments become whole. Until the crew comes back, even if only in memory. She looks at Milo. Sees the man who followed her into hell because she asked. Who trusted her with his life. Who's trusting her now with what's left of both of them? Maya writes 847 on the workbench. Bold, clear, permanent, then hands the marker back. We remember, she says, together, all the way, and whatever happens, we face it as a crew. Milo nods, sets the marker down. First meeting with Ingrid, next week. What do we tell her? The truth, that we remember. that we're not staying Maya and Milo. Varga will know. The monitoring, let him know. He's already watching us break down. Might as well give him data worth collecting. Maya's voice hardens. Besides, if Ingrid's feeding him intel anyway, at least we control the narrative. You think she'll help us? I think she sold herself to Section 9 to find us. That's not nothing. Maya checks the time. End of shift in 20 minutes. But we need leverage. Something Varga wants more than our compliance. Milo's quiet for a moment. Then, the broadcast, Mother's transmission. It went out to 40,000 stations. Section 9 shut down most of them, but some copies survived. Fragments, pieces of the archives. So someone out there has the complete records. Someone Varga hasn't found yet. And if we can figure out who, if we can locate the surviving copies, we have something to trade. Maya stares at him. You want to hunt down the data that got us memory wiped in the first place? I want insurance, something to keep Varga from wiping us again, from wiping Bogdan, from killing Neka. Milo's jaw sets. Chen died for that broadcast. The least we can do is make sure it meant something. How would we even start? We're monitored, tracked. We can't access anything beyond colony infrastructure systems. Ingrid can. She's working intelligence for Section 9, has access to their networks, their search protocols. If anyone knows where the surviving archive fragments are, it's her. And why would she help us steal classified intel from the organization she's informing for? Because she's not doing this for Varga. She's doing it for us, for the crew. Milo moves closer, voice dropping. You said it yourself. She sold herself to find us. Now we ask her to finish the job, help us recover what Section 9 took, give us leverage to negotiate. Maya's mind is racing. The plan is insane. Suicidal, probably. But it's also the only move they have. Stay docile and Varga keeps them as pets. Push back and risk another wipe. But build leverage, real leverage, and maybe they negotiate terms. Maybe they get Bogdan back. Get Neka out. Get the diminishing returns from the scrapyard and disappear into the void where Section 9 can't follow. Maybe. First meeting, Maya says. We tell Ingrid everything. See if she's actually on our side or just playing us for Varga. And if she's playing us, then we improvise like we always did. Milo's almost smiling. You sound like Ruthie. I am Ruthie. Maya's just the cover story. Good, I missed you. The words hit harder than they should. Maya wants to say she missed him too. Missed the crew. Missed the ship. Missed having a purpose beyond fixing recyclers and forgetting who she used to be. But Varga's monitoring, always listening. So instead she says, shift's ending. I'll see you tomorrow. Same time. Same time, Milo agrees. She turns to leave, gets 3 steps before Milo speaks again. Ruthie? She stops, doesn't turn. Whatever happens next with Ingrid, with Varga, with the archives, I'm with you all the way. Maya's throat tightens. I know. She walks out before the tears start. 1 week, 7 days of maintaining infrastructure, 7 days of writing 847 on every surface, 7 days of memories flooding back in pieces, missions, fights, the way the diminishing returns handled like a drunk freighter but flew like home. 7 days of waiting. The supervised meeting is in Community Space 7. Neutral ground, cameras in every corner, Varga's people watching from the observation booth. Maya arrives first, sits at the designated table, hands folded, heart pounding. Milo comes next, takes the seat across from her, doesn't speak, just nods once. Ready. Then Ingrid. She looks different than she did in Varga's office. Harder, like the week gave her time to build walls. She sits at the head of the table, equidistant between them, no contact, no familiarity, professional. You look better, Ingrid says to Maya. More color. I've been eating, sleeping, doing what they tell me. Maya's voice is flat. Good little colonist. And you? Ingrid looks at Milo. Settling in? About as well as can be expected for a man who doesn't remember his own name. Milo's hands are on the table. Steady. But the work helps. Gives me purpose. The words are for the cameras. For Varga's analysts. Compliant. Integrated. No red flags. But Maya sees Ingrid's eyes flick to the table between them, to Milo's hands, to the numbers scratched faint into the composite surface. 847. Ingrid's expression doesn't change, but her fingers tap once, twice, 8 times, 4 times, 7 times. She sees them, understands. I wanted to tell you about the crew, Ingrid says. Slower now, choosing words carefully. About who you were before. I'd like that, Maya says. You were, Ingrid pauses, swallows. You were stubborn, both of you. Never met a lost cause you wouldn't chase. Never met a risk you wouldn't take if it meant helping someone. Sounds reckless. It was. Got us into trouble constantly, but it also got us out because you were brilliant at improvising, at finding solutions nobody else saw. Ingrid leans forward fractionally. Like the time we needed to infiltrate a corporate station without IDs. Milo hacked the personnel database. Ruthie created false work orders. We walked right through security because nobody questions infrastructure repair crews. Maya's breath catches. The subtext is clear. Infrastructure, access, false credentials. She's telling them they have tools, if they're willing to use them. What else? Milo asks. What else did we do? You salvage things, ships, equipment, data, anything valuable enough to resell? Ingrid's gaze is intense. Sometimes the data was more valuable than the ships, especially old data, pre-consolidation records, historical archives, the kind of information people in power don't want accessible. The archives, Mother's broadcast, she's circling it without naming it. Maya glances at the observation booth. Can't see through the tinted glass, but she feels Varga watching, analyzing, waiting for them to break protocol. They won't, not yet. Sounds dangerous, Maya says. It was, but you had principles, rules. Never took jobs that hurt people. Never abandoned crew. Never left anyone behind. Ingrid's voice cracks. Not even when staying meant risking everything. The silence stretches. Maya wants to reach across the table. Take Ingrid's hand. Tell her they remember. Tell her they're not leaving her behind either. But Varga's watching. I wish I remembered, Maya says instead. It sounds like we were a family. You were a family. Ingrid wipes her eyes. Quick. Efficient. And I failed you. Let Section 9 take you. Let them erase you. I should have fought harder. Should have. You're here now, Milo interrupts. That's what matters. Ingrid looks at him, then at Maya. Something passes between them. Unspoken. Understood. There's something else, Ingrid says, voice dropping. Something I need to tell you about what happened after. Maya's pulse spikes. This is it. The moment Ingrid either commits or walks away. The data you salvaged, the archives, they're still out there. Fragments. Section 9 is hunting them, but hasn't found all the copies. Ingrid's hands are shaking now. I have access to the search grid, location data, intel on where the fragments were transmitted. Why are you telling us this? Maya asks. Because you deserve to know your sacrifice wasn't for nothing. The broadcast reached people, changed some of them, made them question. Ingrid's eyes are fierce. And because I think, if you wanted, you could finish what you started. Recover the fragments, make sure they survive. Under Section 9 surveillance? With memory wipes and behavioral monitoring? Milo's voice is careful. That seems impossible. It is impossible unless you have help. Ingrid pulls a data chip from her pocket, sets it on the table. This contains access codes, credentials, location data for 3 confirmed archive fragments. I copied them from Section 9's network. It's treason, capital offense, but I'm tired of being their instrument. Tired of watching them erase everything good because it threatens their control. Maya stares at the chip, at Ingrid, at the cameras watching their every move. This is the moment. Take the chip and their co-conspirators. Refuse, and Ingrid faces treason charges alone. Why now, Maya asks. Why not weeks ago, months ago? Because I needed to know if you'd remember, if Maya and Milo would stay broken, or if Ruthie and Milo would come back. Ingrid's smile is sad. And because I needed to decide if I'd rather live as Varga's informant or die as your captain. The words land like a hammer. Die. not hyperbole. If they take this chip, if they access those files, Section 9 will execute Ingrid for treason, unless they succeed, unless they recover enough leverage to negotiate all their freedom. Maya looks at Milo. He's staring at the chip, calculating odds. Same as always. He meets her eyes, nods fractionally. They're in. Together. Maya reaches for the chip, stops. If we do this, if we take your data and run, Varga will kill you. Publicly, make an example. I know. So we're not running. We're negotiating. All of us, together. Maya's voice hardens. You get us the archive locations. We get the fragments. We use them as leverage to get Bogdan back, get Neka out, get our ship returned, and we all walk away. No executions, no memory wipes, just freedom. Ingrid's eyes widen. You're insane. Varga will never... Varga wants stability, wants the archives contained. We offer him a deal. We recover every fragment, turn them over, in exchange for our crew and our freedom. He'll say yes and betray you the moment you deliver. Probably, so we build insurance. Dead man switches, distributed copies, leverage on top of leverage. Milo's leaning forward now, engaged. Make ourselves too valuable to kill, too dangerous to betray. That's... Ingrid stops, laughs, broken and relieved. That's exactly the kind of stupid plan Ruthie would come up with. Is it working? I don't know, but I'm in. Ingrid pushes the chip across the table. All the way. Whatever happens. Maya takes the chip, palms it, slides it into her pocket before the cameras catch the movement. Her heart is pounding. This is treason. This is suicide. This is the only choice that matters. One question, Milo says. Varga's watching this meeting. He knows you brought something. Knows we took it. What do we tell him when he asks? Ingrid's smile is sharp. We tell him the truth, that I gave you coordinates for the archive fragments, that we're going to recover them, and that we're trading them for our crew's freedom. He'll try to stop us. He'll try. But I know Section 9's protocols, know their response patterns, know where the gaps are. Ingrid stands. We do this smart, fast, together. And maybe we actually get out alive. Maya stands too, extends her hand across the table. Partners? Ingrid takes it. Firm grip. Soldier's handshake. Partners. Milo puts his hand on top of theirs. Crew. The observation booth door opens. Varga steps out, face neutral. He's heard everything, seen everything, knows exactly what they're planning. He walks to the table, stops 3 feet away. Interesting proposal, he says. Recover the archive fragments in exchange for crew repatriation and clemency. His expression doesn't shift. I accept. Maya's hands go still. Milo's breath catches. Ingrid doesn't move. You accept, Maya says slowly. Just like that. Why wouldn't I? Your proposal aligns with Section 9 objectives. Recover scattered archive fragments, contain the security breach, prevent further dissemination. Varga pulls out a chair. Sits like this is a standard contract negotiation. I've been tracking the fragments for 6 months. 3 confirmed locations, 12 possibles, hundreds of dead ends. You're offering to accelerate my timeline considerably. In exchange for our crew, Mr. Illich's reintegration from Kepler 442b can be arranged. Miss Obi's release from detention is negotiable. The diminishing returns can be pulled from salvage processing. Varga folds his hands. All contingent on successful recovery of every fragment. Not 3, not 12. Every single copy of Mother 7's transmission. That's impossible, Ingrid says. The broadcast reached 40,000 stations. Most were wiped in the first 17 minutes. Section 9's kill protocols were effective. What remains is 14 confirmed fragments across 9 systems. You'll recover all 14, verify deletion from local storage, provide proof of completion. Varga's tone is clinical. Do this, and I'll authorize full clemency, crew repatriation, ship return. You'll be free to resume salvage operations under standard Imperial licensing. And if we refuse, Milo asks, you won't, because Ms. Halverson has already committed treason by copying classified data. You've accepted that data, And I've just given you the only path forward that doesn't end in execution or memory wipe. Varga stands. You have 72 hours to plan. After that, you deploy. I'll provide transport, credentials, and operational parameters. Questions? Maya's mind is racing. This is too easy. Varga doesn't negotiate. He contains, eliminates, controls. Offering freedom, real freedom, doesn't match his profile, unless he's lying, unless the mission is the trap. What happens if we succeed, but the fragments are already distributed beyond recovery? Maya asks. If someone made copies of copies? Then you track those too. This isn't a time-limited offer. You work until the job is complete or until you fail. Failure results in standard containment protocols. Varga moves toward the door. I'll have operational briefings sent to your quarters. Review them. Prepare. Report to Hangar Bay 7 in 72 hours. He leaves. The silence is crushing. Ingrid sinks into her chair. He's going to kill us the moment we deliver? Maybe, but we knew that going in. Maya pulls out the data chip, turns it over. Question is whether we can build enough leverage to make betrayal cost more than cooperation. How? By not turning over everything, by keeping copies, by making ourselves the only people who know where all the fragments are hidden. Milo's already thinking tactically. We recover 13, hold one back, use it as insurance. Section 9 has tracking. They'll know if we withhold data. Not if we recover all 14 and then create a 15th, a fake fragment. Claim it's the insurance copy. They verify the fake, we keep the real one hidden. Maya's warming to the idea. Varga can't call our bluff without admitting he planned to betray us. Ingrid's staring at them. You two are either brilliant or suicidal. Usually both, Milo says. They spend the next hour going through the data chip. Ingrid brought equipment, scanner, decryption tools, portable terminal, all sanitized. Nothing that pings Section 9 monitoring. The chip contains what Ingrid promised. 3 confirmed fragment locations. Fragment 1. Ross 128 Secondary Station, Independent Colony, archive stored in local historical database. Low security, easy retrieval. Fragment 2. Kepler 442b Industrial Node, corporate server farm, heavy security, requires infiltration. Fragment 3. HD 40U 307 Deep Space Relay, automated station, minimal crew, high radiation environment. Each location includes access codes, security protocols, extraction procedures. Ingrid's been thorough, professional. This is months of intelligence work compressed into a single data package. When did you compile this? Maya asks. Started the week I found out you were alive. Section 9 has me tracking rebel cells. I use that access to track the archives instead. Ingrid's not looking at them. Figured if I was going to betray them, might as well do it properly. Milo's reviewing the Kepler 442b data. This is where Bogdan is, the industrial node. I know, I made sure. Figured you'd want him extracted during the mission. And NECA? Detention facility. Gliese 667 CC. Not on the fragment list. We'd have to add it to the route. Ingrid pulls up another file. I have schematics, guard rotations, but it's risky. High security Imperial installation. Getting in is one thing, getting out with a prisoner is another. We'll manage, Maya says. We always do. She says it with more confidence than she feels. The old memories are there. Missions, extractions, impossible escapes. But Maya's not sure Ruthie's skills survived the memory wipe intact. Muscle memory is one thing. Combat judgment is another. They work through the operational details until shift change, then separate. Can't be seen collaborating too openly. Varga's watching. Maya returns to her quarters. Small, functional. Everything Section 9 provided. She sets the data chip on her desk, stares at it. 72 hours. Then they deploy on a mission that's either their ticket to freedom or an elaborate execution. She should sleep. Can't. Too much adrenaline. Too many variables. Instead, she accesses the chip again, starts reviewing the files in detail, the fragment locations, the access codes, Something's wrong. Maya stops, goes back. checks the metadata on the ROS 1 and 28 file. The timestamp is wrong. The file was created 3 weeks ago. Before Ingrid visited Varga's office. Before the supervised meeting. Before any of this was supposed to happen. Maya's stomach drops. She checks the other files. Kepler 442b HD 40307, all the same. Created 3 weeks ago. Modified 2 weeks ago. Finalized 1 week ago. Before Ingrid knew they were alive. Before Varga authorized the supervised meeting. This data package wasn't compiled after Ingrid found them. It was compiled before. Prepared in advance, ready to deploy. Maya's hands are shaking. She pulls up the access codes, runs them through a verification protocol. They're valid, active, current. But the encryption keys are Section 9 standard, military grade. Nothing Ingrid could have accessed without authorization, unless she had authorization, unless this whole thing, the data chip, the coordinates, the mission proposal was Varga's operation from the start. Maya checks one more thing. The extraction procedures. Each file includes detailed protocols for recovering the fragments. Too detailed, too specific, like someone spent months planning optimal retrieval methods. Like Section 9 had been planning this mission for a long time and just needed the right operatives. Operatives who were already memory wiped. Already compliant, already compromised. Maya's comlink chimes, message from Milo. Check the metadata, something's wrong with the timestamps. M. He sees it too. She responds. Meet. Infrastructure Bay 3. 20 minutes. 20 minutes feels like hours. Maya's brain is spiraling. If the data was prepared in advance, if Varga authorized it, then what was Ingrid's role? Was she compromised, or was she used without knowing? Milo's already there when Maya arrives, face grim. The files are pre-staged, he says without preamble. Section 9 created them weeks ago, before the supervised meeting, before Ingrid supposedly copied them. I know, which means either Ingrid's lying about when she accessed the data, or Varga gave her the files and told her to present them as stolen intelligence. Milo's pacing. She's not an informant, she's an operative, running a recruitment operation. Recruiting us for what? For this, the fragment recovery. They need someone expendable to track down the archives, someone with salvage experience, someone they can disavow if the mission goes sideways. Milo stops. We're not negotiating for freedom. We're accepting a suicide contract. Maya wants to argue, can't. The evidence is clear. Varga played them. Used Ingrid to manipulate them into volunteering for a mission Section 9 couldn't openly authorize. We confront Ingrid, Maya says. Make her tell us what's really happening. And if she doesn't know, if Varga's playing her too, then we're all fucked. They find Ingrid in her assigned quarters. She opens the door looking exhausted, sees their faces. What happened? You tell us, Maya says, pushes inside. When did you really get this data? I told you, I copied it from... The timestamps say otherwise. These files were created 3 weeks ago, before you supposedly found us, before Varga authorized contact. Maya's voice is hard. So either you're lying about the timeline, or Varga set this whole thing up. Ingrid's face goes pale. What? Check your own files, the metadata, the encryption keys. This isn't stolen intelligence. This is an authorized operational package. Ingrid pulls out her terminal. Accesses the data. Her hands start shaking. That's not... I copied these myself. I watched them compile. She stops. Stares at the screen. What? Milo asks. The source files. The ones I copied from Section 9's network. Ingrid's voice is hollow. They're not archived intelligence. They're active mission planning documents. Status, approved. Authorization level, director. Varga. He gave me access, told me it was because I'd earned trust. Earned clearance to help track rebel cells. Ingrid's looking at them now. He let me find these. Let me think I was stealing them, but they were always meant for me to find. Why? Maya asks. Why the theater? Because willing volunteers are more effective than conscripts. He wanted us to choose this mission, think it was our idea, our leverage. Milo's putting it together. That way, when it goes wrong, when we die recovering fragments in hostile territory, it's not Section 9's operation. It's just a failed salvage run by memory-wiped criminals. Ingrid sinks into a chair. He played us. Played me. Used my guilt to manipulate you into volunteering. And now we're committed, Maya says. If we refuse, he memory wipes us again. If we accept, we're running an op designed to get us killed while recovering his data. They sit in silence. The trap is complete. Perfect. Varga gave them the illusion of choice, and they walked right into containment. What do we do? Ingrid asks. Maya's mind is racing. They can't refuse, can't run, can't fight. But maybe there's another play. Something Varga hasn't accounted for. We run the mission, Maya says, exactly as briefed. We recover the fragments, we follow protocols, we deliver results. And then Varga betrays us anyway. Probably, unless we find something in those archives. Something he doesn't want us to see. Something worth keeping us alive for. Maya looks at Milo. Mother's broadcast contained 300 years of Coordination Council records. Section 9 has the data. But have they read all of it? You think there's something in the archives. Something about Varga. Or Section 9. I think Mother chose what to broadcast for a reason. She had 3 centuries of information. She sent what mattered most. And Varga's spending 6 months hunting down every fragment. Maya's voice hardens. That's not standard containment. That's desperation. He's not afraid of the broadcast destabilizing the Empire. He's afraid of something specific getting out. Milo's nodding. So we recover the fragments. We read them before we turn them over. We find what he's hiding, and we use it. As leverage. As insurance. Ingrid's looking between them. This is insane. You're planning to blackmail Section 9. We're planning to survive. Blackmail's just the method. Maya stands. 72 hours, we prepare, we deploy. We recover the first fragment, and we read every word before Varga gets his hands on it. And if there's nothing there, if it's just historical data, then we improvise. They separate again. Can't be seen together too long. Maya returns to her quarters. Tries to sleep. Can't. At 0300, her terminal chimes. Incoming message. Encrypted. Source. Unknown. Maya opens it. Single line of text. Fragment 0. Coordinates attached. Read it first. Destroy after. Mother. Maya's breath stops. Mother 7 is dead. Destroyed when the Valiant broke apart. There's no way. She checks the encryption. It's 300 years old. Coordination Council protocols. Nothing Section 9 uses. Nothing modern systems can crack without quantum processing. This message is genuine, or it's the most sophisticated trap Varga's ever constructed. Maya downloads the coordinates. They point to a location not on Ingrid's list, not in Section 9's tracking grid, a fragment nobody knows exists. And according to the timestamp, this message was sent 6 months ago. Delayed transmission, scheduled to arrive exactly now. Exactly when someone memory wiped and freshly remembering would need it most. Mother knew, planned for this. Left a contingency. Maya should tell Milo, should tell Ingrid, should tell Varga. The message footer updates. Trust no one, not even yourself. Your memory wipe included instructions. Check your medical scans. Maya pulls up her rehabilitation records, the brain scans from 6 months ago. Post-memory wipe. She's looked at them before. Standard trauma patterns, neural pathway damage, nothing unexpected, except there, buried in the temporal lobe, a pattern, not damage, architecture, deliberate encoding. Someone wrote code directly into her brain during the wipe process, not erasing memory, planting instructions. She runs pattern recognition. The code resolves into a single phrase repeated in nested loops. Kill Varga. Maya stares at the decoded phrase, loops within loops. Neural architecture designed to survive memory wipes, hibernate in dormant pathways, emerge when triggered. Someone anticipated this exact scenario, planned for it. Use Section 9's own protocols against them? The question is who? Mother 7 didn't have access to memory wipe facilities, Couldn't have programmed instructions during the process, which means someone else did. Someone with clearance, someone inside Section 9's medical apparatus, someone who wanted Varga dead enough to weaponize a salvage captain's brain. Maya checks the encoding again. The pattern is elegant, professional. Whoever wrote this knew exactly what they were doing. The instruction won't trigger involuntarily. No sleeper agent nonsense. It's more subtle. A suggestion, a persistent thought. The kind of idea that feels like your own, except Maya knows it isn't. She runs diagnostics on the rest of her scan, looking for more hidden architecture, more planted thoughts. The search takes 17 minutes. Results? Negative. Just the one phrase, just the one instruction. Kill Varga. Her hands aren't shaking. Should be. Instead, there's a strange calm settling over her, like muscle memory kicking in, like her body remembers something her conscious mind doesn't. She killed before? Must have. The combat reflexes are still there. The tactical thinking. The way she automatically mapped exit points when Varga entered the room. But this is different. This is premeditated, planned, and execution disguised as self-defense. The terminal chimes again. Second message. Same encryption protocol. Fragment 0 contains proof of Section 9's origin, what they did to create the Empire, what they did to maintain it. Varga knows. He's been eliminating witnesses for 30 years. You were one. Maya's stomach drops. You were one. Not you are. Past tense. Like whoever sent this knew she'd be memory wiped. Knew she wouldn't remember being a witness. Knew she'd need evidence to believe it. Fragment 0. The coordinates are still on her screen, not on any official list. Hidden from Section 9's tracking grid, a piece of Mother's broadcast that Varga doesn't know exists, or does know and can't find. Maya checks the coordinates again. They point to deep space, no stations, no colonies, just empty void between HD 43-7 and Ross 128. A transmission dead zone where relay networks don't reach, except someone built a relay there anyway, hidden, unsanctioned. Designed to catch one specific fragment and hold it until the right person came looking. The right person with the right clearances, the right neural encoding, the right motivation to use what they find. Maya should delete this. Report to Varga. Prove her loyalty. Accept the mission as designed and hope for the best. Instead, she copies the coordinates, encrypts them 3 layers deep, buries them in her personal files under maintenance logs and shift rotations. Then she deletes the original messages, wipes the cache, runs a scrub protocol that'll make Section 9's forensics team work for days to recover traces. Not that it matters. They're watching, always watching. If they wanted to stop her, they already would have, unless they can't. Unless whoever planted the instruction also planted countermeasures. Blind spots in the surveillance, gaps in the monitoring protocols. Unless this whole thing is a test, Varga's final assessment before deploying them. See who breaks under pressure, see who follows planted instructions, see who's truly compromised. Maya opens her door. Corridor's empty, late shift. Most crew sleeping or off duty. She moves quiet anyway. Old habits. Milo's quarters are 2 levels down. She takes the maintenance shaft, bypasses the main corridors, arrives at his door and knocks twice. Pause, knock once. Old signal. She doesn't remember teaching it to him, doesn't remember learning it herself, but muscle memory knows the pattern. Door opens. Milo's awake, dressed, face grim. You got one too, Maya says. Not a question. He nods, steps aside. She enters. His terminal is open. Same encryption, same coordinates. Different message. Fragment 0. Read it before you deliver Fragment 1. Trust your instincts. Trust her. In him. Her meaning you? Milo asks. Or Ingrid. Or someone we don't remember. Maya shows him her decoded brain scan. I've got instructions. Kill Varga. Someone wrote it into my neural pathways during the memory wipe. Milo doesn't look surprised. Pulls up his own scan. Different pattern. Same technique. Protect Maya. They stare at each other. 2 weapons pointed at different targets. Two sets of instructions from the same source. Coordinated, planned, executed 6 months ago when they were unconscious and vulnerable. We're compromised, Milo says, or we're activated. Maya closes his terminal. Fragment 0. We go there first, before the official mission, before Varga deploys us. We read what's there, and we decide. Decide what? Whether to follow the instructions, whether Varga deserves what someone very carefully programmed me to do. Milo's quiet, thinking. Finally, if we deviate from the planned route, Section 9 will know. They track our shuttle, monitor our transmissions. We can't just disappear for a side trip. We can if we use the shuttle Ingrid came in, the unsanctioned one. Section 9 knows it exists, but they're not tracking it actively. Too much risk of exposing their own breach protocols. Ingrid won't loan us her escape route. She will if we tell her the truth, show her the encoding, the messages, make her understand we're all tools in someone else's operation. And if she reports us, then we were dead anyway. They find Ingrid in the observatory. Small dome off the residential section. She's watching LHS 1140C rotate below, the colony where this all started, where Maya, Ruthie, grew up, where corporate labor and Imperial oversight turned people into machines. She doesn't turn when they enter. You're breaking protocol, coming here together. Varga will notice. Let him. Maya stands beside her. We're going off script. Fragment 0. We leave in 6 hours. Now Ingrid turns. There is no Fragment 0. Mother says otherwise. Milo shows her the message, the coordinates, the encrypted timestamp. Someone inside Section 9 sent this. Programmed us to follow it. We need your shuttle. My shuttle is my exit strategy, the one thing Section 9 doesn't fully control. You want me to risk that on a message from a dead AI? From whoever used Section 9's medical facilities to weaponize our brains. Maya pulls up her scan, shows Ingrid the encoding. Someone wants Varga dead, wants it bad enough to turn me into an assassin without my knowledge. I need to know why. Ingrid studies the neural pattern. Her face goes pale. That's not random. That's Dr. Okafor's signature. She designed Section 9's memory wipe protocols 30 years ago, died in a shuttle accident 3 months after. Accident, Milo says flatly. Varga was the investigating officer. Silence. The colony rotates below. Thousands of lives lived in ignorance, working, sleeping, never knowing the empire built on their backs is held together by people like Varga, people who eliminate witnesses, people who weaponize doctors, people who turn human beings into programmed assets and call it rehabilitation. Maya makes her decision, not because of the encoding, not because of Mother's message, because 6 months ago someone thought this moment mattered enough to plan for it, thought she mattered enough to save, thought Varga mattered enough to kill. 6 hours, Maya says. Hangar Bay 12. We take your shuttle, read Fragment 0, then we decide whether to run the mission or run for our lives. And if I refuse, then we steal a shuttle anyway. But I'd rather have you with us. Ingrid looks at her for a long moment, then at Milo, then back at the colony below. Hangar 12, she says. But if this gets me memory wiped again, I'm killing both of you. They separate, return to quarters. Maya sets her alarm for 5 hours, lies down, closes her eyes. Sleep doesn't come. At 500 she rises, dresses, packs light, water, rations, her salvage multi-tool, the things that feel necessary even though she can't remember why. At 5:30 her door chimes. She opens it. Varga stands in the corridor. Going somewhere, he asks. Maya's hand drops to her belt. Where a weapon should be, isn't. Section 9 doesn't arm prisoners. Couldn't sleep, she says. Thought I'd walk. At 05:30, fully dressed, with a go bag. Varga doesn't move, doesn't threaten, just watches. You're smarter than this, Maya. Whatever you're planning, don't. I'm planning to run your mission, exactly as briefed. Then why did you access restricted medical files at 300? Why copy coordinates that don't appear in any official fragment database? Why meet with Illich and Halverson in an unsecured location? He knows. Of course he knows. Section 9 monitors everything. Maya could lie. could deflect, could play the confused amnesiac following suspicious orders. Instead, she looks Varga in the eye and says, "Someone programmed me to kill you during the memory wipe, wrote it directly into my brain. I'm trying to decide whether they were right." Varga's expression doesn't change. "I know. I authorized it. Dr. Okafor's final protocol, insurance against my own corruption. If I ever became the thing I was created to destroy, someone would stop me." He steps inside, closes the door. Fragment 0 contains proof, evidence of what Section 9 did, what I did. Read it, then make your choice. He hands her a data chip. "This is the real coordinates, the real fragment. Mother's contingency plan. She knew you'd survive the memory wipe. Knew you'd need proof to trust your instincts." Varga's voice is quiet, tired. "I'm not your enemy, Maya. I'm your backup plan. The Empire's backup plan. The fail-safe Dr. Okafor built before I had her killed." Maya's head is spinning. "You killed her. You just admitted I executed the woman who programmed you to execute me. Yes, because she was right. Because I couldn't be trusted to judge myself. Because 30 years hunting fragments and eliminating witnesses turned me into exactly what we fought against." He moves to the door. "Fragment 0. Read it. Understand what we did. What I became. Then," he pauses, "then kill me if you must. Or help me finish what we started." Maya stares at the data chip. At Varga. At the door he's opening. "The shuttle in Hangar 12, she says. "You're not stopping us. I'm authorizing you. Off-book mission, no logs, no tracking. You, Elitch, and Halverson. 72 hours. After that, you deploy on the official op, or I memory wipe all 3 of you." Varga steps into the corridor. "Choose wisely. Dr. Okafor designed that encoding to survive 1 wipe. It won't survive 2. He walks away. Maya stands in her quarters, data chip in hand, brain full of someone else's instructions. Heart pounding with something that feels like purpose but might just be programming. At 600, she walks to Hangar 12. Milo and Ingrid are already there. The shuttle is prepped, ready. "Change of plans," Maya says, holds up the chip. "Varga knows. Authorized the mission, gave us 72 hours. "That's a trap," Ingrid says. "Probably." Maya climbs into the shuttle, straps in. But it's the only trap pointing forward. Milo takes the pilot seat, Ingrid navigation. They launch without clearance, without authorization, without any certainty this isn't the last decision they'll ever make. The shuttle clears the station, accelerates toward coordinates that shouldn't exist, toward Fragment 0, toward proof of what Section 9 did, what Varga became, what Maya was programmed to stop. 3 hours into the flight, Milo flags something on sensors. "We're being followed. Section 9? No." He adjusts the scope. Signatures match corporate security, same type that hit the Valiant. The pieces click together. Fragment 0 wasn't hidden from Section 9. It was hidden from everyone. A dead drop that multiple factions are hunting. And now they've led corporate strike teams straight to it. "Options?" Ingrid asks. "Run, fight, or get there first and destroy the fragment before anyone else reads it." Maya looks at the data chip in her hand, at the coordinates on the nav screen, at the encoded instruction buried in her brain. Varga gave her this mission, gave her the chip, gave her 72 hours, but someone else gave her different orders, different priorities, different targets. She inserts the chip into the console. Authorization codes scroll across the screen. Section 9 clearances, Varga's personal encryption, everything she needs to access Fragment 0 the moment they arrive, or to broadcast it, system-wide, every station, every colony, every Imperial database, the way Mother intended, the way Section 9 spent 6 months preventing. Milo's watching her. "What are you thinking?" Maya's finger hovers over the broadcast command. One button, one choice. Defy Varga's direct orders. Break every protocol. Release information that Section 9 killed for, or follow the mission. Read first, understand. Make an informed decision. The corporate ships are closing. 2 minutes to intercept. "Maya," Ingrid said, "whatever you're going to do." Maya presses the button.